Part 2.
Section 30 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 11. The days lapsed, and although no further word came from the Griffiths, Clyde was still inclined to exaggerate the importance of this one contact, and to dream from time to time of delightful meetings with those girls, and how wonderful if a love affair with one of them might eventuate for him. The beauty of that world in which they moved, the luxury and charm as opposed to this of which he was a part. Dillard, Rita, tush, they were really dead for him. He aspired to this other or nothing as he saw it now, and proceeded to prove as distant to Dillard as possible, an attitude which by degrees tended to alienate that youth entirely, for he saw in Clyde a snob, which potentially he was if he could have but one to what he desired. However, as he began to see afterwards, time passed and he was left to work, until, depressed by the routine, meager pay, and commonplace shrinking room contacts, he began to think not so much of returning to Rita or Dillard. He could not quite think of them now with any satisfaction, but of giving up this adventure here and returning to Chicago, or going to New York, where he was sure that he could connect himself with some hotel if need be. But then, as if to revive his courage and confirm his earlier dreams, a thing happened which caused him to think that certainly he was beginning to rise in the estimation of the Griffiths, father and son, whether they troubled to entertain him socially or not. For it chanced that one Saturday in spring, Samuel Griffiths decided to make a complete tour of inspection of the factory with Joshua Whigham at his elbow. Reaching the shrinking department about noon, he observed for the first time, with some dismay, Clyde in his undershirt and trousers working at the feeding end of two of the shrinking racks, his nephew having by this time acquired the necessary skill to feed as well as take. And recalling how very neat and generally presentable he had appeared at his house but a few weeks before, he was decidedly disturbed by the contrast. For one thing, he had felt about Clyde, both in Chicago and here at his home, that he had presented a neat and pleasing appearance. And he, almost as much as his son, was jealous, not only of the name, but the general social appearance of the Griffiths before the employees of this factory, as well as the community at large. And the sight of Clyde here, looking so much like Gilbert and in an armless shirt and trousers working among these men, tended to impress upon him more sharply than at any time before the fact that Clyde was his nephew, and that he ought not to be compelled to continue at this very menial form of work any longer. To the other employees it might appear that he was unduly indifferent to the meaning of such a relationship. Without, however, saying a word to Whigham or anyone else at the time, he waited until his son returned on Monday morning from a trip that he had taken out of town, when he called him into his office and observed, "I made a tour of the factory Saturday and found young Clyde still down in the shrinking room." "What of it, Dad?" replied his son, curiously interested as to why his father should, at this time, wish to mention Clyde in this special way. "Other people before him have worked down there, and it hasn't hurt them." "All true enough, but they weren't nephews of mine, and they didn't look as much like you as he does," a comment which irritated Gilbert greatly. "It won't do, I tell you. It doesn't look quite right to me, and I'm afraid it won't look right to other people here, who see how much he looks like you, and know that he is your cousin and nephew. I didn't realize that at first, because I haven't been down there. But I don't think it's wise to keep him down there any longer doing that kind of thing. It won't do. We'll have to make a change, switch him around somewhere else where he won't look like that." His eyes darkened and his brow wrinkled. The impression that Clyde made in his old clothes and with beads of sweat standing out on his forehead had not been pleasant. "But I'll tell you how it is, Dad," Gilbert persisted, anxious and determined because of his innate opposition to Clyde to keep him there if possible. "I'm not so sure that I can find just the right place for him now anywhere else, at least not without moving someone else who has been here a long time and worked hard to get here. He hasn't had any training in anything so far, but just what he's doing." "Don't know or don't care anything about that," replied Griffith Sr., feeling that his son was a little jealous and in consequence disposed to be unfair to Clyde. "That's no place for him, and I won't have him there any longer. He's been there long enough, and I can't afford to have the name of any of this family come to mean anything but just what it does around here now. Reserve, and ability, and energy, and good judgment. It's not good for the business, and anything less than that is a liability. You get me, don't you?" "Yes, I get you all right, Governor." "Well then, do as I say. Get hold of Whigham and figure out some other place for him around here, and not as a piece worker or a hand either. It was a mistake to put him down there in the first place. There must be some little place in one of the departments where he can be fitted in as the head of something, first or second or third assistant to someone, and where he can wear a decent suit of clothes and look like somebody. And if necessary, let him go home on full pay until you find something for him. But I want him changed. By the way, how much is he being paid now? About 15, I think, replied Gilbert blandly. Not enough if he's to make the right sort of an appearance here. Better make it 25. It's more than he's worth, I know, but it can't be helped now. He has to have enough to live on while he's here, and from now on I'd rather pay him that than have anyone think we were not treating him right. All right, Governor. Please don't be cross about it, will you? Pleaded Gilbert, noting his father's irritation. I'm not entirely to blame. You agreed to it in the first place when I suggested it, didn't you? But I guess you're right about that. Just leave it to me. I'll find a decent place for him. And turning, he proceeded in search of Wiggum, although at the same time thinking how he was to effect all this, without permitting Clyde to get the notion that he was at all important here, to make him feel that this was being done as a favor to him, and not for any reasons of merit in connection with himself. And at once, Wiggum appearing, he, after a very diplomatic approach on the part of Gilbert, racked his brains, scratched his head, went away and returned after a time, to say that the only thing he could think of, since Clyde was obviously lacking in technical training, was that of assistant to Mr. Liggett, who was foreman in charge of 5 big stitching rooms on the 5th floor, but who had under him one small and very special, though by no means technical, department which required the separate supervision of an assistant forelady or man. This was the stamping room, a separate chamber at the west end of the stitching floor, where were received daily from the cutting room above from 75 to 100,000 dozen unstitched collars of different brands and sizes, and here they were stamped by a group of girls, according to the slips or directions attached to them, with the size and brand of the collar. The sole business of the assistant foreman in charge here, as Gilbert well knew, after maintaining due decorum and order, was to see that this stamping process went uninterruptedly forward. Also, that after the 75 to 100,000 dozen collars were duly stamped and transmitted to the stitchers, who were just outside in a larger room, to see that they were duly credited in a book of entry, and that the number of dozens stamped by each girl was duly recorded, in order that her pay should correspond with her services. For this purpose, a little desk and various entry books, according to size and brand, were kept here. Also, the cutter's slips, as taken from the bundles by the stampers, were eventually delivered to this assistant, in lots of a dozen or more, and filed on spindles. It was really nothing more than a small clerkship, at times in the past held by young men or girls or old men or middle-aged women, according to the exigencies of the life of the place. The thing that Wiggum feared in connection with Clyde, and which he was quick to point out to Gilbert on this occasion, was that because of his inexperience in youth, Clyde might not, at first, prove as urgent and insistent a master of this department as the work there required. There were nothing but young girls there, some of them quite attractive. Also, was it wise to place a young man of Clyde's years and looks among so many girls? For, being susceptible, as he might well be at that age, he might prove too easy, not stern enough. The girls might take advantage of him. If so, it wouldn't be possible to keep him there very long. Still, there was this temporary vacancy, and it was the only one in the whole factory at the moment. Why not, for the time being, send him upstairs for a tryout? It might not be long before either Mr. Liggett or himself would know of something else, or whether or not he was suited for the work up there. In that case, it would be easy to make a retransfer. Accordingly, about 3 in the afternoon of this same Monday, Clyde was sent for, and after being made to wait for 15 minutes, as was Gilbert's method, he was admitted to the austere presence. "Well, how are you getting along down where you are now?" asked Gilbert coldly and inquisitorially, and Clyde, who invariably experienced a depression whenever he came anywhere near his cousin, replied, with a poorly forced smile, "Oh, just about the same, Mr. Griffiths. I can't complain. I like it well enough. I'm learning a little something, I guess." "You guess?" "Well, I know I've learned a few things, of course," added Clyde, flushing slightly and feeling down deep within himself a keen resentment at the same time that he achieved a half-ingratiating and half-apologetic smile. "Well, that's a little better. A man could hardly be down there as long as you've been and not know whether he had learned anything or not." Then, deciding that he was being too severe, perhaps, he modified his tone slightly and added, "But that's not why I sent for you. There's another matter I want to talk to you about. Tell me, did you ever have charge of any people, or any other person than yourself at any time in your life?" "I don't believe I quite understand," replied Clyde, who, because he was a little nervous and flustered, had not quite registered the question accurately. "I mean, have you ever had any people work under you, been given a few people to direct in some department somewhere, been a foreman or an assistant foreman in charge of anything?" "No, sir, I never have," answered Clyde, but so nervous that he almost stuttered, for Gilbert's tone was very severe and cold, highly contemptuous. At the same time, now that the nature of the question was plain, its implication came to him. In spite of his cousin's severity, his ill manner toward him, still he could see his employers were thinking of making a foreman of him, putting him in charge of somebody. People. That must be. At once his ears and fingers began to titillate, the roots of his hair to tingle. "But I've seen how it's done in clubs and hotels," he added at once, "and I think I might manage if I were given a trial." His cheeks were now highly colored, his eyes crystal clear. "Not the same thing, not the same thing," insisted Gilbert sharply. "Seeing and doing are two entirely different things. A person without any experience can think a lot, but when it comes to doing, he's not there. Anyhow, this is one business that requires people who do know." He stared at Clyde critically and quizzically, while Clyde, feeling that he must be wrong in his notion that something was going to be done for him, began to quiet himself. His cheeks resumed their normal pallor, and the light died from his eyes. "Yes, sir, I guess that's true, too," he commented. "But you don't need to guess in this case," insisted Gilbert. "You know. That's the trouble with people who don't know. They're always guessing." The truth was that Gilbert was so irritated to think that he must now make a place for his cousin, and that despite his having done nothing at all to deserve it, that he could scarcely conceal the spleen that now colored his mood. "You're right, I know," said Clyde placatingly, for he was still hoping for this hinted-at promotion. "Well, the fact is," went on Gilbert, "I might have placed you in the accounting end of the business when you first came, if you had been technically equipped for it." The phrase technically equipped overawed and terrorized Clyde, for he scarcely understood what that meant. "As it was," went on Gilbert nonchalantly, "we had to do the best we could for you. We knew it was not very pleasant down there, but we couldn't do anything for you more at the time." He drummed on his desk with his fingers. "But the reason I called you up here today is this. I want to discuss with you a temporary vacancy that has occurred in one of our departments upstairs, and which we were wondering, my father and I, whether you might be able to fill." Clyde's spirits rose amazingly. "Both my father and I," he went on, "have been thinking for some little time that we would like to do a little something for you, but, as I say, your lack of practical training of any kind makes it very difficult for both of us. You haven't had either a commercial or a trade education of any kind, and that makes it doubly hard." He paused long enough to allow that to sink in, give Clyde the feeling that he was an interloper indeed. "Still," he added after a moment, "so long as we have seen fit to bring you here, we have decided to give you a tryout at something better than you are doing. It won't do to let you stay down there indefinitely. Now, let me tell you a little something about what I have in mind." And he proceeded to explain the nature of the work on the 5th floor. And when after a time Wiggum was sent for and appeared and had acknowledged Clyde's salutation, he observed, "Wiggum, I've just been telling my cousin here about our conversation this morning, and what I told you about our plan to try him out as head of the department. So if you'll just take him up to Mr. Liggett, and have him or someone explain the nature of the work up there, I'll be obliged to you." He turned to his desk. "After that you can send him back to me. I want to talk to him again." Then he arose and dismissed them both with an air, and Wiggum, still somewhat dubious as to the experiment, but now very anxious to be pleasant to Clyde since he could not tell what he might become, led the way to Mr. Liggett's floor. And there, amid a thunderous hum of machines, Clyde was led to the extreme west of the building and into a much smaller department, which was merely railed off from the greater chamber by a low fence. Here were about 25 girls and their assistants with baskets, who apparently were doing their best to cope with a constant stream of unstitched collar bundles which fell through several chutes from the floor above. And now at once, after being introduced to Mr. Liggett, he was escorted to a small railed-off desk at which sat a short, plump girl of about his own years, not so very attractive, who arose as they approached. "This is Miss Todd," began Wiggum. "She's been in charge for about 10 days now in the absence of Mrs. Angier. And what I want you to do now, Miss Todd, is to explain to Mr. Griffiths here, just as quickly and clearly as you can, what it is you do here. And then later in the day, when he comes up here, I want you to help him to keep track of things until he sees just what is wanted and can do it himself. You'll do that, won't you?" "Why, certainly, Mr. Wiggum. I'll be only too glad to," complied Miss Todd, and at once she began to take down the books of records and to show Clyde how the entry and discharge records were kept, also later how the stamping was done, how the basket girls took the descending bundles from the chutes and distributed them evenly according to the needs of the stamper, and how later, as fast as they were stamped, other basket girls carried them to the stitchers outside. And Clyde, very much interested, felt that he could do it. Only among so many women on a floor like this he felt very strange. There were so very, very many women, hundreds of them, stretching far and away between white walls and white columns to the end of the building, and tall windows that reached from floor to ceiling let in a veritable flood of light. These girls were not all pretty. He saw them out of the tail of his eye as first Miss Todd and later Wiggum and even Liggett volunteered to impress points on him. "The important thing," explained Wiggum after a time, "is to see that there is no mistake as to the number of thousands of dozens of collars that come down here and are stamped, and also that there's no delay in stamping them and getting them out to the stitchers. Also, that the records of these girls' work is kept accurately so there won't be any mistakes as to their time." At last, Clyde saw what was required of him and the conditions under which he was to work and said so. He was very nervous, but quickly decided that if this girl could do the work, he could. And because Liggett and Wiggum, interested by his relationship to Gilbert, appeared very friendly and persisted in delaying here, saying that there was nothing he could not manage, they were sure, he returned after a while with Wiggum to Gilbert, who, on seeing him enter, at once observed, "Well, what's the answer? Yes or no? Do you think you can do it, or do you think you can't?" "Well, I know that I can do it," replied Clyde with a great deal of courage for him, yet with a private feeling that he might not make good unless fortune favored him somehow. There were so many things to be taken into consideration, the favor of those above as well as about him, and would they always favor him? "Very good, then. Just be seated for a moment," went on Gilbert. "I want to talk to you some more in connection with that work up there. It looks easy to you, does it?" "No, I can't say that it looks exactly easy," replied Clyde, strained and a little pale, for because of his inexperience he felt the thing to be a great opportunity, one that would require all his skill and courage to maintain. "Just the same, I think I can do it. In fact, I know I can, and I'd like to try." "Well, now, that sounds a little better," replied Gilbert crisply and more graciously. "And now I want to tell you something more about it. I don't suppose you ever thought there was a floor with that many women on it, did you?" "No, sir, I didn't," replied Clyde. "I knew they were somewhere in the building, but I didn't know just where." "Exactly," went on Gilbert. "This plant is practically operated by women from cellar to roof. In the manufacturing department, I venture to say that there are 10 women to every man. On that account, everyone in whom we entrust any responsibility around here must be known to us as to their moral and religious character. If you weren't related to us, and if we didn't feel that because of that we knew a little something about you, we wouldn't think of putting you up there, or anywhere in this factory, over anybody until we did know. But don't think because you're related to us that we won't hold you strictly to account for everything that goes on up there, and for your conduct. We will, and all the more so because you are related to us. You understand that, do you? And why? The meaning of the Griffiths name here?" "Yes, sir," replied Clyde. "Very well, then," went on Gilbert. "Before we place anyone here in any position of authority, we have to be absolutely sure that they're going to behave themselves as gentlemen always, that the women who are working here are going to receive civil treatment always. If a young man, or an old one for that matter, comes in here at any time and imagines that because there are women here he's going to be allowed to play about and neglect his work and flirt or cut up, that fellow is doomed to a short stay here. The men and women who work for us have got to feel that they are employees first, last, and all the time, and they have to carry that attitude out into the street with them. And unless they do it, and we hear anything about it, that man or woman is done for as far as we are concerned. We don't want 'em, and we won't have 'em. And once we're through with 'em, we're through with 'em." He paused and stared at Clyde as much as to say, "Now I hope I have made myself clear. Also, that we will never have any trouble so far as you are concerned." And Clyde replied, "Yes, I understand. I think that's right. In fact, I know that's the way it has to be." "And ought to be," added Gilbert. "And ought to be," echoed Clyde. At the same time, he was wondering whether it was really true as Gilbert said. Had he not heard the mill girls already spoken about in a slighting way? Yet consciously at the moment he did not connect himself in any thought with any of these girls upstairs. His present mood was that, because of his abnormal interest in girls, it would be better if he had nothing to do with them at all, never spoke to any of them, kept a very distant and cold attitude, such as Gilbert was holding towards him. It must be so, at least if he wished to keep his place here, and he was now determined to keep it, and to conduct himself always as his cousin wished. "Well now, then," went on Gilbert, as if to supplement Clyde's thoughts in that respect, "what I want to know of you is, if I trouble to put you in that department, even temporarily, can I trust you to keep a level head on your shoulders, and go about your work conscientiously, and not have your head turned or disturbed by the fact that you're working among a lot of women and girls?" "Yes, sir, I know you can," replied Clyde, very much impressed by his cousin's succinct demand, although after Rita a little dubious. "If I can't, now is the time to say so," persisted Gilbert. "By blood you're a member of this family, and to our help here, and especially in a position of this kind, you represent us. We can't have anything come up in connection with you at any time around here. That won't be just right. So, I want you to be on your guard and watch your step from now on. Not the least thing must occur in connection with you that anyone can comment on unfavorably. You understand, do you?" "Yes, sir," replied Clyde most solemnly. "I understand that. I'll conduct myself properly or I'll get out." And he was thinking seriously at the moment that he could and would. The large number of girls and women upstairs seemed very remote and of no consequence just then. "Very good. Now I'll tell you what else I want you to do. I want you to knock off for the day and go home and sleep on this and think it over well. Then come back in the morning and go to work up there, if you still feel the same. Your salary from now on will be $25, and I want you to dress neat and clean so that you will be an example to the other men who have charge of departments." He arose coldly and distantly, but Clyde, very much encouraged and enthused by the sudden jump in salary, as well as the admonition in regard to dressing well, felt so grateful toward his cousin that he longed to be friendly with him. To be sure, he was hard and cold and vain, but still he must think something of him, and his uncle too, or they would not choose to do all this for him, and so speedily. And if ever he were able to make friends with him, win his way into his good graces, think how prosperously he would be placed here, what commercial and social honors might come to him. So elated was he at the moment that he bustled out of the great plant with a jaunty stride, resolved among other things, that from now on, come what might, and as a test of himself in regard to life and work, he was going to be all that his uncle and cousin obviously expected of him. Cool, cold even, and if necessary, severe, where these women or girls of this department were concerned. No more relations with Dillard or Rita or anybody like that, for the present, anyhow. End of Book 2, Chapter 11. Section 31 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 12. The import of $25 a week, of being the head of a department employing 25 girls, of wearing a good suit of clothes again, sitting at an official desk in a corner, commanding a charming river view, and feeling that at last, after almost 2 months in that menial department below stairs, he was a figure of some consequence in this enormous institution. And because of his relationship and new dignity, Wiggum, as well as Liggett, hovering about with advice and genial and helpful comments from time to time. And of the managers of the other departments, including several from the front office, an auditor and an advertising man occasionally pausing in passing to say hello, and the details of the work sufficiently mastered to permit him to look about him from time to time, taking an interest in the factory as a whole, its processes and supplies, such as where the great volume of linen and cotton came from, how it was cut in an enormous cutting room above this one, holding hundreds of experienced cutters receiving very high wages, how there was an employment bureau for recruiting help, a company doctor, a company hospital, a special dining room in the main building, where the officials of the company were allowed to dine, but no others, and that he, being an accredited department head, could now lunch with those others in that special restaurant, if he chose and could afford to. And he soon learned that several miles out from Lycurgus, on the Mohawk, near a hamlet called Van Troop, was an interfactory country club, to which most of the department heads of the various factories about belonged. But alas, as he also learned, Griffiths and Company did not really favor their officials mixing with those of any other company, and for that reason few of them did. Yet he, being a member of the family, as a Liggett once said to him, could probably do as he chose to about that. But he decided, because of the strong warnings of Gilbert, as well as his high blood relations with this family, that he had better remain as aloof as possible. And so, smiling and being as genial as possible to all, nevertheless for the most part, and in order to avoid Dillard and others of his ilk, and although he was much more lonely than otherwise he would have been, returning to his room or the public squares of this and nearby cities on Saturday and Sunday afternoons, and even, since he thought this might please his uncle and cousin and so raise him in their esteem, beginning to attend one of the principal Presbyterian churches, the Second or High Street Church, to which on occasion, as he had already learned, the Griffiths themselves were accustomed to resort. Yet without ever coming in contact with them in person, since from June to September they spent their weekends at Greenwood Lake, to which most of the society life of this region yet resorted. In fact, the summer life of Lycurgus, insofar as its society was concerned, was very dull. Nothing in particular ever eventuated then in the city, although previous to this, in May, there had been various affairs in connection with the Griffiths and their friends, which Clyde had either read about or saw at a distance. A graduation reception and dance at the Snedeker School, a lawn fete upon the Griffiths' grounds, with a striped marquee tent on one part of the lawn, and Chinese lanterns hung in among the trees. Clyde had observed this quite by accident one evening, as he was walking alone about the city. It raised many a curious and eager thought in regard to this family, its high station, and his relation to it. But having placed him comfortably in a small official position which was not arduous, the Griffiths now proceeded to dismiss him from their minds. He was doing well enough, and they would see something more of him later, perhaps. And then a little later, he read in the Lycurgus Star that there was to be staged on June 20th the annual Intercity Automobile Floral Parade and Contest, Fonda, Gloversville, Amsterdam, and Schenectady, which this year was to be held in Lycurgus, and which was the last local social affair of any consequence, as the Star phrased it, before the annual hegira to the lakes and mountains of those who were able to depart for such places. And the names of Bella, Bertine, and Sondra, to say nothing of Gilbert, were mentioned as contestants or defendants of the fair name of Lycurgus. And since this occurred on a Saturday afternoon, Clyde, dressed in his best, yet decidedly wishing to obscure himself as an ordinary spectator, was able to see once more the girl who had so infatuated him on sight, obviously breasting a white rose-surfaced stream, and guiding her craft with a paddle covered with yellow daffodils, a floral representation of some Indian legend in connection with the Mohawk River. With her dark hair filleted Indian fashion, with a yellow feather and brown-eyed Susans, she was arresting enough not only to capture a prize, but to recapture Clyde's fancy. How marvelous to be of that world! In the same parade he had seen Gilbert Griffiths, accompanied by a very attractive girl chauffeuring one of 4 floats representing the 4 seasons. And while the one he drove was winter, with this local society girl posed in ermine with white roses for snow all about, directly behind came another float, which presented Bella Griffiths as spring, swathed in filmy draperies and crouching beside a waterfall of dark violets. The effect was quite striking and threw Clyde into a mood in regard to youth, love, and romance, which was delicious and yet very painful to him. Perhaps he should have retained Rita after all. In the meantime, he was living on as before, only more spaciously in so far as his own thoughts were concerned. For his first thought after receiving his larger allowance was that he had better leave Mrs. Cuppy's, and secure a better room in some private home, which, if less advantageously situated for him, would be in a better street. It took him out of all contact with Dillard. And now, since his uncle had promoted him, some representative of his or Gilbert's might wish to stop by to see him about something. And what would one think if he found him living in a small room such as he now occupied? 10 days after his salary was raised, therefore, and because of the import of his name, he found it possible to obtain a room in one of the better houses and streets, Jefferson Avenue, which paralleled Waikiki Avenue only a few blocks further out. It was the home of a widow whose husband had been a mill manager, and who let out 2 rooms without board in order to be able to maintain this home, which was above the average for one of such position in Lycurgus. And Mrs. Peyton, having long been a resident of the city and knowing much about the Griffiths, recognized not only by the name but the resemblance of Clyde to Gilbert. and being intensely interested by this, as well as his general appearance, she at once offered him an exceptional room for so little as $5 a week, which he took at once. In connection with his work at the factory, however, and in spite of the fact that he had made such drastic resolutions in regard to the help who were beneath him, still it was not always possible for him to keep his mind on the mere mechanical routine of the work or off of this company of girls as girls, since at least a few of them were attractive. For it was summer, late June, and over all the factory, especially around 2, 3, and 4 in the afternoon, when the endless repetition of the work seemed to pall on all, a practical indifference not remote from languor, and in some instances sensuality, seemed to creep over the place. There were so many women and girls, of so many different types and moods, and here they were so remote from men or idle pleasure in any form, all alone with just him, really. Again, the air within the place was nearly always heavy and physically relaxing, and through the many open windows that reached from floor to ceiling could be seen the Mohawk swirling and rippling, its banks carpeted with green grass and in places shaded by trees. Always it seemed to hint of pleasures which might be found by idling along its shores. And since these workers were employed so mechanically as to leave their minds free to roam from one thought of pleasure to another, they were for the most part thinking of themselves always, and what they would do, assuming that they were not chained to this routine. And because their moods were so brisk and passionate, they were often prone to fix on the nearest object. And since Clyde was almost always the only male present, and in these days in his best clothes, they were inclined to fix on him. They were indeed full of all sorts of fantastic notions in regard to his private relations with the Griffiths and their like, where he lived and how, whom in the way of a girl he might be interested in, and he, in turn, when not too constrained by the memory of what Gilbert Griffiths had said to him, was inclined to think of them, certain girls in particular, with thoughts that bordered on the sensual. For, in spite of the wishes of the Griffiths company and the discarded Rita, or perhaps because of her, he found himself becoming interested in 3 different girls there. They were of a pagan and pleasure-loving trio, and they thought Clyde was very handsome. Ruza Nikiforich, a Russian-American girl, big and blonde and animal, with swimming brown eyes, a snub fat nose and chin, was very much drawn to him. Only such was the manner with which he carried himself always that she scarcely dared to let herself think so. For to her, with his hair so smoothly parted, torsoed in a bright striped shirt, the sleeves of which in this weather were rolled to the elbows, he seemed almost too perfect to be real. She admired his clean, brown polished shoes, his brightly buckled black leather belt, and the loose four-in-hand tie he wore. Again, there was Martha Bourdaloue, a stocky, brisk Canadian-French girl of trim, if rotund figure and ankles, hair of a reddish gold and eyes of a greenish blue, with puffy pink cheeks and hands that were plump and yet small. Ignorant and pagan, she saw in Clyde someone whom, even for so much as an hour, assuming that he would, she would welcome, and that most eagerly. At the same time, being feline and savage, she hated all or any who even so much as presumed to attempt to interest him, and despised Ruza for that reason. For as she could see, Ruza tried to nudge or lean against Clyde whenever he came sufficiently near. At the same time, she herself sought by every single device known to her, her shirt-waist left open to blow the borders of her white breast, her outer skirt lifted trimly above her calves when working, her plump round arms displayed to the shoulders, to show him that physically, at least, she was worth his time, and the sly sighs and languorous looks when he was near, which caused Ruza to exclaim one day, "That French cat! He should look at her!" And because of Clyde, she had an intense desire to strike her. And yet again there was the stocky and yet gay Flora Brandt, a decidedly low-class American type of coarse and yet enticing features, black hair, large, swimming and heavily lashed black eyes, a snub nose, and full and sensuous yet pretty lips, and a vigorous and not ungraceful body, who, from day to day, once he had been there a little while, had continued to look at him, as if to say, "What? You don't think I'm attractive?" And with a look which said, "How can you continue to ignore me? There are lots of fellows who would be delighted to have your chance, I can tell you." And, in connection with these 3, the thought came to him after a time that since they were so different, more common as he thought, less well-guarded and less sharply interested in the conventional aspects of their contacts, it might be possible, and that without detection on the part of anyone, for him to play with one or another of them, or all 3 in turn if his interest should eventually carry him so far, without being found out, particularly if beforehand he chose to impress on them the fact that he was condescending when he noticed them at all. Most certainly, if he could judge by their actions, they would willingly reward him by letting him have his way with them somewhere, and think nothing of it afterward if he chose to ignore them, as he must to keep his position here. Nevertheless, having given his word as he had to Gilbert Griffiths, he was still in no mood to break it. These were merely thoughts, which from time to time were aroused in him by a situation which for him was difficult in the extreme. His was a disposition easily and often intensely inflamed by the chemistry of sex and the formula of beauty. He could not easily withstand the appeal, let alone the call, of sex, and by the actions and approaches of each in turn, he was surely tempted at times, especially in these warm and languorous summer days, with no place to go and no single intimate to commune with. From time to time he could not resist drawing near to these very girls who were most bent on tempting him, although in the face of their looks and nudges, not very successfully concealed at times, he maintained an aloofness and an assumed indifference which was quite remarkable for him. But just about this time there was a rush of orders, which necessitated, as both Wigham and Liggett advised, Clyde taking on a few extra tryout girls who were willing to work for the very little they could earn at the current piecework rate until they had mastered the technique, when, of course, they would be able to earn more. There were many such who applied at the employment branch of the main office on the ground floor. In slack times, all applications were rejected, or the sign hung up, "No help wanted." And since Clyde was relatively new to this work, and thus far had neither hired nor discharged anyone, it was agreed between Wigham and Liggett that all the help thus sent up should first be examined by Liggett, who was looking for extra stitchers also, and in case any were found who promised to be satisfactory as stampers, they were to be turned over to Clyde with the suggestion that he try them. Only before bringing anyone back to Clyde, Liggett was very careful to explain that in connection with this temporary hiring and discharging there was a system. One must not ever give a new employee, however well they did, the feeling that they were doing anything but moderately well until their capacity had been thoroughly tested. It interfered with the proper development as piece workers, the greatest results that could be obtained by any one person. Also, one might freely take on as many girls as were needed to meet any such situation, and then, once the rush was over, as freely drop them, unless occasionally a very speedy worker was found among the novices. In that case, it was always advisable to try to retain such a person, either by displacing a less satisfactory person or transferring someone from another department, to make room for new blood and new energy. The next day, after this notice of a rush, back came 4 girls at different times, and escorted always by Liggett, who in each instance explained to Clyde, "Here's a girl who might do for you. Miss Tyndall is her name. You might give her a tryout." Or, "You might see if this girl will be of any use to you." And Clyde, after he had questioned them as to where they had worked, what the nature of the general working experiences were, and whether they lived at home here in Lycurgus or alone, the bachelor girl was not much wanted by the factory, would explain the nature of the work and pay, and then call Miss Todd, who in her turn would first take them to the rest room where there were lockers for their coats, and then to one of the tables where they would be shown what the process was. And later it was Miss Todd's and Clyde's business to discover how well they were getting up, and whether it was worthwhile to retain them or not. Up to this time, apart from the girls to whom he was so definitely drawn, Clyde was not so very favorably impressed with the type of girl who was working here. For the most part, as he saw them, they were of a heavy and rather unintelligent company, and he had been thinking that smarter-looking girls might possibly be secured. Why not? Were there none in Lycurgus in the factory world? So many of these had fat hands, broad faces, heavy legs and ankles. Some of them even spoke with an accent, being Poles, or the children of Poles, living in that slum north of the mill. And they were all concerned with catching a feller, going to some dancing place with him afterwards, and little more. Also, Clyde had noticed that the American types who were here were of a decidedly different texture, thinner, more nervous, and for the most part more angular, and with a general reserve due to prejudices, racial, moral, and religious, which would not permit them to mingle with these others, or with any men, apparently. But among the extras or tryouts that were brought to him during this and several succeeding days, finally came one who interested Clyde more than any girl whom he had seen here so far. She was, as he decided on sight, more intelligent and pleasing, more spiritual, although apparently not less vigorous, if more gracefully proportioned. As a matter of fact, as he saw her at first, she appeared to him to possess a charm which no one else in this room had, a certain wistfulness and wonder, combined with a kind of self-reliant courage and determination, which marked her at once as one possessed of will and conviction to a degree. Nevertheless, as she said, she was inexperienced in this kind of work and highly uncertain as to whether she would prove of service here or anywhere. Her name was Roberta Alden, and, as she at once explained, previous to this she had been working in a small hosiery factory in a town called Trippett's Mills, 50 miles north of Lycurgus. She had on a small brown hat that did not look any too new, and was pulled low over her face that was small and regular and pretty, and that was haloed by bright, light brown hair. Her eyes were of a translucent gray-blue. Her little suit was commonplace, and her shoes were not so very new-looking and quite solidly soled. She looked practical and serious, and yet so bright and clean and willing and possessed of so much hope and vigor that along with Liggett, who had first talked with her, he was at once taken with her. Distinctly she was above the average of the girls in this room, and he could not help wondering about her as he talked to her, for she seemed so tense, a little troubled as to the outcome of this interview, as though this was a very great adventure for her. She explained that up to this time she had been living with her parents near a town called Biltz, but was now living with friends here. She talked so honestly and simply that Clyde was very much moved by her, and for this reason wished to help her. At the same time, he wondered if she were not really above the type of work she was seeking. Her eyes were so round and blue and intelligent, her lips and nose and ears and hands so small and pleasing. "You're going to live in Lycurgus, then, if you can get work here?" he said, more to be talking to her than anything else. "Yes," she said, looking at him most directly and frankly. "And the name again?" He took down a record pad. "Roberta Alden." "And your address here?" "228 Taylor Street." "I don't even know where that is myself," he informed her, because he liked talking to her. "I haven't been here so very long, you see." He wondered just why afterwards he had chosen to tell her as much about himself so swiftly. Then he added, "I don't know whether Mr. Liggett has told you all about the work here, but it's piecework, you know, stamping collars. I'll show you if you'll just step over here." And he led the way to a nearby table where the stampers were. After letting her observe how it was done, and without calling Miss Todd, he picked up one of the collars and proceeded to explain all that had been previously explained to him. At the same time, because of the intentness with which she observed him and his gestures, the seriousness with which she appeared to take all that he said, he felt a little nervous and embarrassed. There was something quite searching and penetrating about her glance. After he had explained once more what the bundle rate was, and how much some made and how little others, and she had agreed that she would like to try, he called Miss Todd, who took her to the locker room to hang up her hat and coat. Then presently he saw her returning, a fluff of light hair about her forehead, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes very intent and serious. And as advised by Miss Todd, he saw her turn back her sleeves, revealing a pretty pair of forearms. Then she fell to, and by her gestures Clyde guessed that she would prove both speedy and accurate, for she seemed most anxious to obtain and keep this place. After she had worked a little while, he went to her side and watched her as she picked up and stamped the collars piled beside her and threw them to one side, also the speed and accuracy with which she did it. Then, because for a second she turned and looked at him, giving him an innocent and yet cheerful and courageous smile, he smiled back, most pleased. "Well, I guess you'll make out all right," he ventured to say, since he could not help feeling that she would. And instantly, for a second only, she turned and smiled again. And Clyde, in spite of himself, was quite thrilled. He liked her on the instant, but because of his own station here, of course, as he now decided, as well as his promise to Gilbert, he must be careful about being congenial with any of the help in this room, even as charming a girl as this. It would not do. He had been guarding himself in connection with the others, and must with her too, a thing which seemed a little strange to him then, for he was very much drawn to her. She was so pretty and cute. Yet, she was a working girl, as he remembered now too, a factory girl, as Gilbert would say, and he was her superior. But she was so pretty and cute. Instantly he went on to others who had been put on the same day, and finally coming to Miss Todd, asked her to report pretty soon on how Miss Alden was getting along, that he wanted to know. But at the same time that he had addressed Roberta, and she had smiled back at him, Ruza Nikiforich, who was working 2 tables away, nudged the girl working next to her, and without anyone noting it, first winked, then indicated with a slight movement of the head both Clyde and Roberta. Her friend was to watch them. And after Clyde had gone away and Roberta was working as before, she leaned over and whispered, "He says she'll do already." Then she lifted her eyebrows and compressed her lips, and her friend replied, so softly that no one could hear her, "Pretty quick, eh? And he didn't seem to see anyone else at all before." Then the twain smiled most wisely, a choice bit between them. Ruza Nikiforich was jealous. End of Book 2, Chapter 12. Section 32 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 13. The reasons why a girl of Roberta's type should be seeking employment with Griffiths and Company at this time, and in this capacity, are of some point. For, somewhat after the fashion of Clyde in relation to his family and his life, she too considered her life a great disappointment. She was the daughter of Titus Alden, a farmer, of near Biltz, a small town in Mimico County, some 50 miles north, and from her youth up she had seen little but poverty. Her father, the youngest of 3 sons of Ephraim Alden, a farmer in this region before him, was so unsuccessful that at 48 he was still living in a house which, though old and much in need of repair at the time his father willed it to him, was now bordering upon a state of dilapidation. The house itself, while primarily a charming example of that excellent taste which produced those delightful gabled homes which embellish the average New England town and street, had been by now so reduced for want of paint, shingles, and certain flags which had once made a winding walk from a road gate to the front door, that it presented a decidedly melancholy aspect to the world, as though it might be coughing and saying, "Well, things are none too satisfactory with me." The interior of the house corresponded with the exterior. The floorboards and stairboards were loose and creaked most eerily at times. Some of the windows had shades, some did not. Furniture of both an earlier and a later date, but all in a somewhat decayed condition, intermingled and furnished it in some nondescript manner which need hardly be described. As for the parents of Roberta, they were excellent examples of the native type of Americanism which resists facts and reveres illusion. Titus Alden was one of that vast company of individuals who are born, pass through, and die out of the world without ever quite getting any one thing straight. They appear, blunder, and end in a fog. Like his 2 brothers, both older and almost as nebulous, Titus was a farmer solely because his father had been a farmer, and he was here on this farm because it had been willed to him, and because it was easier to stay here and try to work this than it was to go elsewhere. He was a Republican because his father before him was a Republican, and because this county was Republican. It never occurred to him to be otherwise. And, as in the case of his politics and his religion, he had borrowed all his notions of what was right and wrong from those about him. A single, serious, intelligent, or rightly informing book had never been read by any member of this family, not one. But they were nevertheless excellent as conventions, morals, and religions go, honest, upright, God-fearing, and respectable. Insofar as the daughter of these parents was concerned, and in the face of natural gifts which fitted her for something better than this world from which she derived, she was still, in part at least, a reflection of the religious and moral notions there and then prevailing, the views of the local ministers and the laity in general. At the same time, because of a warm, imaginative, sensuous temperament, she was filled, once she reached 15 and 16, with the world-old dream of all of Eve's daughters, from the homeliest to the fairest, that her beauty or charm might some day and ere long smite bewitchingly and so irresistibly the soul of a given man or men. So it was that although throughout her infancy and girlhood she was compelled to hear of and share a depriving and toilsome poverty, still, because of her innate imagination, she was always thinking of something better. Maybe someday, who knew, a larger city like Albany or Utica, a newer and greater life. And then what dreams! And in the orchard of a spring day later, between her 14th and 18th years, when the early May sun was making pink lamps of every aged tree, and the ground was pinkly carpeted with falling and odorous petals, she would stand and breathe and sometimes laugh, or even sigh, her arms upreached or thrown wide into life. To be alive, to have youth and the world before one, to think of the eyes and the smile of some youth of the region, who by the merest chance had passed her and looked, and who might never look again, but who, nevertheless, in so doing, had stirred her young soul to dreams. Nonetheless, she was shy, and hence recessive, afraid of men, especially the more ordinary types common in this region, and these in turn, repulsed by her shyness and refinement, tended to recede from her, for all of her physical charm, which was too delicate for this region. Nevertheless, at the age of 16, having repaired to Biltz in order to work in Appleman's dry goods store for $5 a week, she saw many young men who attracted her, but here, because of her mood in regard to her family's position, as well as the fact that to her inexperienced eyes they appeared so much better placed than herself, she was convinced that they would not be interested in her. And here again it was her own mood that succeeded in alienating them almost completely. Nevertheless, she remained working for Mr. Appleman until she was between 18 and 19, all the while sensing that she was really doing nothing for herself, because she was too closely identified with her home and her family, who appeared to need her. And then about this time, an almost revolutionary thing for this part of the world occurred. For because of the cheapness of labor in such an extremely rural section, a small hosiery plant was built at Trippett's Mills. And though Roberta, because of the views and standards that prevailed hereabout, had somehow conceived of this type of work as beneath her, still she was fascinated by the reports of the high wages to be paid. Accordingly, she repaired to Trippett's Mills, where, boarding at the house of a neighbor who had previously lived in Bilt's, and returning home every Saturday afternoon, she planned to bring together the means for some further form of practical education, a course at a business college at Homer or Lycurgus, or somewhere which might fit her for something better, bookkeeping or stenography. And in connection with this dream and this attempted saving, 2 years went by. And in the meanwhile, although she earned more money, eventually $12 a week, still, because various members of her family required so many little things, and she desired to alleviate to a degree the privations of these others, from which she suffered, nearly all that she earned went to them. And again here, as at Bilt's, most of the youths of the town who were better suited to her intellectually and temperamentally still looked upon the mere factory type as beneath them in many ways. And although Roberta was far from being that type, still having associated herself with them, she was inclined to absorb some of their psychology in regard to themselves. Indeed, by then she was fairly well satisfied that no one of these here in whom she was interested would be interested in her, at least not with any legitimate intentions. And then 2 things occurred which caused her to think, not only seriously of marriage, but of her own future, whether she married or not. For her sister, Agnes, now 20, and 3 years her junior, having recently re-encountered a young schoolmaster, who some time before had conducted the district school near the Alden farm, and finding him more to her taste now than when she had been in school, had decided to marry him. And this meant, as Roberta saw it, that she was about to take on the appearance of a spinster unless she married soon. Yet she did not quite see what was to be done until the hosiery factory at Trippett's Mill suddenly closed, never to reopen. And then, in order to assist her mother, as well as help with her sister's wedding, she returned to Bilt's. But then there came a third thing which decidedly affected her dreams and plans. Grace Marr, a girl whom she had met at Trippett's Mills, had gone to Lycurgus, and after a few weeks there had managed to connect herself with the Finchley Vacuum Cleaner Company at a salary of $15 a week, and at once wrote to Roberta telling her of the opportunities that were then present in Lycurgus. For in passing the Griffiths company, which she did daily, she had seen a large sign posted over the East employment door reading Girls Wanted. And inquiry revealed the fact that girls at this company were always started at $9 or $10, quickly taught some one of the various phases of piecework, and then, once they were proficient, were frequently able to earn as much as from $14 to $16, according to their skill. And since board and room were only consuming 7 of what she earned, she was delighted to communicate to Roberta, whom she liked very much, that she might come and room with her if she wished. Roberta, having reached the place where she felt that she could no longer endure farm life, but must act for herself once more, finally arranged with her mother to leave, in order that she might help her more directly with her wages. But once in Lycurgus and employed by Clyde, her life, after the first flush of self-interest which a change so great implied for her, was not so much more enlarged, socially or materially either, for that matter, over what it had been in Bilt's and Trippett's Mills. For despite the genial intimacy of Grace Marr, a girl not nearly as attractive as Roberta, and who, because of Roberta's charm and for the most part affected gaiety, counted on her to provide a cheer and a companionship which otherwise she would have lacked, still the world into which she was inducted here was scarcely any more liberal or diversified than that from which she sprang. For, to begin with, the Newtons, sister and brother-in-law of Grace Marr, with whom she lived, and who, despite the fact that they were not unkindly, proved to be almost more so than were the types with whom, either in Bilt's or Trippett's Mills, she had been in constant contact, the most ordinary small-town mill workers, religious and narrow to a degree. George Newton, as everyone could see and feel, was a pleasant if not very emotional or romantic person who took his various small plans in regard to himself and his future of the utmost importance. Primarily, he was saving what little cash he could out of the wages he earned as a threadman in the Cranston wickwire factory to enable him to embark on some business for which he thought himself fitted. And to this end, and to further enhance his meager savings, he had joined with his wife in the scheme of taking over an old house on Taylor Street, which permitted the renting of enough rooms to carry the rent, and in addition to supply the food for the family and 5 boarders, counting their labor and worries in the process as nothing. And on the other hand, Grace Marr, as well as Newton's wife, Mary, were of that type that here as elsewhere find the bulk of their social satisfaction in such small matters as relate to the organization of a small home, the establishing of its import and integrity in a petty and highly conventional neighborhood, and the contemplation of life and conduct through the lens furnished by a purely sectarian creed. And so, once part and parcel of this particular household, Roberta found, after a time, that it, if not like her gifts, was narrow and restricted, not wholly unlike the various narrow and restricted homes at Bill's. And these lines, according to the Newtons and their like, to be strictly observed. No good could come of breaking them. If you were a factory employee, you should accommodate yourself to the world and customs of the better sort of Christian factory employees. Every day, therefore, and that not so very long after she had arrived, she found herself up and making the best of a not very satisfactory breakfast in the Newton dining room, which was usually shared by Grace and 2 other girls of nearly their own age, Opal Fearless and Olive Pope, who were connected with the Cranston Wickwire Company. Also by a young electrician by the name of Fred Sherlock, who worked for the city lighting plant. And immediately after breakfast, joining a long procession that day after day at this hour made for the mills across the river. For just outside her own door, she invariably met with a company of factory girls and women, boys and men of the same relative ages, to say nothing of many old and weary-looking women who looked more like wraiths than human beings, who had issued from the various streets and houses of this vicinity. And as the crowd, because of the general inpour into it from various streets, thickened at Central Avenue, there was much ogling of the prettier girls by a certain type of factory man, who, not knowing any of them, still sought, as Roberta saw it, unlicensed contacts, and even worse. Yet there was much giggling and simpering on the part of girls of a certain type, who were by no means as severe as most of those she had known elsewhere. Shocking. And at night the same throng, reforming at the mills, crossing the bridge at the depot, and returning as it had come. And Roberta, because of her social and moral training and mood, and in spite of her decided looks and charm and strong desires, feeling alone and neglected. Oh, how sad to see the world so gay and she so lonely. And it was always after 6 when she reached home. And after dinner there was really nothing much of anything to do, unless she and Grace attended one or another of the moving picture theaters, or she could bring herself to consent to join the Newtons and Grace at a meeting of the Methodist Church. Nonetheless, once part and parcel of this household and working for Clyde, she was elated with the change, this big city, this fine Central Avenue with its stores and moving picture theaters, these great mills. And again, this Mr. Griffiths, so young, attractive, smiling, and interested in her. End of Book 2, Chapter 13. Section 33 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 14. In the same way, Clyde, on encountering her, was greatly stirred, since the abortive contact with Dillard, Rita, and Zella, and afterwards the seemingly meaningless invitation to the Griffiths with its introduction to, and yet only passing glimpse of such personages as Bella, Sondra Finchley, and Bertine Cranston, he was lonely indeed. That high world! But plainly he was not to be allowed to share in it. And yet, because of his vain hope in connection with it, he had chosen to cut himself off in this way. And to what end? Was he not, if anything, more lonely than ever? Mrs. Peyton, going to and from his work but merely nodding to people or talking casually, or however sociably with one or another of the storekeepers along Central Avenue who chose to hail him, or even some of the factory girls here in whom he was not interested, or with whom he did not dare to develop a friendship. What was that? Just nothing, really. And yet, as an offset to all this, of course, was he not a Griffiths, and so entitled to their respect and reverence, even on this account? What a situation, really! What to do? And at the same time, this Roberta Alden, once she was placed here in this fashion, and becoming more familiar with local conditions, as well as the standing of Clyde, his charm, his evasive and yet sensible interest in her, was becoming troubled as to her state, too. For once part and parcel of this local home she had joined, she was becoming conscious of various local taboos and restrictions, which made it seem likely that never at any time here would it be possible to express an interest in Clyde, or anyone above her officially. For there was a local taboo in regard to factory girls aspiring toward, or allowing themselves to become interested in their official supervisors. Religious, moral, and reserved girls didn't do it. And again, as she soon discovered, the lines of demarcation and stratification between the rich and the poor in Lycurgus was as sharp as though cut by a knife, or divided by a high wall. And another taboo in regard to all the foreign family girls and men, ignorant, low, immoral, un-American, one should, above all, have nothing to do with them. But among these people, as she could see, the religious and moral, lower middle-class group to which she and all of her intimates belonged, dancing or local adventurous gaiety, such as walking the streets or going to a moving picture theater, was also taboo. And yet she herself at this time was becoming interested in dancing. Worse than this, the various young men and girls of the particular church which she and Grace Marr attended at first were not inclined to see Roberta or Grace as equals, since they, for the most part, were members of older and more successful families of the town. And so it was that after a very few weeks of attendance of church affairs and services, they were about where they had been when they started, conventional and acceptable, but without the amount of entertainment and diversion which was normally reaching those who were of their same church, but better placed. And so it was that Roberta, after encountering Clyde and sensing the superior world in which she imagined he moved, and being so taken with the charm of his personality, was seized with the very virus of ambition and unrest that afflicted him. And every day that she went to the factory now, she could not help but feel that his eyes were upon her in a quiet, seeking, and yet doubtful way. Yet she also felt that he was too uncertain as to what she would think of any overture that he might make in her direction, to risk a repulse or any offensive interpretation on her part. And yet at times, after the first 2 weeks of her stay here, she wishing that he would speak to her, that he would make some beginning, at other times that he must not dare, and it would be dreadful and impossible. The other girls there would see at once. Since they all felt plainly that he was too good or too remote for them, they would at once note that he was making an exception in her case, and would put their own interpretation on it. And she knew the type of a girl who worked on the Griffiths stamping room would put but one interpretation on it, that of looseness. At the same time, in so far as Clyde and his leaning toward her was concerned, there was that rule laid down by Gilbert, and although, because of it, he had hitherto appeared not to notice, or to give any more attention to one girl than another, still, once Roberta arrived, he was almost unconsciously inclined to drift by her table and pause in her vicinity to see how she was doing. And, as he saw from the first, she was a quick and intelligent worker, soon mastering without much advice of any kind all the tricks of the work, and thereafter earning about as much as any of the others, $15 a week. And her manner was always that of one who enjoyed it and was happy to have the privilege of working here, and pleased to have him pay any little attention to her. At the same time, he noted to his surprise, and especially since, to him, she seemed so refined and different, a certain exuberance and gaiety that was not only emotional, but in a delicate, poetic way, sensual. Also, that despite her difference and reserve, she was able to make friends with, and seemed to be able to understand the viewpoint of most of the foreign girls who were essentially so different from her. For, listening to her discuss the work here, first with Lena Schlicht, Hoda Petkanis, Angela Pitti, and some others who soon chose to speak to her, he reached the conclusion that she was not nearly so conventional or standoffish as most of the other American girls, and yet she did not appear to lose their respect either. Thus, one noontime, coming back from the office lunch downstairs a little earlier than usual, he found her and several of the foreign family girls, as well as 4 of the American girls, surrounding Polish Mary, one of the gayest and roughest of the foreign family girls, who was explaining in rather a high key how a certain feller, whom she had met the night before, had given her a beaded bag, and for what purpose. "I should go with him to be his sweetheart," she announced with a flourish, the while she waved the bag before the interested group. "And I say, I'd take him and think on him. Pretty nice bag, eh?" she added, holding it aloft and turning it about. "Tell me," she added, with provoking and yet probably only mock-serious eyes, and waving the bag toward Roberta, "what shall I do with him? Keep him and go with him to be his sweetheart, or give him back? I like him pretty much, that bag, you bet." And although, according to the laws of her upbringing, as Clyde suspected, Roberta should have been shocked by all this, she was not, as he noticed. Far from it. If one might have judged from her face, she was very much amused. Instantly she replied with a gay smile, "Well, it all depends on how handsome he is, Mary. If he's very attractive, I think I'd string him along for a while, anyhow, and keep the bag as long as I could." "Oh, but he no wait," declared Mary archly, and with plainly a keen sense of the riskiness of the situation, the while she winked at Clyde, who had drawn near. "I got to give him bag, or he sweetheart tonight, and so swell bag I can never buy myself." She eyed the bag archly and roguishly, her own nose crinkling with the humor of the situation. "What do I do then?" "Gee, this is pretty strong stuff for a little country girl like Miss Alden. She won't like this, maybe," thought Clyde to himself. However, Roberta, as he now saw, appeared to be equal to the situation, for she pretended to be troubled. "Gee, you are in a fix," she commented. "I don't know what you'll do now." She opened her eyes wide and pretended to be greatly concerned. However, as Clyde could see, she was merely acting, but carrying it off very well. And frizzled-haired Dutch Lena now leaned over to say, "I'd take it in him too, you bet, if you don't want him. Where is he? I got no feller now." She reached over as if to take the bag from Mary, who as quickly withdrew it. And there were squeals of delight from nearly all the girls in the room, who were amused by this eccentric horseplay. Even Roberta laughed loudly, a fact which Clyde noted with pleasure, for he liked all this rough humor, considering it mere innocent play. "Well, maybe you're right, Lena," he heard her add, just as the whistle blew and the hundreds of sewing machines in the next room began to hum. "A good man isn't to be found every day." Her blue eyes were twinkling, and her lips, which were most temptingly modeled, were parted in a broad smile. There was much banter and more bluff in what she said than anything else, as Clyde could see, but he felt that she was not nearly as narrow as he had feared. She was human and gay and tolerant and good-natured. There was decidedly a very liberal measure of play in her, and in spite of the fact that her clothes were poor, the same little round brown hat and blue cloth dress that she had worn on first coming to work here, she was prettier than anyone else. And she never needed to paint her lips and cheeks like the foreign girls, whose faces at times looked like pink frosted cakes. And how pretty were her arms and neck, plump and gracefully designed. And there was a certain grace and abandon about her as she threw herself into her work, as though she really enjoyed it. As she worked fast during the hottest portions of the day, there would gather on her upper lip and chin and forehead little beads of perspiration, which she was always pausing in her work to touch with her handkerchief, while to him, like jewels, they seemed only to enhance her charm. Wonderful days, these now, for Clyde. For once more, and here, where he could be near her the long day through, he had a girl whom he could study and admire, and by degrees proceed to crave with all of the desire of which he seemed to be capable, and with which he had craved Hortense Briggs, only with more satisfaction, since as he saw it, she was simpler, more kindly and respectable. And though for quite a while at first Roberta appeared or pretended to be quite indifferent to, or unconscious of him, still from the very first this was not true. She was only troubled as to the appropriate attitude for her. The beauty of his face and hands, the blackness and softness of his hair, the darkness and melancholy and lure of his eyes. He was attractive. Oh, very. Beautiful, really, to her. And then one day shortly thereafter, Gilbert Griffiths walking through here and stopping to talk to Clyde, she was led to imagine by this that Clyde was really much more of a figure socially and financially than she had previously thought, for just as Gilbert was approaching, Lena Schlicht, who was working beside her, leaned over to say, "Here comes Mr. Gilbert Griffiths. His father owns the whole factory, and when he dies, he'll get it, they say. And he's his cousin," she added, nodding toward Clyde. "They look a lot alike, don't they?" "Yes, they do," replied Roberta, slyly studying not only Clyde but Gilbert. "Only I think Mr. Clyde Griffiths is a little nicer looking, don't you?" Hoda Petkanis, sitting on the other side of Roberta and overhearing this last remark, laughed. "That's what everyone here thinks. He's not stuck up like Mr. Gilbert Griffiths, either." "Is he rich, too?" inquired Roberta, thinking of Clyde. "I don't know. They say not." She pursed her lips dubiously, herself rather interested in Clyde along with the others. "He worked down in the shrinking room before he came up here. He was just working by the day, I guess. But he only came on here a little while ago to learn the business. Maybe he won't work here much longer." Roberta was suddenly troubled by this last remark. She had not been thinking, or so she had been trying to tell herself, of Clyde in any romantic way, and yet the thought that he might suddenly go at any moment, never to be seen by her any more, disturbed her now. He was so youthful, so brisk, so attractive, and so interested in her, too. Yes, that was plain. It was wrong to think that he would be interested in her, or to try to attract him by any least gesture of hers, since he was so important a person here, far above her. For, true to her complex, the moment she heard that Clyde was so highly connected, and might even have money, she was not so sure that he could have any legitimate interest in her. For was she not a poor working girl? And was he not a very rich man's nephew? He would not marry her, of course. And what other legitimate thing would he want with her? She must be on her guard in regard to him. End of Book 2, Chapter 14. Section 34 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 15. The thoughts of Clyde at this time in regard to Roberta and his general situation in Lycurgus were for the most part confused and disturbing. For had not Gilbert warned him against associating with the help here? On the other hand, in so far as his actual daily life was concerned, his condition was socially the same as before. Apart from the fact that his move to Mrs. Peyton's had taken him into a better street and neighborhood, he was really not so well off as he had been at Mrs. Cuppy's. For there, at least, he had been in touch with those young people who would have been diverting enough, had he felt that it would have been wise to indulge them. But now, aside from a bachelor brother who was as old as Mrs. Peyton herself, and a son 30, slim and reserved, who was connected with one of the Lycurgus banks, he saw no one who would or could trouble to entertain him. Like the others with whom he came in contact, they thought him possessed of relationships which would make it unnecessary and even a bit presumptuous for them to suggest ways and means of entertaining him. On the other hand, while Roberta was not of that high world to which he now aspired, still there was that about her which enticed him beyond measure. Day after day, and because so much alone, and furthermore because of so strong a chemic or temperamental pull that was definitely asserting itself, he could no longer keep his eyes off her, or she hers from him. There were evasive and yet strained and feverish eye-flashes between them, and after one such in his case, a quick and furtive glance on her part at times, by no means intended to be seen by him, he found himself weak and then feverish. Her pretty mouth, her lovely big eyes, her radiant and yet so often shy and evasive smile, and oh, she had such pretty arms, such a trim, lithe, sentient, quick figure and movements. If he only dared to be friendly with her, venture to talk with and then see her somewhere afterwards, if she only would and if he only dared. Confusion, aspiration, hours of burning and yearning, for indeed he was not only puzzled but irritated by the anomalous and paradoxical contrasts which his life here presented, loneliness and wistfulness, as against the fact that it was being generally assumed by such as knew him that he was rather pleasantly and interestingly employed socially. Therefore, in order to enjoy himself in some way befitting his present rank, and to keep out of the sight of those who were imagining that he was being so much more handsomely entertained than he was, he had been more recently, on Saturday afternoons and Sundays, making idle sightseeing trips to Gloversville, Fonda, Amsterdam, and other places, as well as Grey and Crumb Lakes, where there were boats, beaches, and bathhouses, with bathing suits for rent. And there, because he was always thinking that if by chance he should be taken up by the Griffiths, he would need as many social accomplishments as possible, and by reason of encountering a man who took a fancy to him, and who could both swim and dive, he learned to do both exceedingly well. But canoeing fascinated him, really. He was pleased by the picturesque and summery appearance he made in an outing shirt and canvas shoes, paddling about Crumb Lake in one of the bright red or green or blue canoes that were leased by the hour. And at such times these summer scenes appeared to possess an airy, fairy quality, especially with a summer cloud or two hanging high above in the blue. And so his mind indulged itself in daydreams as to how it would feel to be a member of one of the wealthy groups that frequented the more noted resorts of the North, Raquette Lake, Shroon Lake, Lake George, and Champlain, dance, golf, tennis, canoe with those who could afford to go to such places, the rich of Lycurgus. But it was about this time that Roberta, with her friend Grace, found Crumb Lake, and had decided on it, with the approval of Mr. and Mrs. Newton, as one of the best and most reserved of all the smaller watering places about here. And so it was that they too were already given to riding out to the pavilion on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon, and once there, following the west shore along which ran a well-worn footpath, which led to clumps of trees, underneath which they sat and looked at the water, for neither could row a boat or swim. Also, there were wild flowers and berry bushes to be plundered, and from certain marshy spots, to be reached by venturing out for a score of feet or more, it was possible to reach and take white lilies with their delicate yellow hearts. They were decidedly tempting, and on 2 occasions already the marauders had brought Mrs. Newton large armfuls of blooms from the fields and shoreline here. On the 3rd Sunday afternoon in July, Clyde, as lonely and rebellious as ever, was paddling about in a dark blue canoe along the south bank of the lake about 1.5 miles from the boathouse. His coat and hat were off, and in a seeking and half-resentful mood, he was imagining vain things in regard to the type of life he would really like to lead. At different points on the lake in canoes, or their more clumsy companions, the rowboats, were boys and girls, men and women, and over the water occasionally would come their laughter or bits of their conversation. And in the distance would be other canoes and other dreamers, happily in love, as Clyde invariably decided, that being to him the sharpest contrast to his own lorn state. At any rate, the sight of any other youth thus romantically engaged with his girl was sufficient to set dissonantly jangling the repressed and protesting libido of his nature, and this would cause his mind to paint another picture, in which, had fortune favored him in the first place by birth, he would now be in some canoe on Shroon or Raquette or Champlain Lake, with Sondra Finchley or some such girl, paddling and looking at the shores of a scene more distingué than this. Or might he not be riding or playing tennis, or in the evening dancing or racing from place to place in some high-powered car, Sondra by his side? He felt so out of it, so lonely and restless, and tortured by all that he saw here, for everywhere that he looked he seemed to see love, romance, contentment. What to do? Where to go? He could not go on alone like this forever. He was too miserable. In memory as well as mood, his mind went back to the few gay, happy days he had enjoyed in Kansas City before that dreadful accident. Ratterer, Hegland, Higby, Tina Kogel, Hortense, Ratterer's sister Louise. In short, the gay company of which he was just beginning to be a part when that terrible accident had occurred. And next to Dillard, Rita, Zella, a companionship that would have been better than this, certainly. Were the Griffiths never going to do any more for him than this? Had he only come here to be sneered at by his cousin, pushed aside, or rather completely ignored by all the bright company of which the children of his rich uncle were a part? And so plainly, from so many interesting incidents, even now in this dead summertime, he could see how privileged and relaxed, and apparently decidedly happy were those of that circle. Notices in the local papers almost every day as to their coming and going here and there, the large and expensive cars of Samuel as well as Gilbert Griffiths parked outside the main office entrance on such days as they were in Lycurgus, an occasional group of young society figures to be seen before the grill of the Lycurgus Hotel, or before one of the fine homes in Waikiki Avenue, someone having returned to the city for an hour or a night. And in the factory itself, whenever either was there, Gilbert or Samuel, in the smartest of summer clothes and tended by either Messrs. Simley, Latch, Gotvoy, or Berkey, all high officials of the company, making a most austere and even regal round of the immense plant, and consulting with or listening to the reports of the various minor department heads. And yet here was he, a full cousin to this same Gilbert, a nephew to this distinguished Samuel, being left to drift and pine by himself, and for no other reason than, as he could now clearly see, he was not good enough. His father was not as able as this, his great-uncle, his mother, might heaven keep her, not as distinguished or as experienced as his cold, superior, indifferent aunt. Might it not be best to leave? Had he not made a foolish move, after all, in coming on here? What, if anything, did these high relatives ever intend to do for him? In loneliness and resentment and disappointment, his mind now wandered from the Griffiths and their world, and particularly that beautiful Sondra Finchley, whom he recalled with a keen and biting thrill, to Roberta and the world which she as well as he was occupying here. For although a poor factory girl, she was still so much more attractive than any of these other girls with whom he was every day in contact. How unfair and ridiculous for the Griffiths to insist that a man in his position should not associate with a girl such as Roberta, for instance, and just because she worked in the mill. He might not even make friends with her and bring her to some such a lake as this, or visit her in her little home on account of that. And yet he could not go with others more worthy of him, perhaps, for lack of means and contacts. And besides, she was so attractive. Very, and especially enticing to him. He could see her now as she worked with her swift, graceful movements at her machine, her shapely arms and hands, her smooth skin and her bright eyes as she smiled up at him, and his thoughts were played over by exactly the same emotions that swept him so regularly at the factory. For, poor or not, a working girl by misfortune only, He could see how he could be very happy with her, if only he did not need to marry her, for now his ambitions toward marriage had been firmly magnetized by the world to which the Griffiths belonged, and yet his desires were most colorfully inflamed by her. If only he might venture to talk to her more, to walk home with her some day from the mill, to bring her out here to this lake on a Saturday or Sunday and row about, just to idle and dream with her. He rounded a point studded with a clump of trees and bushes, and covering a shallow where there were scores of water lilies afloat, their large leaves resting flat upon the still water of the lake, and on the bank to the left was a girl standing and looking at them. She had her hat off and one hand to her eyes, for she was facing the sun and was looking down into the water. Her lips were parted in careless inquiry. She was very pretty, he thought, as he paused in his paddling to look at her. The sleeves of a pale blue waist came only to her elbows, and a darker blue skirt of flannel reconveyed to him the trimness of her figure. It wasn't Roberta. It couldn't be. Yes, it was. Almost before he had decided, he was quite beside her, some 20 feet from the shore, and was looking up at her, his face lit by the radiance of one who had suddenly, and beyond his belief, realized a dream, and as though he were a pleasant apparition suddenly evoked out of nothing and nowhere, a poetic effort taking form out of smoke or vibrant energy, she in turn stood staring down at him, her lips unable to resist the wavy line of beauty that a happy mood always brought to them. "My, Miss Alden, it is you, isn't it?" he called. "I was wondering whether it was. I couldn't be sure from out there." "Why, yes it is," she laughed, puzzled, and again just the least bit abashed by the reality of him, for in spite of her obvious pleasure at seeing him again, only thinly repressed for the first moment or two, she was on the instant beginning to be troubled by her thoughts in regard to him, the difficulties that contact with him seemed to prognosticate, for this meant contact in friendship, maybe, and she was no longer in any mood to resist him, whatever people might think. And yet here was her friend, Grace Marr. Would she want her to know of Clyde and her interest in him? She was troubled. And yet she could not resist smiling and looking at him in a frank and welcoming way. She had been thinking of him so much, and wishing for him in some happy, secure, commendable way. And now here he was, and there could be nothing more innocent than his presence here, nor hers. "Just out for a walk?" he forced himself to say, although, because of his delight and his fear of her, really, he felt not a little embarrassed now that she was directly before him. At the same time, he added, recalling that she had been looking so intently at the water, "You want some of these water lilies? Is that what you're looking for?" "Uh-huh," she replied, still smiling and looking directly at him, for the sight of his dark hair blown by the wind, the pale blue outing shirt he wore open at the neck, his sleeves rolled up and the yellow paddle held by him above the handsome blue boat, quite thrilled her. If only she could win such a youth for her very own self. Just hers, and no one else's in the whole world. It seemed as though this would be paradise, that if she could have him, she would never want anything else in all the world. And here at her very feet he now sat in this bright canoe on this clear July afternoon in this summery world, so new and pleasing to her. And now he was laughing up at her so directly and admiringly. Her girlfriend was far in the rear somewhere looking for daisies. Could she? Should she? "I was seeing if there was any way to get out to any of them," she continued, a little nervously, a tremor almost revealing itself in her voice. "I haven't seen any before just here on this side." "I'll get you all you want," he exclaimed briskly and gaily. "You just stay where you are. I'll bring them." But then, bethinking him of how much more lovely it would be if she were to get in with him, he added, "But see here, why don't you get in here with me? There's plenty of room and I can take you anywhere you want to go. There's lots nicer lilies up the lake here a little way and on the other side, too. I saw hundreds of them over there, just beyond that island." Roberta looked, and as she did, another canoe paddled by, holding a youth of about Clyde's years and a girl no older than herself. She wore a white dress and a pink hat, and the canoe was green. And far across the water at the point of the very island about which Clyde was talking was another canoe, bright yellow with a boy and girl in that. She was thinking she would like to get in with her companion, if possible. With her, if need be. She wanted so much to have him all to herself. If she had only come out here alone. For if Grace Marr were included, she would know, and later talk, maybe, or think, if she heard anything else in regard to them ever. And yet, if she did not, there was the fear that he might not like her anymore, might even come to dislike her, or give up being interested in her, and that would be dreadful. She stood staring and thinking, and Clyde, troubled and pained by her doubt on this occasion, and his own loneliness and desire for her, suddenly called, "Oh, please don't say no. Just get in, won't you? You'll like it. I want you to. Then we can find all the lilies you want. I can let you out anywhere you want to get out. In 10 minutes if you want to." She marked the "I want you to." It soothed and strengthened her. He had no desire to take any advantage of her, as she could see. "But I have my friend with me here," she exclaimed almost sadly and dubiously, for she still wanted to go alone. Never in her life had she wanted anyone less than Grace Marr at this moment. Why had she brought her? She wasn't so very pretty, and Clyde might not like her, and that might spoil the occasion. "Besides," she added almost in the same breath, and with many things fighting her, "maybe I'd better not. Is it safe?" "Oh, yes, but maybe you better had," Clyde laughed, seeing that she was yielding. "It's perfectly safe," he added eagerly. Then, maneuvering the canoe next to the bank, which was a foot above the water, and laying hold of a root to hold it still, he said, "Of course you won't be in any danger. Call your friend then if you want to, and I'll row the two of you. There's room for two, and there are lots of water lilies everywhere over there." He nodded toward the east side of the lake. Roberta could no longer resist, and seized an overhanging branch by which to steady herself. At the same time, she began to call, "Oh, Grace! Grace! Where are you?" For she had at last decided that it was best to include her. A far-off voice as quickly answered, "Hello! What do you want?" "Come up here. Come on, I got something I want to tell you." "Oh, no, you come down here. The daisies are just wonderful." "No, you come on up here. There's someone here that wants to take us boating." She intended to call this loudly, but somehow her voice failed, and her friend went on gathering flowers. Roberta frowned. She did not know just what to do. "Oh, very well then," she suddenly decided, and straightening up, added, "We can row down to where she is, I guess." And Clyde, delighted, exclaimed, "Oh, that's just fine. Sure. Do get in. We'll pick these here first, and if she hasn't come, I'll paddle down nearer to where she is. Just step square in the center, and that will balance it." He was leaning back and looking up at her, and Roberta was looking nervously and yet warmly into his eyes. Actually, it was as though she were suddenly diffused with joy, enveloped in a rosy mist. She balanced one foot. "Will it be perfectly safe?" "Sure, sure," emphasized Clyde. "I'll hold it safe. Just take hold of that branch there and steady yourself by that." He held the boat very still as she stepped. Then, as the canoe careened slightly to one side, she dropped to the cushioned seat with a little cry. It was like that of a baby to Clyde. "It's all right," he reassured her. "Just sit in the center there. It won't tip over." "Gee, but this is funny. I can't make it out quite. You know, just as I was coming around that point, I was thinking of you. How maybe you might like to come out to a place like this sometime. And now here you are, and here I am, and it all happened just like that." He waved his hand and snapped his fingers. And Roberta, fascinated by this confession and yet a little frightened by it, added, "Is that so?" She was thinking of her own thoughts in regard to him. "Yes, and what's more," added Clyde, "I've been thinking of you all day, really. That's the truth. I was wishing I might see you somewhere this morning and bring you out here." "Oh, now, Mr. Griffiths, you know you don't mean that," pleaded Roberta, fearful lest this sudden contact should take too intimate and sentimental a turn too quickly. She scarcely liked that, because she was afraid of him and herself, and now she looked at him, trying to appear a little cold, or at least disinterested, but it was a very weak effort. "That's the truth, though, just the same," insisted Clyde. "Well, I think it's beautiful myself," admitted Roberta. "I've been out here, too, several times now, my friend and I." Clyde was once more delighted. She was smiling now and full of wonder. "Oh, have you?" he exclaimed, and there was more talk as to why he liked to come out and how he had learned to swim here. "And to think, I turned in there, and there you were on the bank looking at those water lilies. Wasn't that queer? I almost fell out of the boat. I don't think I ever saw you look as pretty as you did just now, standing there." "Oh, now, Mr. Griffiths," again pleaded Roberta cautiously, "you mustn't begin that way. I'll be afraid you're a dreadful flatterer. I'll have to think you are if you say anything like that so quickly." Clyde once more gazed at her weakly, and she smiled because she thought he was more handsome than ever. But what would he think, she added to herself, if she were to tell him that just before he came around that point she was thinking of him too, and wishing that he were there with her, and not Grace, and how they might sit and talk, and hold hands, perhaps. He might even put his arms around her waist, and she might let him. That would be terrible, as some people here would see it, she knew, and it would never do for him to do that. Never. That would be too intimate, too bold. But just the same, it was so. Yet what would these people here in Lycurgus think of her and him now, if they could see her, letting him paddle her about in this canoe? He a factory manager, and she an employee in his department. The conclusion! The scandal, maybe, even. And yet Grace Marr was along, or soon would be. And she could explain to her, surely. He was out rowing and knew her, and why shouldn't he help her get some lilies if he wanted to? It was almost unavoidable. this present situation, wasn't it? Already Clyde had maneuvered the canoe around so that they were among the water lilies. And as he talked, having laid his paddle aside, he had been reaching over and pulling them up, tossing them with their long, wet stems at her feet as she lay reclining in the seat, one hand over the side of the canoe in the water, as she had seen other girls holding theirs. And for the moment her thoughts were allayed and modified by the beauty of his head and arms, and the hair that now fell over his eyes. How handsome he was! End of Book 2, Chapter 15. Section 35 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 16. The outcome of that afternoon was so wonderful for both that for days thereafter neither could cease thinking about it, or marveling that anything so romantic and charming should have brought them together so intimately, when both were considering that it was not wise for either to know the other any better than employee and supervisor. After a few moments of badinage in the boat, in which he had talked about the beauty of the lilies and how glad he was to get them for her, they picked up her friend Grace and eventually returned to the boathouse. Once on the land again, there developed not a little hesitation on her part, as well as his, as to how farther to proceed, for they were confronted with the problem of returning into Lycurgus together. As Roberta saw it, it would not look right and might create talk. And on his part, he was thinking of Gilbert and what other people knew. The trouble that might come of it, what Gilbert would say if he did hear. And so both he and she, as well as Grace, were dubious on the instant about the wisdom of riding back together. Grace's own reputation, as well as the fact that she knew Clyde was not interested in her, piqued her. And Roberta, realizing this from her manner, said, "What do you think we had better do, excuse ourselves?" At once Roberta tried to think just how they could extricate themselves gracefully without offending Clyde. Personally, she was so enchanted that had she been alone she would have preferred to have ridden back with him. But with Grace here and in this cautious mood, never. She must think up some excuse. And at the same time, Clyde was wondering just how he was to do now. Ride in with them and brazenly face the possibility of being seen by someone who might carry the news to Gilbert Griffiths, or evade doing so on some pretext or another. He could think of none, however, and was about to turn and accompany them to the car, when the young etrician, Sherlock, who lived in the Newton household and who had been on the balcony of the pavilion, hailed them. He was with a friend who had a small car, and they were ready to return to the city. "Well, here's luck," he exclaimed. "How are you, Miss Alden? How do you do, Miss Marr? You two don't happen to be going our way, do you? If we are, we can take you in with us." Not only Roberta, but Clyde heard, and at once she was about to say that, since it was a little late and she and Grace were scheduled to attend church services with the Newtons, it would be more convenient for them to return this way. She was, however, half hoping that Sherlock would invite Clyde and that he would accept. But on his doing so, Clyde instantly refused. He explained that he had decided to stay out a little while longer. And so Roberta left him with a look that conveyed clearly enough the gratitude and delight she felt. They had had such a good time. And he, in turn, in spite of many qualms as to the wisdom of all this, fell to brooding on how sad it was that just he and Roberta might not have remained here for hours longer. And immediately after they had gone, he returned to the city alone. The next morning he was keener than ever to see Roberta again, and although the peculiarly exposed nature of the work at the factory made it impossible for him to demonstrate his feelings, still by the swift and admiring and seeking smiles that played over his face and blazed in his eyes, she knew that he was as enthusiastic, if not more so, as on the night before. And on her part, although she felt that a crisis of some sort was impending, and in spite of the necessity of a form of secrecy, which she resented, she could not refrain from giving him a warm and quite yielding glance in return. The wonder of his being interested in her. The wonder and the thrill. Clyde decided at once that his attentions were still welcome. Also that he might risk saying something to her, supposing that a suitable opportunity offered. And so, after waiting an hour and seeing two fellow workers leave from either side of her, he seized the occasion to drift near and pick up one of the collars she had just stamped, saying, as though talking about that, "I was awfully sorry to have to leave you last night. I wish we were out there again today instead of here, just you and me. Don't you?" Roberta turned, conscious that now was the time to decide whether she would encourage or discourage any attention on his part. At the same time, she was almost faintingly eager to accept his attentions, regardless of the problem in connection with them. His eyes, his hair, his hands. And then, instead of rebuking or chilling him in any way, She only looked, but with eyes too weak and melting to mean anything less than yielding and uncertainty. Clyde saw that she was hopelessly and helplessly drawn to him, as indeed he was to her. On the instant he was resolved to say something more, when he could, as to where they could meet when no one was along, for it was plain that she was no more anxious to be observed than he was. He well knew more sharply today than ever before that he was treading on dangerous ground. He began to make mistakes in his calculations, to feel that, with her so near him, he was by no means concentrating on the various tasks before him. She was too enticing, too compelling in so many ways to him. There was something so warm and gay and welcome about her that he felt that if he could persuade her to love him, he would be among the most fortunate of men. Yet there was that rule, and although on the lake the day before he had been deciding that his position here was by no means as satisfactory as it should be, still, with Roberta in it, as now it seemed she might well be, would it not be much more delightful for him to stay? Could he not, for the time being at least, endure the further indifference of the Griffiths? And who knows, might they not yet become interested in him as a suitable social figure, if only he did nothing to offend them? And yet here he was attempting to do exactly the thing he had been forbidden to do. What kind of an injunction was this, anyhow, wherewith Gilbert had enjoined him? If he could come to some understanding with her, perhaps she would meet him in some clandestine way, and thus obviate all possibility of criticism. It was thus that Clyde, seated at his desk or walking about, was thinking. For now his mind, even in the face of his duties, was almost entirely engaged by her, and he could think of nothing else. He had decided to suggest that they meet for the first time, if she would, in a small park which was just west of the first outlying resort on the Mohawk. But throughout the day, so close to each other did the girls work, he had no opportunity to communicate with her. Indeed, noontime came, and he went below to his lunch, returning a little early in the hope of finding her sufficiently detached to permit him to whisper that he wished to see her somewhere. But she was surrounded by others at the time, and so the entire afternoon went by without a single opportunity. However, as he was going out, he bethought him that if he should have the chance to meet her alone somewhere in the street, he would venture to speak to her. For she wanted him to. That he knew, regardless of what she might say at any time. And he must find some way that would appear as accidental, and hence as innocent to her as to others. But as the whistle blew, and she left the building, she was joined by another girl, and he was left to think of some other way. That same evening, however, instead of lingering about the Peyton house or going to a moving picture theater, as he so often did now, or walking alone somewhere in order to allay his unrest and loneliness, he chose now instead to seek out the house of Roberta on Taylor Street. It was not a pleasing house, as he now decided, not nearly so attractive as Mrs. Cuppy's, or the house in which he now dwelt. It was too old and brown, the neighborhood too nondescript, if conservative. But the lights in different rooms glowing at this early hour gave it a friendly and genial look, and the few trees in front were present. What was Roberta doing now? Why couldn't she have waited for him in the factory? Why couldn't she sense now that he was outside and come out? He wished intensely that in some way he could make her feel that he was out here, and cause her to come out, but she didn't. On the contrary, he observed Mr. Sherlock issue forth and disappear toward Central Avenue, and after that, pedestrian after pedestrian making their way out of different houses along the street and toward Central, which caused him to walk briskly about the block in order to avoid being seen. At the same time he sighed often, because it was such a fine night, a full moon rising about 9:30 and hanging heavy and yellow over the chimney tops. He was so lonely. But at 10, the moon becoming too bright and no Roberta appearing, he decided to leave. It was not wise to be hanging about here. But the night being so fine, he resented the thought of his room, and instead walked up and down Waikiki Avenue, looking at the fine houses there, his Uncle Samuel's among them. Now all their occupants were away at their summer places. The houses were dark, and Sondra Finchley and Bertine Cranston and all that company. What were they doing on a night like this? Where dancing? Where speeding? Where loving? It was so hard to be poor, not to have money and position, and to be able to do in life exactly as you wished. And the next morning, more eager than usual, he was out of Mrs. Peyton's by 6:45, anxious to find some way of renewing his attentions to Roberta. For there was that crowd of factory workers that proceeded north along Central Avenue, and she would be a unit in it, of course, at about 7:10. But his trip to the factory was fruitless, for after swallowing a cup of coffee at one of the small restaurants near the post office, and walking the length of Central Avenue toward the mill, and pausing at the cigar store to see if Roberta should by any chance come along alone, he was rewarded by the sight of her with Grace Marr again. What a wretched, crazy world this was, he at once decided, And how difficult it was in this miserable town for anyone to meet anyone else alone. Everyone, nearly, knew everyone else. Besides, Roberta knew that he was trying to get a chance to talk to her. Why shouldn't she walk alone, then? He had looked at her enough yesterday. And yet here she was walking with Grace Marr and appeared seemingly contented. What was the matter with her, anyhow? By the time he reached the factory, he was very sour. But the sight of Roberta taking her place at her bench and tossing him a genial "good morning" with a cheerful smile caused him to feel better, and that all was not lost. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, on the lull due to the afternoon heat, the fag of steadily continued work, and the flare of reflected light from the river outside was over all. The tap, tap, tap of metal stamps upon scores of collars at once, nearly always slightly audible above the hum and whir of sewing machines beyond, was, if anything, weaker than usual. And there was Ruza Nikiforich, Hoda Pitcanis, Martha Bordaloo, Angelina Pitti, and Lena Schlicht, all joining in a song called Sweethearts, which someone had started. And Roberta, perpetually conscious of Clyde's eyes as well as his mood, was thinking how long it would be before he would come around with some word in regard to something, for she wished him to, and because of his whispered words of the day before, she was sure that it would not be long, because he would not be able to resist it. His eyes the night before had told her that. Yet because of the impediments of this situation, she knew that he must be having a difficult time thinking of any way by which he could say anything to her. And still at certain moments she was glad, for there were such moments when she felt she needed the security which the presence of so many girls gave her. And as she thought of all this, stamping at her desk along with the others, she suddenly discovered that a bundle of collars, which she had already stamped as 16s, were not of that size, but smaller. She looked at it quickly and nervously, then decided that there was but one thing to do: lay the bundle aside and await comment from one of the foremen, including Clyde, or take it directly to him now. Really the better way, because it prevented any of the foremen seeing it before he did. That was what all the girls did when they made mistakes of any kind. And all trained girls were supposed to catch all possible errors of that kind. And yet now, and in the very face of all her urgent desires, she hesitated, for this would take her direct to Clyde and give him the opportunity he was seeking. But, more terrifying, it was giving her the opportunity she was seeking. She wavered between loyalty to Clyde as a superintendent, loyalty to her old conventions, as opposed to her new and dominating desire, and her repressed wish to have Clyde speak to her, then went over with the bundle and laid it on his desk. But her hands, as she did so, trembled. Her face was white, her throat taut. At the moment, as it chanced, he was almost vainly trying to calculate the scores of the different girls from the stubs laid before him, and having a hard time of it, because his mind was not on what he was doing. And then he looked up, and there was Roberta bending toward him. His nerves became very taut, his throat and lips dry, for here and now was his opportunity. And, as he could see, Roberta was almost suffocating from the strain which her daring and self-deception was putting upon her nerves and heart. "There's been a mistake," she meant to say mistake, "in regard to this bundle upstairs," she began. "I didn't notice it either until I'd stamped nearly all of them. They're 15.5, and I've stamped nearly all of them 16. I'm sorry." Clyde noticed, as she said this, that she was trying to smile a little and appear calm, but her cheeks were quite blanched, and her hand, particularly the one that held the bundle, trembled. On the instant he realized that, although loyalty and order were bringing her with this mistake to him, still there was more than that to it. In a weak, frightened, and yet love-driven way, she was courting him, giving him the opportunity he was seeking, wishing him to take advantage of it. And he, embarrassed and shaken for the moment by this sudden visitation, was still heartened and hardened into a kind of effrontery and gallantry, such as he had not yet felt in regard to her. She was seeking him. That was plain. She was interested and clever enough to make the occasion which permitted him to speak. Wonderful! The sweetness of her daring. "Oh, that's all right," he said, pretending a courage and a daring in regard to her which he did not feel even now. "I'll just send them down to the washroom, and then we'll see if we can't restamp them. It's not our mistake, really." He smiled most warmly, and she met his look with a repressed smile of her own, already turning and fearing that she had manifested too clearly what had brought her. "But don't go," he added quickly. "I want to ask you something. I've been trying to get a word with you ever since Sunday. I want you to meet me somewhere, will you? There's a rule here that says the head of a department can't have anything to do with a girl who works for him. Outside, I mean. But I want you to see me just the same, won't you? You know." And he smiled winsomely and coaxingly into her eyes. "I've been just nearly crazy over you ever since you came in here, and Sunday made it worse. And now I'm not going to let any old rule come between me and you if I can help it. Will you?" "Oh, I don't know whether I can do that or not," replied Roberta, who, now that she had succeeded in accomplishing what she had wished, was becoming terrorized by her own daring. She began looking around nervously and feeling that every eye in the room must be upon her. "I live with Mr. and Mrs. Newton, my friend's sister and brother-in-law, you know, and they're very strict. It isn't the same as if—" She was going to add, "I was home," but Clyde interrupted her. "Oh, now please don't say no, will you? Please don't. I want to see you. I don't want to cause you any trouble, that's all. Otherwise I'd be glad to come round to your house. You know how it is." "Oh, no, you mustn't do that," cautioned Roberta. "Not yet, anyhow." She was so confused that quite unconsciously she was giving Clyde to understand that she was expecting him to come around some time later. "Well," smiled Clyde, who could see that she was yielding in part, "we could just walk out near the end of some street here. That street you live in, if you wish. There are no houses out there. Or there's a little park, Mohawk, just west of Dreamland on the Mohawk Street line. It's right on the river. You might come out there. I could meet you where the car stops. Will you do that?" "Oh, I'd be afraid to do that, I think. Go so far, I mean. I never did anything like that before." She looked so innocent and frank as she said this, that Clyde was quite carried away by the sweetness of her, and to think he was making a clandestine appointment with her. "I'm almost afraid to go anywhere here alone, you know. People talk so here, they say, and someone would be sure to see me. But—" "Yes, but what?" "I'm afraid I'm staying too long at your desk here, don't you think?" She actually gasped as she said it. And Clyde, realizing the openness of it, although there was really nothing very unusual about it, now spoke quickly and forcefully. "Well then, how about the end of that street you live in? Couldn't you come down there for just a little while tonight? A half hour or so, maybe?" "Oh, I couldn't make it tonight, I think. Not so soon. I'll have to see first, you know. Arrange, that is. But another day." She was so excited and troubled by this great adventure of hers that her face, like Clyde's at times, changed from a half smile to a half frown, without her realizing that it was registering these changes. "Well then, how about Wednesday night at 8:30 or 9? Couldn't you do that? Please, now." Roberta considered most sweetly, nervously. Clyde was enormously fascinated by her manner at the moment, for she looked around, conscious, or so she seemed, that she was being observed, and that her stay here, for a first visit, was very long. "I suppose I'd better be going back to my work now," she replied, without really answering him. "Wait a minute," pled Clyde. "We haven't fixed on the time for Wednesday. Aren't you going to meet me? Make it 9 or 8:30, or any time you want to. I'll be there waiting for you after 8 if you wish. Will you?" "All right then, say 8:30 or between 8:30 and 9, if I can. Is that all right? I'll come if I can, you know. And if anything does happen, I'll tell you the next morning, you see." She flushed and then looked around once more, a foolish, flustered look, and then hurried back to the bench, fairly tingling from head to toe, and looking as guilty as though she had been caught red-handed of some dreadful crime. And Clyde at his desk was almost choking with excitement. The wonder of her agreeing, of his talking to her like that, of her venturing to make a date with him at all here in Lycurgus, where he was so well known. Thrilling. For her part, she was thinking how wonderful it would be just to walk and talk with him in the moonlight, to feel the pressure of his arm and hear his soft, appealing voice. End of Book 2, Chapter 16. Section 36 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 17. It was quite dark when Roberta stole out on Wednesday night to meet Clyde. But before that, what qualms and meditations in the face of her willingness and her agreement to do so. For not only was it difficult for her to overcome her own mental scruples within, but in addition there was all the trouble in connection with the commonplace and religious and narrow atmosphere in which she found herself embedded at the Newtons. For since coming here she had scarcely gone anywhere without Grace Marr. Besides, on this occasion, a thing she had forgotten in talking to Clyde, she had agreed to go with the Newtons and Grace to the Gideon Baptist Church, where a Wednesday prayer meeting was to be followed by a social, with games, cake, tea, and ice cream. In consequence, she was troubled severely as to how to manage, until it came back to her that a day or two before, Mr. Liggett, in noting how rapid and efficient she was, had observed that at any time she wanted to learn one phase of stitching operations going on in the next room, he would have her taken in hand by Mrs. Brayley, who would teach her. And now that Clyde's invitation and this church affair fell on the same night, she decided to say that she had an appointment with Mrs. Brayley at her home. Only, as she also decided, she would wait until just before dinner Wednesday, and then say that Mrs. Brayley had invited her to come to her house. Then she could see Clyde, and by the time the Newtons and Grace returned, she could be back. Oh, how it would feel to have him talk to her, say again as he did in the boat that she had never seen anyone look so pretty as she did, standing on the bank and looking for water lilies. Many, many thoughts, vague, dreadful, colorful, came to her, how and where they might go, be, do, from now on, if only she could arrange to be friends with him without harm to her or him. If need be, she now decided, she could resign from the factory and get a place somewhere else, a change which would absolve Clyde from any responsibility in regard to her. There was, however, another mental as well as emotional phase in regard to all this, and that related to her clothes. For since coming to Lycurgus, she had learned that the more intelligent girls here dressed better than did those about Bilt's and Trippett's mills. At the same time, she had been sending a fair portion of her money to her mother, sufficient to have equipped her exceptionally well, as she now realized, had she retained it. But now that Clyde was swaying her so greatly, she was troubled about her looks, and on the evening after her conversation with him at the mill, she had gone through her small wardrobe, fixing upon a soft blue hat which Clyde had not yet seen, together with a checkered blue and white flannel skirt and a pair of white canvas shoes purchased the previous summer at Bilt's. Her plan was to wait until the Newtons and Grace had departed for church, and then dress swiftly and leave. At 8:30, when night had finally fallen, she went east along Taylor to Central Avenue, and then by a circuitous route made her way west again to the trysting place. And Clyde was already there. Against an old wooden fence that enclosed a 5-acre cornfield, he was leaning and looking back toward the interesting little city, the lights in so many of the homes of which were aglow through the trees. The air was laden with spices, the mingled fragrance of many grasses and flowers. There was a light wind stirring in the long swords of the corn at his back, in the leaves of the trees ahead. And there were stars, the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper and the Milky Way, sidereal phenomena which his mother had pointed out to him long ago. And he was thinking about how different was his position here to what it had been in Kansas City. There he had been so nervous in regard to Hortense Briggs, or any girl, really, afraid almost to say a word to any of them. Whereas here, and especially since he had had charge of this stamping room, he had seemed to become aware of the fact that he was more attractive than he had ever thought he was before. Also, that the girls were attracted to him, and that he was not so much afraid of them. The eyes of Roberta herself showed him this day how much she was drawn to him. She was his girl. And when she came, he would put his arms around her and kiss her, and she would not be able to resist him. He stood listening, dreaming and watching, the rustling corn behind him stirring an old recollection in him, when suddenly he saw her coming. She looked trim and brisk and yet nervous, and paused at the street end and looked about like a frightened and cautious animal. At once Clyde hurried forward toward her and called softly, "Hello! Gee, it's nice to have you meet me. Did you have any trouble?" He was thinking how much more pleasing she was than either Hortense Briggs or Rita Dickerman, the one so calculating, the other so sensually free and indiscriminate. "Did I have any trouble? Oh, didn't I, though?" And at once she plunged into a full and picturesque account, not only of the mistake in regard to the Newtons' church night and her engagement with them, but of a determination on the part of Grace Marr not to go to the church social without her, and how she had to fib, oh so terribly, about going over to Mrs. Brayley's to learn to stitch, a Liggett-Roberta development of which Clyde had heard nothing so far, and concerning which he was already intensely curious, because at once it raised the thought that Liggett might be intending to remove her from under his care. He proceeded to question her about that before he would let her go on with the story, an interest which Roberta noticed, and because of which she was very pleased. "But I can't stay very long, you know," she explained briskly and warmly at the first opportunity, the while Clyde laid hold of her arm and turned toward the river, which was to the north and untenanted this far out. "The Baptist Church socials never last much beyond 10:30 or 11, and they'll be back soon, so I'll have to manage to be back before they are." Then she gave many reasons why it would be unwise for her to be out after 10, reasons which annoyed yet convinced Clyde by their wisdom. He had been hoping to keep her out longer, but seeing that the time was to be brief, he was all the keener for a closer contact with her now, and fell to complimenting her on her pretty hat and cape and how becoming they were. At once he tried putting his arm about her waist, but feeling this to be a too swift advance, she removed his arm, or tried to, saying in the softest and most coaxing voice, Now, that's not nice, is it? Can't you just hold my arm or let me hold yours?" But he noted, once she persuaded him to disengage her waist, she took his arm in a clinging, snuggling embrace and measured her stride to his. On the instant he was thinking how natural and unaffected her manner was now that the ice between them had been broken. And how she went on babbling. She liked Lycurgus, only she thought it was the most religious town she had ever been in, worse than Bilt's or Trippett's Mills that way. And then she had to explain to Clyde what Bilt's and Trippett's Mills were like, and her home, a very little, for she did not care to talk about that. And then back to the Newtons and Grace Marr and how they watched her every move. Clyde was thinking as she talked how different she was from Hortense Briggs or Rita, or any other girl he had ever known. So much more simple and confiding. Not in any way mushy as was Rita, or brash or vain or pretentious as was Hortense, and yet really as pretty and so much sweeter. He could not help thinking if she were smartly dressed how sweet she would be. And again, he was wondering what she would think of him and his attitude toward Hortense in contrast to his attitude toward her now, if she knew. "You know," he said at his very first opportunity, "I've been trying to talk to you ever since you came to work at the factory, but you see how very watchful everyone is. They're the limit. They told me when I came up there that I mustn't interest myself in any girl working there, and so I tried not to. But I just couldn't help this, could I?" He squeezed her arm affectionately, then stopped suddenly, and, disengaging his arm from hers, put both his around her. "You know, Roberta, I'm crazy about you. I really am. I think you're the dearest, sweetest thing. Oh, say, do you mind my telling you? Ever since you showed up there, I haven't been able to sleep nearly. That's the truth. Honest it is. I think and think of you. You've got such nice eyes and hair. Tonight you look just too cute. Lovely, I think. Oh, Roberta!" Suddenly he caught her face between his two hands and kissed her, before really she could evade him. Then, having done this, he held her while she resisted him, although it was almost impossible for her to do so. Instead, she felt as though she wanted to put her arms around him, or have him hold her tight, and this mood in regard to him and herself puzzled and troubled her. It was awful. What would people think, say, if they knew? She was a bad girl, really, and yet she wanted to be this way, near him, now as never before. "Oh, you mustn't, Mr. Griffiths," she pleaded. "You really mustn't, you know. Please, someone might see us. I think I hear someone coming. Please now." She looked about, quite frightened, apparently, while Clyde laughed ecstatically. Life had presented him a delicious sweet at last. "You know, I never did anything like this before," she went on. "Honest, I didn't. Please, it's only because you said—" Clyde was pressing her close, not saying anything in reply. His pale face and dark, hungry eyes held very close to hers. He kissed her again and again despite her protests, her little mouth and chin and cheeks seeming too beautiful, too irresistible, then murmured pleadingly, for he was too overcome to speak vigorously. "Oh, Roberta, dearest, please, please say that you love me. Please do. I know that you do, Roberta. I can tell. Please tell me now. I'm so crazy about you. We have so little time." He kissed her again upon the cheek and mouth, and suddenly he felt her relax. She stood quite still and unresisting in his arms. He felt a wonder of something, he could not tell what. All of a sudden he felt tears upon her face, her head sunk to his shoulder, and then he heard her say, "Yes, yes, yes, I do love you. Yes, yes, I do, I do." There was a sob, half of misery, half of delight, in her voice, and Clyde caught that. He was so touched by her honesty and simplicity that tears sprang to his own eyes. "It's all right, Roberta. It's all right. Please don't cry. Oh, I think you're so sweet. I do, Roberta." He looked up, and before him in the east over the low roofs of the city was the thinnest, yellowest topmost arc of the rising July moon. It seemed at the moment as though life had given him all that he could possibly ask of it. End of Book 2, Chapter 17. Section 37 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 18. The culmination of this meeting was but the prelude, as both Clyde and Roberta realized, to a series of contacts and rejoicings which were to extend over an indefinite period. They had found love. They were deliciously happy, whatever the problems attending its present realization might be. But the ways and means of continuing with it were a different matter. For not only was her connection with the Newtons a bar to any normal procedure insofar as Clyde was concerned, but Grace Marr herself offered a distinct and separate problem. Far more than Roberta, she was chained, not only by the defect of poor looks, but by the narrow teachings and domestic training of her early social and religious life. Yet she wanted to be gay and free too. And in Roberta, who, while gay and boastful at times, was still well within the conventions that chained Grace, she imagined that she saw one who was not so bound. And so it was that she clung to her closely, and as Roberta saw it, a little wearisomely. She imagined that they could exchange ideas and jests and confidences in regard to the love life and their respective dreams without an injury to each other, and to date this was her one solace in an otherwise gray world. But Roberta, even before the arrival of Clyde in her life, did not want to be so clung to. It was a bore, and afterwards she developed an inhibition in regard to him where Grace was concerned. For she not only knew that Grace would resent this sudden desertion, but also that she had no desire to face out within herself the sudden and revolutionary moods which now possessed her. Having at once met and loved him, she was afraid to think what, if anything, she proposed to permit herself to do in regard to him. Were not such contacts between the classes banned here? She knew they were, hence she did not care to talk about him at all. In consequence, on Monday evening following the Sunday on the lake, when Grace had inquired most gaily and familiarly after Clyde, Roberta had as instantly decided not to appear nearly as interested in him as Grace might already be imagining. Accordingly, she said little other than that he was very pleasant to her, and had inquired after Grace, a remark which caused the latter to eye her slyly, and to wonder if she were really telling what had happened since. "He was so very friendly I was beginning to think he was stuck on you." "Oh, what nonsense!" replied Roberta shrewdly, and a bit alarmed. "Why, he wouldn't look at me. Besides, there's a rule of the company that doesn't permit him to, as long as I work there." This last, more than anything else, served to allay Grace's notions in regard to Clyde and Roberta, for she was of that conventional turn of mind which would scarcely permit her to think of anyone infringing upon a company rule. Nevertheless, Roberta was nervous, lest Grace should be associating her and Clyde in her mind in some clandestine way, and she decided to be doubly cautious in regard to Clyde, to feign a distance she did not feel. But all this was preliminary to troubles and strains and fears which had nothing to do with what had gone before, but took their rise from difficulties which sprang up immediately afterwards. For once she had come to this complete emotional understanding with Clyde, she saw no way of meeting him except in this very clandestine way, and that so very rarely and uncertainly that she could not say when there was likely to be another meeting. "You see, it's this way," she explained to Clyde when, a few evenings later, she had managed to steal out for an hour, and they walked from the region at the end of Taylor Street down to the Mohawk, where were some fields and a low bank rising above the pleasant river. "The Newtons never go any place much without inviting me, and even if they didn't, Grace would never go unless I went along. It's just because we were together so much in Trippett's Mills that she feels that way, as though I were a part of the family. But now it's different, and yet I don't see how I'm going to get out of it so soon. I don't know where to say I'm going or whom I'm going with." "I know all that, honey," he replied softly and sweetly. "That's all true enough. But how is that going to help us now? You can't expect me to get along with just looking at you in the factory either, can you?" He gazed at her so solemnly and yearningly that she was moved by her sympathy for him, and in order to assuage his depression, added, "No, I don't want you to do that, dear. You know I don't. But what am I to do?" She laid a soft and pleading hand on the back of one of Clyde's thin, long, and nervous ones. "I'll tell you what, though," she went on after a period of reflection. "I have a sister living in Homer, New York. That's about 35 miles north of here. I might say I was going up there some Saturday afternoon or Sunday. She's been writing me to come up, but I hadn't thought of it before. But I might go. That is, I might—" "Oh, why not do that?" exclaimed Clyde eagerly. "That's fine. A good idea." "Let me see," she added, ignoring his exclamation. "If I remember right, you have to go to Fonda first, then change cars there. But I could leave here any time on the trolley, and there are only 2 trains a day from Fonda, one at 2 and one at 7 on Saturday. So I might leave here any time before 2, you see, and then if I didn't make the 2 o'clock train, it would be all right, wouldn't it? I could go on the 7. And you could be over there, or meet me on the way, just so no one here saw us. Then I could go on, and you could come back. I could arrange that with Agnes, I'm sure. I'd have to write her." "How about all the time between then and now, though?" he queried peevishly. "It's a long time till then, you know." "Well, I'll have to see what I can think of, but I'm not sure, dear. I'll have to see. And you think, too. But I ought to be going back now," she added nervously. She at once arose, causing Clyde to rise, too, and consult his watch, thereby discovering that it was already near 10. "But what about us?" he continued persistently. "Why couldn't you pretend next Sunday that you're going to some other church than yours and meet me somewhere instead? Would they have to know?" At once Clyde noted Roberta's face darken slightly, for here he was encroaching upon something that was still too closely identified with her early youth and convictions to permit infringement. Huh, she replied quite solemnly. "I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't feel right about it, and it wouldn't be right either." Immediately Clyde sensed that he was treading on dangerous ground and withdrew the suggestion because he did not care to offend or frighten her in any way. "Oh well, just as you say. I only thought since you don't seem to be able to think of any other way." No, dear," she pleaded softly, because she noted that he felt that she might be offended. "It's all right, only I wouldn't want to do that. I just couldn't." Clyde shook his head. A recollection of his own youthful inhibitions caused him to feel that perhaps it was not right for him to have suggested it. They returned in the direction of Taylor Street without, apart from the proposed trip to Fonda, either having hit upon any definite solution. Instead, after kissing her again and again, and just before letting her go, the best he could suggest was that both were to try and think of some way by which they could meet before, if possible. And she, after throwing her arms about his neck for a moment, ran east along Taylor Street, her little figure swaying in the moonlight. However, apart from another evening meeting which was made possible by Roberta's announcing a second engagement with Mrs. Brayley, there was no other encounter until the following Saturday, when Roberta departed for Fonda, and Clyde, having ascertained the exact hour, left by the car ahead and joined Roberta at the first station west. From that point on until evening, when she was compelled to take the 7 o'clock train, they were unspeakably happy together, loitering near the little city, comparatively strange to both. For outside of Fonda a few miles, they came to a pleasure park called Starlight, where, in addition to a few claptrap pleasure concessions, such as a ring of captive airplanes, and a Ferris wheel, a merry-go-round, an old mill, and a dance floor, was a small lake with boats. It was after its fashion an idyllic spot with a little bandstand out on an island near the center of the lake, and on the shore a grave and captive bear in a cage. Since coming to Lycurgus, Roberta had not ventured to visit any of the rougher resorts near there, which were very much like this, only much more strident. On sight of this, both exclaimed, "Oh, look!" And Clyde added at once, "Let's get off here, will you? Shall we? What do you say? We're almost to Fonda anyhow, and we can have more fun here." At once they climbed down, and having disposed of her bag for the time being, he led the way first to the stand of a man who sold frankfurters. Then, since the merry-go-round was in full blast, nothing would do but that Roberta should ride with him. And in the gayest of moods they climbed on, and he placed her on a zebra, and then stood close in order that he might keep his arm about her and both try to catch the brass ring. And as commonplace and noisy and gaudy as it all was, the fact that at last he had her all to himself unseen, and she him, was sufficient to evoke in both a kind of ecstasy, which was all out of proportion to the fragile gimcrack scene. Round and round they spun on the noisy, grinding machine, surveying now a few idle pleasure-seekers who were in boats upon the lake, now some who were flying round in the gaudy green and white captive airplanes, or turning upward and then down in the suspended cages of the Ferris wheel. Both looked at the woods and sky beyond the lake, the idlers and dancers in the dancing pavilion, dreaming and thrilling, and then suddenly Clyde asked, "You dance, don't you, Roberta?" "Why, no, I don't," she replied, a little sadly, for at the very moment she had been looking at the happy dancers rather ruefully, and thinking how unfortunate it was that she had never been allowed to dance. It might not be right or nice, perhaps. Her own church said it was not. But still, now that they were here and in love like this, these others looked so gay and happy, a pretty medley of colors moving round and round in the green and brown frame. It didn't seem so bad to her. Why shouldn't people dance, anyway? Girls like herself and boys like Clyde. Her younger brother and sister, in spite of the views of her parents, were already declaring that when the opportunity offered, they were going to learn. "Oh, isn't that too bad?" he exclaimed, thinking how delightful it would be to hold Roberta in his arms. "We could have such fun now if you could. I could teach you in a few minutes if you wanted me to." "I don't know about that," she replied quizzically, her eyes showing that his suggestion appealed to her. "I'm not clever that way. And you know dancing isn't considered so very nice in my part of the country, and my church doesn't approve of it either, and I know my parents wouldn't like me to." "Oh, shucks," replied Clyde foolishly and gaily. "What nonsense, Roberta. Why, everybody dances these days, or nearly everybody. How can you think there's anything wrong with it?" "Oh, I know," replied Roberta, oddly and quaintly. "Maybe they do in your set. I know most of these factory girls do, of course. And I suppose where you have money and position, everything's all right. But with a girl like me, it's different. I don't suppose your parents were as strict as mine, either." "Oh, weren't they, though?" laughed Clyde, who had not failed to catch the "your set," also the "where you have money and position." "Well, that's all you know about it," he went on. "They were as strict as yours, and stricter, I'll bet. But I danced just the same. Why, there's no harm in it, Roberta. Come on, let me teach you. It's wonderful, really. Won't you, dearest?" He put his arm around her and looked into her eyes, and she half relented, quite weakened by her desire for him. Just then the merry-go-round stopped, and without any plan or suggestion they seemed instinctively to drift to the side of the pavilion where the dancers, not many but avid, were moving briskly around. Foxtrots and one-steps were being supplied by an orchestra of considerable size. At a turnstile, all the remaining portions of the pavilion being screened in, a pretty concessionaire was sitting and taking tickets, 10 cents per dance per couple. But the color and the music and the motions of the dancers gliding rhythmically here and there were seized upon both Clyde and Roberta. The orchestra stopped and the dancers were coming out. But no sooner were they out than 5-cent admission checks were once more sold for the new dance. "I don't believe I can," pleaded Roberta as Clyde led her to the ticket stile. "I'm afraid I'm too awkward, maybe. I've never danced, you know." "You awkward, Roberta?" he exclaimed. "Oh, how crazy. Why, you're as graceful and pretty as you can be. You'll see. You'll be a wonderful dancer." Already he had paid the coin and they were inside. Carried away by a bravado which was 3/4 her conception of him as a member of the Lycurgus upper crust and possessor of means and position, he led the way into a corner and began at once to illustrate their respective movements. They were not difficult, and for a girl of Roberta's natural grace and zest, easy. Once the music started and Clyde drew her to him, she fell into the positions and steps without effort, and they moved rhythmically and instinctively together. It was the delightful sensation of being held by him and guided here and there that so appealed to her, the wonderful rhythm of his body coinciding with hers. "Oh, you darling," he whispered. "Aren't you the dandy little dancer, though? You've caught on already. If you aren't the wonderful kid, I can hardly believe it." They went about the floor once more, then a third time, before the music stopped, and by the time it did, Roberta was lost in a sense of delight as had never come to her before. To think she had been dancing, and it should be so wonderful, and with Clyde! He was so slim, graceful, quite the handsomest of any of the young men on the floor, she thought. And he, in turn, was now thinking that never had he known anyone as sweet as Roberta. She was so gay and winsome and yielding, she would not try to work him for anything. And as for Sondra Finchley, well, she had ignored him, and he might as well dismiss her from his mind. And yet, even here, with Roberta, he could not quite forget her. At 5:30, when the orchestra was silenced for lack of customers, and a sign reading "Next concert 7:30" hung up, they were still dancing. After that they went for an ice cream soda, then for something to eat, and by then, so swiftly had sped the time, it was necessary to take the very next car for the depot at Fonda. As they neared this terminal, both Clyde and Roberta were full of schemes as to how they were to arrange for tomorrow, for Roberta would be coming back then, and if she could arrange to leave her sisters a little early Sunday, he could come over from Lycurgus to meet her. They could linger around Fonda until 11 at least, when the last train south from Homer was due, and pretending she had arrived on that, they could then, assuming that there was no one who they knew on the Lycurgus car, journey to that city. And as arranged, so they met, and in the dark outlying streets of that city, walked and talked and planned, and Roberta told Clyde something, though not much, of her home life at Dilt's. But the great thing, apart from their love for each other and its immediate expression in kisses and embraces, was the how and where of further contacts. They must find some way, only really, as Roberta saw it, she must be the one to find the way, and that soon. For while Clyde was obviously very impatient and eager to be with her as much as possible, still he did not appear to be very ready with suggestions, available ones. But that, as she also saw, was not easy, for the possibility of another visit to her sister in Homer or her parents in Dilt's was not to be even considered under a month. And apart from them, what other excuses were there? New friends at the factory, the post office, the library, the YWCA? All suggestions of Clyde's at the moment. But these spelled out but an hour or two together at best, and Clyde was thinking of other weekends like this. and there were so few remaining summer weekends. End of Book 2, Chapter 18. Section 38 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 19. The return of Roberta and Clyde, as well as their outing together, was quite unobserved, as they thought. On the car from Fonda they recognized no one, and at the Newtons' Grace was already in bed. She merely awakened sufficiently to ask a few questions about the trip, and those were casual and indifferent. How was Roberta's sister? Had she stayed all day in Homer, or had she gone to Bild's or Trippett's Mills? Roberta explained that she had remained at her sister's. She herself must be going up pretty soon to see her parents at Trippett's Mills. Then she fell asleep. But at dinner the next night, the Misses Opal Fellis and Olive Pope, who had been kept from the breakfast table by a too-late return from Fonda and the very region in which Roberta had spent Saturday afternoon, now seated themselves, and at once, as Roberta entered, interjected a few genial and well-meant, but, insofar as Roberta was concerned, decidedly troubling observations. "Oh, there you are! Look who's back from Starlight Park! How'd you like the dancing over there, Miss Alden? We saw you, but you didn't see us." And before Roberta had time to think what to reply, Miss Phyllis had added, "We tried to get your eye, but you couldn't see anyone but him, I guess. I'll say, you danced swell." At once, Roberta, who had never been on very intimate terms with either of these girls, and who had neither the effrontery nor the wit to extricate herself from so swift and complete and so unexpected an exposure, flushed. She was all but speechless and merely stared, bethinking her at once that she had explained to Grace that she was at her sister's all day. And opposite sat Grace, looking directly at her, her lips slightly parted as though she would exclaim, "Well, of all things! And dancing! A man!" And at the head of the table, George Newton, thin and meticulous and curious, his sharp eyes and nose and pointed chin now turned in her direction. But on the instant, realizing that she must say something, Roberta replied, "Oh, yes, that's so. I did go over there for a little while. Some friends of my sister's were coming over, and I went with them." She was about to add, "We didn't stay very long," but stopped herself. For at that moment, a certain fighting quality which she had inherited from her mother, and which had asserted itself in the case of Grace before this, now came to her rescue. After all, why shouldn't she be at Starlight Park if she chose? And what right had the Newtons or Grace or anyone else to question her, for that matter? She was paying her way. Nevertheless, as she realized, she had been caught in a deliberate lie, and all because she lived here, and was constantly being questioned and looked after in regard to her very least move. Miss Pope added curiously, "I don't suppose he's a Lycurgus boy. I don't remember ever seeing him around here." "No, he isn't from here," returned Roberta shortly and coldly, for by now she was fairly quivering with the realization that she had been caught in a falsehood before Grace. Also that Grace would resent intensely this social secrecy and desertion of her. At once she felt as though she would like to get up from the table and leave and never return. But instead she did her best to compose herself, and now gave the two girls with whom she had never been familiar a steady look. At the same time, she looked at Grace and Mr. Newton with defiance. If anything more were said, she proposed to give a fictitious name or two, friends of her brother-in-law and Homer, or better yet, to refuse to give any information whatsoever. Why should she? Nevertheless, as she learned later that evening, she was not to be spared the refusing of it. Grace, coming to their room immediately afterward, reproached her with, "I thought you said you stayed out at your sister's all the time you were gone." "Well, what if I did say it?" replied Roberta defiantly and even bitterly, but without a word in extenuation, for her thought was now that unquestionably Grace was pretending to catechize her on moral grounds, whereas in reality the real source of her anger and pique was that Roberta was slipping away from, and hence neglecting her. "Well, you don't have to lie to me in order to go anywhere or see anybody without me in the future. I don't want to go with you. And what's more, I don't want to know where you go or who you go with. But I do wish you wouldn't tell me one thing, and then have George and Mary find out that it ain't so, and that you're just trying to slip away from me, or that I'm lying to them in order to protect myself. I don't want you to put me in that position." She was very hurt and sad and contentious, and Roberta could see for herself that there was no way out of this trying situation other than to move. Grace was a leech, a hanger-on. She had no life of her own and could contrive none. As long as she was anywhere near her, she would want to devote herself to her, to share her every thought and mood with her. And yet, if she told her about Clyde, she would be shocked and critical, and would unquestionably eventually turn on her or even expose her. So she merely replied, "Oh well, have it that way if you want to. I don't care. I don't propose to tell anything unless I choose to." And at once Grace conceived the notion that Roberta did not like her anymore and would have nothing to do with her. She arose immediately and walked out of the room, her head very high and her spine very stiff. And Roberta, realizing that she had made an enemy of her, now wished that she was out of here. They were all too narrow here anyway. They would never understand or tolerate this clandestine relationship with Clyde, so necessary to him apparently, as he had explained, so troublesome and even disgraceful to her from one point of view, and yet so precious. She did love him so very, very much, and she must now find some way to protect herself and him, move to another room. But that in this instance required almost more courage and decision than she could muster. The anomalous and unprotected nature of a room where one was not known. The look of it. Subsequent explanation to her mother and sister, maybe. Yet to remain here after this was all but impossible, too, for the attitude of Grace, as well as the Newtons, particularly Mrs. Newton, Grace's sister, was that of the early Puritans or Friends who had caught a brother or sister in a great sin. She was dancing, and secretly. There was the presence of that young man, not quite adequately explained by her trip home, to say nothing of her presence at Starlight Park. Besides, in Roberta's mind was the thought that under such definite espionage as must now follow, to say nothing of the unhappy and dictatorial attitude of Grace, she would have small chance to do with Clyde as much as she now most intensely desired. And accordingly, after 2 days of unhappy thought, and then a conference with Clyde, who was all for her immediate independence in a new room where she would not be known or spied upon, she proceeded to take an hour or two off, and having fixed upon the southeast section of the city as one most likely to be free from contact with either the Newtons or those whom thus far she had encountered at the Newtons, she inquired there, and after a little more than an hour's search found one place which pleased her. This was in an old brick house in Elm Street, occupied by an upholsterer and his wife and 2 daughters, one a local milliner and another still in school. The room offered was on the ground floor to the right of a small front porch and overlooking the street. A door off this same porch gave into a living room which separated this room from the other parts of the house, and permitted ingress and egress without contact with any other portion of the house. And since she was still moved to meet Clyde clandestinely, this, as she now saw, was important. Besides, as she gathered from her one conversation with Mrs. Gilpin, the mother of this family, the character of this home was neither so strict nor inquisitive as that of the Newtons. Mrs. Gilpin was large, passive, cleanly, not so very alert, and about 50. She informed Roberta that as a rule she didn't care to take boarders or roomers at all, since the family had sufficient means to go on. However, since the family scarcely ever used the front room, which was rather set off from the remainder of the house, and since her husband did not object, she had made up her mind to rent it. And again, she preferred someone who worked like Roberta, a girl, not a man, and one who would be glad to have her breakfast and dinner along with her family. Since she asked no questions as to her family or connections, merely looking at her interestedly and seeming to be favorably impressed by her appearance, Roberta gathered that there were no such standards as prevailed at the Newtons. And yet, what qualms in connection with the thought of moving thus? For about this entire clandestine procedure, there hung, as she saw it, a sense of something untoward and even sinful. And then, on top of it all, quarreling and then breaking with Grace Marr, her one girlfriend here thus far, and the Newtons on account of it, when, as she well knew, it was entirely due to Grace that she was here at all. Supposing her parents or her sister and Homer should hear about this through someone whom Grace knew, and think strangely of her going off by herself in Lycurgus in this way. Was it right? Was it possible that she could do things like this, and so soon after her coming here? She was beginning to feel as though her hitherto impeccable standards were crumbling. And yet there was Clyde now. Could she give him up? After many emotional aches, she decided that she could not, and accordingly, after paying a deposit and arranging to occupy the room within the next few days, she returned to her work, and after dinner the same evening announced to Mrs. Newton that she was going to move. Her premeditated explanation was that recently she had been thinking of having her younger brother and sister come and live with her, and since one or both were likely to come soon, she thought it best to prepare for them. And the Newtons, as well as Grace, feeling that this was all due to the new connections which Roberta had recently been making, and which were tending to alienate her from Grace, were now content to see her go. Plainly she was beginning to indulge in a type of adventure of which they could not approve. Also, it was plain that she was not going to prove as useful to Grace as they had at first imagined. Possibly she knew what she was doing, but more likely she was being led astray by notions of a good time not consistent with the reserved life led by her at Trippett's Mills. And Roberta herself, once having made this move and settled herself in this new atmosphere, apart from the fact that it gave her much greater freedom in connection with Clyde, was dubious as to her present course. Perhaps, she had moved hastily and in anger and might be sorry. Still, she had done it now, and it could not be helped, so she proposed to try it for a while. To salve her own conscience more than anything else, she at once wrote her mother and her sister a very plausible version of why she had been compelled to leave the Newtons. Grace had grown too possessive, domineering, and selfish. It had become unendurable. However, her mother need not worry. She was satisfactorily placed. She had a room to herself, and could now entertain Tom and Emily, or her mother, or Agnes, in case they should ever visit her here, and she would be able to introduce them to the Gilpins, whom she proceeded to describe. Nevertheless, her underlying thought in connection with all this, so far as Clyde and his great passion for her was concerned, and hers for him, was that she was indeed trifling with fire and perhaps social disgrace into the bargain. For, although consciously at this time she was scarcely willing to face the fact that this room, its geometric position in relation to the rest of the house, had been of the greatest import to her at the time she first saw it, yet subconsciously she knew it well enough. The course she was pursuing was dangerous. That she knew. And yet how, as she now so often asked herself at moments when she was confronted by some desire which ran counter to her sense of practicability and social morality, was she to do? End of Book 2, Chapter 19. Section 39 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 20. However, as Roberta and Clyde soon found, after several weeks in which they met here and there, such spots as could be conveniently reached by interurban lines, there were still drawbacks, and the principal of these related to the attitude of both Roberta and Clyde in regard to this room, and what, if any, use of it was to be made by them jointly. For in spite of the fact that thus far Clyde had never openly agreed with himself that his intentions in relation to Roberta were in any way different to those normally entertained by any youth toward any girl for whom he had a conventional social regard, still, now that she had moved into this room, there was that ineradicable and possibly censurable, yet very human and almost unescapable, desire for something more, the possibility of greater and greater intimacy with and control of Roberta, and her thoughts and actions and everything, so that in the end she would be entirely his. But how his? By way of marriage and the ordinary conventional and durable existence which thereafter must ordinarily ensue? He had never said so to himself thus far. For in flirting with her or any girl of a lesser social position than that of the Griffiths here, Sondra Finchley, Bertine Cranston, for instance, he would not, and that largely due to the attitude of his newly found relatives, and their very high position in this city, have deemed marriage advisable. And what would they think if they should come to know? For socially, as he saw himself now, if not before coming here, he was supposed to be above the type of Roberta, and should of course profit by that notion. Besides, there were all those that knew him here, at least to speak to. On the other hand, because of the very marked pull that her temperament had for him, he had not been able to say for the time being that she was not worthy of him, or that he might not be happy in case it were possible or advisable for him to marry her. And there was another thing now that tended to complicate matters, and that was that fall, with its chilling winds and frosty nights, was drawing near. Already it was near October 1st, and most of those out-of-door resorts which, up to the middle of September at least, had provided diversion, and that at a fairly safe distance from Lycurgus, were already closed to the season. And dancing, except in the halls of the nearby cities, and which, because of a mood of hers in regard to them, were unacceptable, was also for the time being done away with. As for the churches, moving pictures, and restaurants of Lycurgus, How, under the circumstances, due to Clyde's position here, could they be seen in them? They could not, as both reasoned between them. And so now, while her movements were unrestrained, there was no place to go unless by some readjustment of their relations he might be permitted to call on her at the Gilpins. But that, as he knew, she would not think of, and, at first, neither had he the courage to suggest it. However, they were at a street end one early October night about 6 weeks after she had moved to her new room. The stars were sharp, the air cool, the leaves were beginning to turn. Roberta had returned to a 3/4 green and cream striped winter coat that she wore at this season of the year. Her hat was brown, trimmed with brown leather, and of a design that became her. There had been kisses over and over, that same fever that had been dominating them continuously since first they met, only more pronounced, if anything. "It's getting cold, isn't it?" It was Clyde who spoke, and it was 11 o'clock and chill. "Yes, I should say it is. I'll soon have to get a heavier coat." "I don't see how we are to do from now on, do you? There's no place to go anymore much, and it won't be very pleasant walking the streets this way every night. You don't suppose we could fix it so I could call on you at the Gilpins once in a while, do you? It isn't the same there now as it was at the Newtons." "Oh, I know, but they use their sitting room every night nearly until 10:30 or 11. And besides, their 2 girls are in and out all hours up to 12 anyhow, and they're in there often. I don't see how I can. Besides, I thought you said that you didn't want to have anyone see you with me that way, and if you came there I couldn't help introducing you." "Oh, but I don't mean just that way," replied Clyde audaciously, and yet with the feeling that Roberta was much too squeamish, and that it was high time she was taking a somewhat more liberal attitude toward him if she cared for him as much as she appeared to. "Why wouldn't it be all right for me to stop in for a little while? They wouldn't need to know, would they?" He took out his watch and discovered with the aid of a match that it was 11:30. He showed the time to her. "There wouldn't be anybody there now, would there?" She shook her head in opposition. The thought not only terrified but sickened her. Clyde was getting very bold to even suggest anything like that. Besides, this suggestion embodied in itself all the secret fears and compelling moods which hitherto, although actual in herself, she was still unwilling to face. There was something sinful, low, dreadful about it. She would not. That was one thing sure. At the same time within her was that overmastering urge of repressed and feared desire now knocking loudly for recognition. "No, no, I can't let you do that. It wouldn't be right. I don't want to. Someone might see us. Somebody might know you." For the moment the moral repulsion was so great that unconsciously she endeavored to relinquish herself from his embrace. Clyde sensed how deep was this sudden revolt. All the more was he flagellated by the desire for possession of that which now he half feared to be unobtainable. A dozen seductive excuses sprang to his lips. "Oh, who would be likely to see us anyhow at this time of night? There isn't anyone around. Why shouldn't we go there for a few minutes if we want to? No one would be likely to hear us. We needn't talk so loud. There isn't anyone on the street, even. Let's walk by the house and see if anybody is up." Since hitherto she had not permitted him to come within half a block of the house, her protest was not only nervous but vigorous. Nevertheless, on this occasion Clyde was proving a little rebellious, and Roberta, standing somewhat in awe of him as her superior, as well as her lover, was unable to prevent their walking within a few feet of the house where they stopped. Except for a barking dog, there was not a sound to be heard anywhere, and in the house no light was visible. "See, there's no one up," protested Clyde reassuringly. "Why shouldn't we go in for a little while if we want to? Who will know? We needn't make any noise. Besides, what's wrong with it? Other people do it. It isn't such a terrible thing for a girl to take a fellow to her room if she wants to, for a little while." "Oh, isn't it? Well, maybe not in your set, but I know what's right, and I don't think that's right, and I won't do it." At once, as she said this, Roberta's heart gave a pained and weakening throb, for in saying so much she had exhibited more individuality and defiance than ever he had seen, or that she fancied herself capable of in connection with him. It terrified her not a little. Perhaps he would not like her so much now if she were going to talk like that. His mood darkened immediately. Why did she want to act so? She was too cautious, too afraid of anything that spelled a little life or pleasure. Other girls were not like that. Rita, those girls at the factory. She pretended to love him. She did not object to his holding her in his arms or kissing her under a tree at the end of the street. But when it came to anything slightly more private or intimate, she could not bring herself to agree. What kind of girl was she, anyhow? What was the use of pursuing her? Was this to be another case of Hortense Briggs with all her wiles and evasions? Of course, Roberta was in no wise like her, but she was still so stubborn. Although she could not see his face, she knew he was angry, and quite for the first time in this way. "All right, then. If you don't want to, you don't have to," came his words, and with decidedly a cold ring to them. "There are other places I can go. I notice you never want to do anything I want to do, though. I'd like to know how you think we're to do. We can't walk the streets every night." His tone was gloomy and foreboding, more contentious and bitter than at any time ever between them, and his references to other places shocked and frightened Roberta, so much so that instantly almost her own mood changed. Those other girls in his own world that no doubt he saw from time to time, those other girls at the factory who were always trying to make eyes at him. She had seen them trying, and often. That Ruza Nikiforich, as coarse as she was, but pretty too. And that Flora Brandt, and Martha Bordeleau. Ugh! To think that anyone as nice as he should be pursued by such wretches as those. However, because of that, she was fearful lest he would think her too difficult, someone without the experience or daring to which he, in his superior world, was accustomed, and so turn to one of those. Then she would lose him. The thought terrified her. Immediately from one of defiance, her attitude changed to one of pleading persuasion. "Oh, please, Clyde, don't be mad with me now, will you? You know that I would if I could. I can't do anything like that here. Can't you see? You know that. Why, they'd be sure to find out. And how would you feel if someone were to see us or recognize you?" In a pleading way, she put one hand on his arm, and then about his waist, and he could feel that, in spite of her sharp opposition to the moment before, she was very much concerned, painfully so. "Please don't ask me to," she added in a begging tone. "Well, what did you want to leave the Newtons for, then?" he asked sullenly. "I can't see where else we can go if you won't let me come see you once in a while. We can't go to any place else." The thought gave Roberta pause. Plainly, this relationship was not to be held within conventional lines. At the same time, she did not see how she could possibly comply. It was too unconventional, too unmoral, bad. "I thought we took it," she said weakly and placatively, "just so that we could go places on Saturday and Sunday." "But where can we go Saturday and Sunday now? Everything's closed." Again, Roberta was checked by these unanswerable complexities which beleaguered them both, and she exclaimed futilely, "Oh, I wish I knew what to do." "Oh, it would be easy enough if you wanted to do it, but that's always the way with you. You don't want to." She stood there, the night wind shaking the drying, whispering leaves. Distinctly the problem in connection with him that she had been fearing this long while was upon her. Could she possibly, with all the right instruction that she had had, now do as he suggested? She was pulled and swayed by contending forces within herself, strong and urgent in either case. In the one instance, however painful it was to her moral and social mood, she was moved to comply. In another, to reject once and for all any such, as she saw it, bold and unnatural suggestion. Nevertheless, in spite of the latter, and because of her compelling affection, she could not do other than deal tenderly and pleadingly with him. "I can't, Clyde, I can't. I would if I could, but I can't. It wouldn't be right. I would if I could make myself, but I can't." She looked up into his face, a pale oval in the dark, trying to see if he would not see, sympathize, be moved in her favor. However, irritated by this plainly definite refusal, he was not now to be moved. All this, as he saw it, smacked of that long series of defeats which had accompanied his attentions to Hortense Briggs. He was not going to stand for anything now like that, you bet. If this was the way she was going to act, well, let her act so, but not with him. He could get plenty of girls now, lots of them, who would treat him better than this. At once, and with an irritated shrug of the shoulders, as she now saw, he turned and started to leave her, saying as he did so, "Oh, that's all right, if that's the way you feel about it." And Roberta, dumbfounded and terrified, stood there. "Please don't go, Clyde. Please don't leave me," she exclaimed suddenly and pathetically, her defiance and courage undergoing a deep and sad change. "I don't want you to. I love you so, Clyde. I would if I could. You know that." "Oh, yes, I know, but you needn't tell me that." It was his experience with Hortense and Rita that was prompting him to this attitude. With a twist, he released his body from her arm and started walking briskly down the street in the dark. And Roberta, stricken by this sudden development which was so painful to both, called, "Clyde!" and then ran after him a little way, eager that he should pause and let her plead with him more. But he did not return. Instead, he went briskly on. And for the moment it was all she could do to keep from following him, and by sheer force, if need be, restrain him. Her Clyde! And she started running in his direction a little, but as suddenly stopped, checked for the moment by the begging, pleading, compromising attitude in which she, for the first time, found herself. For on the one hand, all her conventional training was now urging her to stand firm, not to belittle herself in this way, whereas on the other, all her desires for love, understanding, companionship, urged her to run after him before it was too late and he was gone. His beautiful face, his beautiful hands, his eyes, and still the receding echo of his feet. And yet so binding were the conventions which had been urged upon her up to this time, that, though suffering horribly, a balance between the two forces was struck, and she paused, feeling that she could neither go forward nor stand still, understand or endure this sudden rift in their wonderful friendship. Pain constricted her heart and whitened her lips. She stood there numb and silent, unable to voice anything, even the name Clyde, which persistently arose as a call in her throat. Instead, she was merely thinking, "Oh, Clyde, please don't go, Clyde. Oh, please don't go." And he was already out of hearing, walking briskly and grimly on, the click and echo of his receding steps falling less and less clearly on her suffering ears. It was the first flashing, blinding, bleeding stab of love for her. End of Book 2, Chapter 20. Section 40 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 21. The state of Roberta's mind for that night is not easily to be described. For here was true and poignant love, and in youth true and poignant love is difficult to withstand. Besides, it was coupled with the most stirring and grandiose allusions in regard to Clyde's local material and social condition, allusions which had little to do with anything he had done to build up, but were based rather on conjecture and gossip over which he had no control. And her own home, as well as her personal situation, was so unfortunate. No promise of any kind, save in his direction. And here she was quarreling with him, sending him away angry. On the other hand, was he not beginning to push too ardently toward those troublesome and no doubt dreadful liberties and familiarities, which her morally trained conscience would not permit her to look upon as right? How was she to do now? What to say? Now it was that she said to herself in the dark of her room, after having slowly and thoughtfully undressed and noiselessly crept into the large old-fashioned bed, "No, I won't do that. I mustn't. I can't. I will be a bad girl if I do. I should not do that for him, even though he does want me to, and should threaten to leave me forever in case I refuse. He should be ashamed to ask me." And at the very same moment, or the next, she would be asking herself what else under the circumstances they were to do. For most certainly Clyde was at least partially correct in his contention that they had scarcely anywhere else they could go and not be recognized. How unfair was that rule of the company? And no doubt, apart from that rule, the Griffiths would think it beneath him to be troubling with her, as would, no doubt, the Newtons, and the Gilpins, for that matter, if they should hear and know who he was. And if this information came to their knowledge, it would injure him and her, and she would not do anything that would injure him. Never. One thing that occurred to her at this point was that she should get a place somewhere else, so that this problem would be solved, a problem which at the moment seemed to have little to do with the more immediate and intimate one of desiring to enter her room. But that would mean that she would not see him any more all day long, only at night, and then not every night by any means, and that caused her to lay aside this thought of seeking another place. At the same time, as she now meditated, the dawn would come tomorrow, and there would be Clyde at the factory. And supposing that he should not speak to her, nor she to him? Impossible! Ridiculous! Terrible! The mere thought brought her to a sitting posture in bed, where distractedly a vision of Clyde looking indifferently and coldly upon her came to her. On the instant she was on her feet and had turned on the one incandescent globe which dangled from the center of the room. She went to the mirror hanging above the old walnut dresser in the corner and stared at herself. Already she imagined she could see dark rings under her eyes. She felt numb and cold, and now shook her head in a helpless and distracted way. He couldn't be that mean. He couldn't be that cruel to her now, could he? Oh, if he but knew how difficult, how impossible was the thing he was asking of her. If the day would only come so that she could see his face again. Oh, if it were only another night so that she could take his hands in hers, his arm, feel his arms about her. "Clyde, Clyde," she exclaimed half aloud. "You wouldn't do that to me, would you? You couldn't." She crossed to an old, faded, and somewhat decrepit overstuffed chair which stood in the center of the room beside a small table whereupon lay some nondescript books and magazines, the Saturday Evening Post, Munsey's, the Popular Science Monthly, BB's Garden Seeds, and to escape most distracting and searing thoughts, sat down, placed her chin in her hands, and her elbows planted on her knees. But the painful thoughts continuing and a sense of chill overtaking her, she took a comforter off the bed and folded it about her, then opened the seed catalog, only to throw it down. No, 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 he couldn't do that to me. He wouldn't. She must not let him. Why, he had told her over and over that he was crazy about her, madly in love with her. They had been to all these wonderful places together. And now, without any real consciousness of her movements, she was moving from the chair to the edge of the bed, sitting with elbows on knees and chin in hands, or she was before the mirror or peering restlessly out into the dark to see if there was any trace of day. And at 6 and 6:30, when the light was just breaking and it was nearing time to dress, she was still up, in the chair, on the edge of the bed, in the corner before the mirror. But she had reached but one definite conclusion, and that was that in some way she must arrange not to have Clyde leave her. That must not be. There must be something that she could say or do that would cause him to love her still, even if she must let him stop in here or somewhere from time to time. Some other room in some other rooming house, maybe, where she could arrange in some way beforehand, say that he was her brother or something. But the mood that dominated Clyde was of a different nature. To have understood it correctly, the full measure and obstinacy and sullen contentiousness that had suddenly generated, one would have had to return to Kansas City and the period in which he had been so futilely dancing attendance upon Hortense Briggs. Also his having been compelled to give up Rita, yet to no end. For although the present conditions and situation were different, and he had no moral authority wherewith to change Roberta with any such unfair treatment as Hortense had meted out to him, still there was this other fact that girls, all of them, were obviously stubborn and self-preservative, always setting themselves apart from and even above the average man, and so wishing to compel him to do a lot of things for them without their wishing to do anything in return. And had not Roberta always told him that in so far as girls were concerned, he was more or less of a fool, too easy, too eager to show his hand and let them know that he was struck on them? Whereas, as Roberta had explained, Clyde possessed the looks, the goods, and why should he always be trailing after girls unless they wanted him very much? And this thought and compliment had impressed him very much at that time. Only because of the fiascos in connection with Hortense and Rita he was more earnest now. Yet here he was again in danger of repeating or bringing upon himself what had befallen him in the case of Hortense and Rita. At the same time, he was not without the self-incriminating thought that in seeking this, most distinctly he was driving toward a relationship which was not legitimate and that would prove dangerous in the future. For, as he now darkly and vaguely thought, if he sought a relationship which her prejudices and her training would not permit her to look upon as anything but evil, was he not thereby establishing in some form a claim on her part to some consideration from him in the future which it might not be so easy for him to ignore? For after all, he was the aggressor, not she. And because of this, and whatever might follow in connection with it, might not she be in a position to demand more from him than he might be willing to give? For was it his intention to marry her? In the back of his mind there lurked something which even now assured him that he would never desire to marry her, could not in the face of high family connections here. Therefore, should he proceed to demand, or should he not? And if he did, could he avoid that which would preclude any claim in the future? He did not thus so distinctly voice his inmost feelings to himself, but relatively of such was their nature. Yet so great was the temperamental and physical enticement of Roberta, that in spite of a warning nudge or mood that seemed to hint that it was dangerous for him to persist in his demand, he kept saying to himself that unless she would permit him to her room, he would not have anything more to do with her, the desire for her being all but overpowering. This contest which every primary union between the sexes, whether with or without marriage implies, was fought out the next day in the factory, and yet without a word on either side. For Clyde, although he considered himself to be deeply in love with Roberta, was still not so deeply involved but that a naturally selfish and ambitious and seeking disposition would in this instant stand its ground and master any impulse. And he was determined to take the attitude of one who had been injured, and was determined not to be friends any more, or yield in any way unless some concession on her part, such as would appease him, was made. And in consequence, he came into the stamping department that morning with the face and air of one who was vastly preoccupied with matters which had little, if anything, to do with what had occurred the night before. Yet, being far from certain that this attitude on his part was likely to lead to anything but defeat, he was inwardly depressed and awry. For after all, the sight of Roberta, freshly arrived, and although pale and distrait, as charming and energetic as ever, was not calculated to assure him of any immediate or even ultimate victory, and knowing her as well as he thought he did, by now, he was but weakly sustained by the thought that she might yield. He looked at her repeatedly when she was not looking, and when in turn she looked at him repeatedly, but only at first when he was not looking, later when she felt satisfied that his eyes, whether directly bent on her or not, must be encompassing her, still no trace of recognition could she extract. And now, to her bitter disappointment, not only did he choose to ignore her, but quite for the first time since they had been so interested in each other, he professed to pay, if not exactly conspicuous, at least noticeable and intentional attention to those other girls who were always so interested in him, and who always, as she had been constantly imagining, were but waiting for any slight overture on his part, to yield themselves to him in any way that he might dictate. Now he was looking over the shoulder of Ruza Nikiforovich, her plump face with its snub nose and weak chin turned engagingly toward him, and he commenting on something not particularly connected with the work in hand, apparently, for both were idly smiling. Again, in a little while, he was by the side of Martha Bourdaloue, her plump French shoulders and arms bare to the pits next to his. And for all her fleshly solidity and decidedly foreign flavor, there was still enough about her which most men would like. And with her, Clyde was attempting to jest, too. And later it was Flora Brant, the very sensuous and not unpleasing American girl whom Roberta had seen Clyde cultivating from time to time. Yet even so, she had never been willing to believe that he might become interested in any of these. Not Clyde, surely. And yet he could not see her at all now, could not find time to say a single word, although all these pleasant words and gay looks for all these others. Oh, how bitter! Oh, how cruel! And how utterly she despised those other girls with their oglings and their open attempts to take him from her. Oh, how terrible! Surely he must be very opposed to her now. Otherwise he would not do this, and especially after all that had been between them, the love, the kisses. The hours dragged for both, and with as much poignance for Clyde as for Roberta. For his was a feverish, urgent disposition where his dreams were concerned, and could ill brook the delay or disappointments that are the chief and outstanding characteristics of the ambitions of men, whatever their nature. He was tortured hourly by the thought that he was to lose Roberta, or that to win her back he would have to succumb to her wishes. And on her part she was torn, not so much by the question as to whether she would have to yield in this matter, for by now that was almost the least of her worries, but whether, once so yielding, Clyde would be satisfied with just some form of guarded social contact in the room, or not, and so continue on the strength of that to be friends with her. For more than this she would not grant. Never. And yet, the suspense, the misery of his indifference, she could scarcely endure it from minute to minute, let alone from hour to hour, and finally, in an agony of dissatisfaction with herself at having brought all this on herself, she retired to the rest room at about 3 in the afternoon, and there, with the aid of a piece of paper found on the floor and a small bit of pencil which she had, she composed a brief note. "Please, Clyde, don't be mad at me, will you? Please don't. Please look at me and speak to me, won't you? I'm so sorry about last night. Really I am. Terribly. And I must see you tonight at the end of Elm Street at 8:30, if you can, will you? I have something to tell you. Please do come. And please do look at me and tell me you will, even though you are angry. You won't be sorry. I love you so. You know I do. Your sorrowful, Roberta." And in the spirit of one who is in agonized search for an opiate, she folded up the paper, and returning to the room, drew close to Clyde's desk. He was before it at the time, bent over some slips, and quickly as she passed, she dropped the paper between his hands. He looked up instantly, his dark eyes still hard at the moment with the mingled pain and unrest and dissatisfaction and determination that had been upon him all day, and noting Roberta's retreating figure as well as the note, he at once relaxed, a wave of puzzled satisfaction as well as delight instantly filling them. He opened it and read, and instantly his body was suffused with a warm and yet very weakening ray. And Roberta, in turn, having reached her table and paused to note if by any chance anyone had observed her, now looked cautiously about, a strained and nervous look in her eyes. But seeing Clyde looking directly at her, his eyes filled with a conquering and yet yielding light and a smile upon his lips, and his head nodding a happy assent, she as suddenly experienced a dizzying sensation, as though her hitherto constricted blood, detained by a constricted heart and constricted nerves, were as suddenly set free, and all the dry marshes and cracked and parched banks of her soul, the dry rivulets and streams and lakes of misery that seemed to dot her being, were as instantly flooded with this rich upswelling force of life and love. He would meet her. They would meet tonight. He would put his arm around her and kiss her as before. She would be able to look in his eyes. They would not quarrel any more. Oh, never, if she could help it. End of Book 2, Chapter 21. Section 41 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 22. The wonder and delight of a new and more intimate form of contact, of protest gainsaid, of scruples overcome. Days when both, having struggled in vain against the greater intimacy which each knew that the other was desirous of yielding to, and eventually so yielding, looked forward to the approaching night with an eagerness which was as a fever embodying a fear. For with what qualms, what protests on the part of Roberta, what determination, yet not without a sense of evil, seduction, betrayal, on the part of Clyde. Yet the thing once done, a wild convulsive pleasure motivating both. Yet not without, before all this, an exaction on the part of Roberta to the effect that never, come what might, the natural consequences of so wild an intimacy strong in her thoughts, would he desert her, since without his aid she would be helpless. Yet with no direct statement as to marriage. And he, so completely overcome and swayed by his desire, thoughtlessly protesting that he never would. Never. She might depend on that, at least, although even then there was no thought in his mind of marriage. He would not do that. Yet nights and nights, all scruples for the time being abandoned, and however much by day Roberta might brood and condemn herself, when each yielded to the other completely, and dreamed thereafter, recklessly and wildly, of the joy of it, wishing from day to day for the time being that the long day might end, that the concealing, rewarding, feverish night were at hand. And Clyde feeling, and not unlike Roberta, who was firmly and even painfully convinced of it, that this was sin, deadly, mortal, since both his mother and father had so often emphasized that the seducer, adulterer, who prays outside the sacred precincts of marriage, and Roberta peering nervously into the blank future, wondering what, how, in any case, by any chance, Clyde should change or fail her. Yet the night returning, her mood once more veering, and she as well as he hurrying to meet somewhere, only later, in the silence of middle night, to slip into this unlighted room which was proving so much more of a paradise than either might ever know again, so wild and unrecapturable is the fever of youth. And at times, and despite all his other doubts and fears, Clyde, because of this sudden abandonment by Roberta of herself to his desires, feeling for the first time, really, in all his feverish years, that at last he was a man of the world, one who was truly beginning to know women, and so taking himself an air or manner that said as plainly as might have any words, "Behold, I am no longer the inexperienced, neglected simpleton of but a few weeks ago, but an individual of import now, someone who knows something about life. What have any of these strutting young men and gay, coaxing, flirting girls all about me that I have not? And if I chose, were less loyal than I am, what might I not do?" And this was proving to him that the notion which Hortense Briggs, to say nothing of the more recent fiasco in connection with Rita, had tended to build up in his mind, i.e. that he was either unsuccessful or ill-fated where girls were concerned, was false. He was, after all, and despite various failures and inhibitions, a youth of the Don Juan or Lothario stripe. And if now Roberta was obviously willing to sacrifice herself for him in this fashion, must there not be others? And this, in spite of the present indifference of the Griffiths, caused him to walk with even more of an air than had hitherto characterized him. Even though neither they nor any of those connected with them recognized him, still he looked at himself in his mirror from time to time with an assurance and admiration which before this he had never possessed. For now Roberta, feeling that her future was really dependent on his will and whim, had set herself to flatter him almost constantly, to be as obliging and convenient to him as possible. Indeed, according to her notion of the proper order of life, she was now his and his only, as much as any wife is ever to a husband, to do with as he wished. And for a time, therefore, Clyde forgot his rather neglected state here, and was content to devote himself to her without thinking much of the future. The one thing that did trouble him at times was the thought that, possibly, in connection with the original fear she had expressed to him, something might go wrong, which, considering her exclusive devotion to him, might prove embarrassing. At the same time, he did not trouble to speculate too deeply as to that. He had Roberta now. These relations, insofar as either of them could see or guess, were a dark secret. The pleasures of this left-handed honeymoon were at full tide, and the remaining brisk and often sunshiny and warm November and first December days passed, as in a dream, really, an ecstatic paradise of sorts in the very center of a humdrum, conventional, and petty and underpaid workaday world. In the meantime, the Griffiths had been away from the city since the middle of June, and ever since their departure, Clyde had been meditating upon them and all they represented in his life and that of the city. Their great house closed and silent, except for gardeners and an occasional chauffeur or servant visible as he walked from time to time past the place, was the same as a shrine to him, nearly, the symbol of that height to which by some turn of fate he might still hope to attain. For he had never quite been able to expel from his mind the thought that his future must in some way be identified with the grandeur that was here laid out before him. Yet so far as the movements of the Griffiths family and their social peers outside Lycurgus were concerned, he knew little other than that which from time to time he had read in the society columns of the two local papers, which almost obsequiously pictured the comings and goings of all those who were connected with the more important families of the city. At times, after reading these accounts, he had pictured to himself, even when he was off somewhere with Roberta at some unheralded resort, Gilbert Griffiths racing in his big car, Bella, Bertine, and Sondra dancing, canoeing in the moonlight, playing tennis, riding at some of the smart resorts where they were reported to be. The thing had had a bite and ache for him that was almost unendurable, and had lit up for him at times, and with overwhelming clarity, this connection of his with Roberta. For after all, who was she? A factory girl, the daughter of parents who lived and worked on a farm, and one who was compelled to work for her own living. Whereas he, if fortune would but favor him a little, was this to be the end of all his dreams in connection with his prospective superior life here? So it was that at moments and in his darker moods, and especially after she had abandoned herself to him, his thoughts ran. She was not of his station, really, at least not of that of the Griffiths, to which he still most eagerly aspired. Yet at the same time, whatever the mood generated by such items as he read in the Star, he would still return to Roberta, picturing her, since the other mood which had drawn him to her had by no means palled as yet, as delightful, precious, exceedingly worthwhile from the point of view of beauty, pleasure, sweetness, the attributes and charms which best identify any object of delight. But the Griffiths and their friends having returned to the city, and Lycurgus once more taken on that brisk, industrial, and social mood which invariably characterized it for at least 7 months in the year, he was again, and even more vigorously than before, intrigued by it. The beauty of the various houses along Waikiki Avenue and its immediate tributaries, the unusual and intriguing sense of involvement and life there so much in evidence. Oh, if he were but of it. End of Book 2, Chapter 22. Section 42 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 23. And then, one November evening, as Clyde was walking along Waikiki Avenue, just west of Central, a portion of the locally celebrated avenue which, ever since he had moved to Mrs. Peyton's, he was accustomed to traverse to and from his work, one thing did occur, which insofar as he and the Griffiths were concerned, was destined to bring about a chain of events which none of them could possibly have foreseen. At the time there was in his heart and mind that singing which is the inheritance of youth and ambition, and which the dying of the old year, instead of depressing, seemed but to emphasize. He had a good position. He was respected here. Over and above his room and board, he had not less than $15 a week to spend on himself and Roberta, an income which, while it had not paralleled that which had been derived from the Green Davidson or the Union League, was still not so involved with family miseries in the one place or personal loneliness in the other. And he had Roberta secretly devoted to him. And the Griffiths, thank goodness, did not and should not know anything of that, though just how in case of a difficulty it was to be avoided, he was not even troubling to think. His was a disposition which did not tend to load itself with more than the most immediate cares. And although the Griffiths and their friends had not chosen to recognize him socially, still more and more all others who were not connected with local society and who knew of him did. Only this very day, because the spring before he had been made a room chief, perhaps, and Samuel Griffiths had recently paused and talked with him, no less an important personage than Mr. Rudolph Smiley, one of the several active vice presidents, had asked him most cordially and casually whether he played golf, and if so, when spring came again, whether he might not be interested to join the Amuskeg, one of the two really important golf clubs within half a dozen miles of the city. Now, what could that mean, if not that Mr. Smiley was beginning to see him as a social possibility, and that he, as well as many others about the factory, were becoming aware of him as someone who was of some importance to the Griffiths, if not the factory. This thought, together with one other, that once more after dinner he was to see Roberta and in her room as early as 11 o'clock, or even earlier, cheered him and caused him to step along most briskly and gaily. For, since having indulged in this secret adventure so many times, both were unconsciously becoming bolder. Not having been detected to date, they were of the notion that it was possible they might not be. Or if they were, Clyde might be introduced as her brother or cousin for the moment, anyhow, in order to avoid immediate scandal. Later, to avoid danger of comment or subsequent detection, as both had agreed after some discussion, Roberta might have to move to some other place where the routine was to be repeated. But that would be easy, or at least better than no freedom of contact. And with that, Roberta had been compelled to agree. However, on this occasion, there came a contact and an interruption which set his thoughts careening in an entirely different direction. Reaching the first of the more important houses of Waikiki Avenue, although he had not the slightest idea who lived there, he was gazing interestedly at the high wrought iron fence, as well as the kempt lawn within, dimly illuminated by street lamps, and upon the surface of which he could detect many heaps of freshly fallen brown leaves being shaken and rolled by a winnowing and gambolling wind. It was also starkly severe, placid, reserved, beautiful as he saw it, that he was quite stirred by the dignity and richness of it. And as he neared the central gate, above which two lights were burning, making a circle of light about it, a closed car of great size and solidity stopped directly in front of it, and the chauffeur stepping down and opening the door, Clyde instantly recognized Sondra Finchley leaning forward in the car. "Go around to the side entrance, David, and tell Miriam that I can't wait for her because I'm going over to the Trumbolls for dinner, but I'll be back by 9. If she's not there, leave this note and hurry, will you?" The voice and manner were of that imperious and yet pleasing mode which had so intrigued him the spring before. And at the same time, seeing, as she thought, Gilbert Griffiths approaching along the sidewalk, she called, "Oh, hello. Walking tonight? If you just want to wait a minute, you can ride out with me. I've just sent David in with a note. He won't be long." Now, Sondra Finchley, despite the fact that she was interested in Bella and the Griffiths' wealth and prestige in general, was by no means as well pleased with Gilbert. He had been indifferent to her in the beginning, when she had tried to cultivate him, and he had remained so. He had wounded her pride. And to her, who was overflowing with vanity and self-conceit, this was the last offense, and she could not forgive him. She could not and would not brook the slightest trace of ego in another, and most especially the vain, cold, self-centered person of Bella's brother. He had too fine of an opinion of himself, as she saw it, was one who was too bursting with vanity to be of service to anyone. That stick. It was so that she invariably thought of him. Who does he think he is, anyhow? He certainly does think he's a lot around here. You'd think he was a Rockefeller or a Morgan. And for my part, I can't see where he's a bit interesting anymore. I like Bella. I think she's lovely. But that's smarty. I guess he would like to have a girl wait on him. Well, not for me. Such in the main were the comments made by Sondra upon such reported acts and words of Gilbert as were brought to her by others. And for his part, Gilbert, hearing of the gyrations, airs, and aspirations of Sondra from Bella from time to time, was accustomed to remark, "What, that little snip? Who does she think she is, anyhow? If ever there was a conceited little nut." However, so tightly were the social lines of Lycurgus drawn, so few the truly eligibles, that it was almost necessary and compulsory upon those in to make the best of such others as were in. And so it was that she now greeted Gilbert as she thought. And as she moved over slightly from the door to make room for him, Clyde, almost petrified by this unexpected recognition, and quite shaken out of his pose and self-contemplation, not being sure whether he had heard aright, now approached, his manner the epitome almost of a self-ingratiating and somewhat affectionate and wistful dog of high breeding and fine temperament. "Oh, good evening," he exclaimed, removing his cap and bowing. "How are you?" While his mind was registering that this truly was the beautiful, the exquisite Sondra whom months before he had met at his uncle's, and concerning whose social activities during the preceding summer he had been reading in the papers. And now here she was as lovely as ever, seated in this beautiful car and addressing him, apparently. However, Sondra on the instant, realizing that she had made a mistake and that it was not Gilbert, was quite embarrassed and uncertain for the moment just how to extricate herself from a situation which was a bit ticklish, to say the least. "Oh, pardon me, you're Mr. Clyde Griffiths, I see now. It's quite my mistake. I thought you were Gilbert. I couldn't quite make you out in the light." She had for the moment an embarrassed and fidgety and halting manner, which Clyde noticed, and which he saw implied that she had made a mistake that was not entirely flattering to him nor satisfactory to her, and this in turn caused him to become confused and anxious to retire. "Oh, pardon me. But that's all right. I didn't mean to intrude. I thought—" He flushed and stepped back, really troubled. But now Sondra, seeing at once that Clyde was, if anything, much more attractive than his cousin and far more diffident, and obviously greatly impressed by her charms as well as her social state, unbent sufficiently to say with a charming smile, "But that's all right. Won't you get in, please, and let me take you where you're going? Oh, I wish you would. I would be so glad to take you." For there was that in Clyde's manner the instant he learned that it was due to a mistake that he had been recognized, which caused even her to understand that he was hurt, abashed, and disappointed. His eyes took on a hurt look, and there was a wavering, apologetic, sorrowful smile playing about his lips. "Why, yes, of course," he said jerkily. "That is, if you want me to. I understand how it was. That's all right. But you needn't mind, if you don't wish to. I thought—" He had half turned to go, but was so drawn by her that he could scarcely tear himself away before she repeated, "Oh, do come get in, Mr. Griffiths. I'll be so glad if you will. It won't take David a moment to take you wherever you are going, I'm sure. And I am sorry about the other, I really am. I didn't mean, that just because you weren't Gilbert Griffiths." He paused, and in a bewildered manner stepped forward and entering the car, slipped into the seat beside her. And she, interested by his personality, at once again began to look at him, feeling glad that it was he now instead of Gilbert. In order the better to see and again reveal her interesting charms, as she saw them, to Clyde, she now switched on the roof light. And the chauffeur returning, she asked Clyde where he wished to go, an address which he gave reluctantly enough since it was so different from the street in which she resided. As the car sped on, he was animated by a feverish desire to make some use of this brief occasion which might cause her to think favorably of him. Perhaps, who knows, lead to some faint desire on her part to contact him again at some time or other. He was so truly eager to be of her world. "It's certainly nice of you to take me up this way." He now turned to her and observed, smiling. "I didn't think it was my cousin you meant, or I wouldn't have come up as I did." "Oh, that's all right. Don't mention it," replied Sondra archly, with a kind of sickly sweetness in her voice. Her original impression of him, as she now felt, had been by no means so vivid. "It's my mistake, not yours. But I'm glad I made it now, anyhow," she added most definitely, and with an engaging smile. "I think I'd rather pick you up than I would Gil, anyhow. We don't get along any too well, he and I. We quarrel a lot whenever we do meet anywhere." She smiled, having completely recovered from her momentary embarrassment, and now leaned back after the best princess fashion, her glance examining Clyde's very regular features with interest. He had such soft, smiling eyes, she thought. And after all, as she now reasoned, he was Bella's and Gilbert's cousin, and looked prosperous. "Well, that's too bad," he said stiffly, and with a very awkward and weak attempt at being self-confident and even high-spirited in her presence. "Oh, it doesn't amount to anything, really. We just quarrel, that's all, once in a while." She saw that he was nervous and bashful, and decidedly unresourceful in her presence, and it pleased her to think that she could thus befuddle and embarrass him so much. "Are you still working for your uncle?" "Oh, yes," replied Clyde quickly, as though it would make an enormous difference to her if he were not. "I have charge of a department over there now." "Oh, really? I didn't know. I haven't seen you at all since that one time, You don't get time to go out much, I suppose." She looked at him wisely, as much as to say, "Your relatives aren't so very interested in you." But really liking him now, she said instead, "You have been in the city all summer, I suppose?" "Oh, yes," replied Clyde quite simply and winningly. "I have to be, It's the work that keeps me here. But I've seen your name in the papers often, and read about your riding and tennis contests, and I saw you in that flower parade last June, too. I certainly thought you looked beautiful, like an angel almost." There was an admiring, pleading light in his eyes, which now quite charmed her. What a pleasing young man, so different to Gilbert. And to think he should be so plainly and hopelessly smitten when she could take no more than a passing interest in him. It made her feel sorry a little, and hence kindly toward him. Besides, what would Gilbert think if only he knew that his cousin was so completely reduced by her? How angry he would be, he who so plainly thought her a snip. It would serve him just right if Clyde were taken up by someone and made more of than he, Gilbert, could ever hope to be. The thought had a most pleasing tang for her. However, at this point, unfortunately, the car turned in before Mrs. Peyton's door and stopped. The adventure for Clyde and for her was seemingly over. "That's awfully nice of you to say that. I won't forget that." She smiled archly as, the chauffeur opening the door, Clyde stepped down, his own nerves taut because of the grandeur and import of this encounter. "So this is where you live? Do you expect to be in Lycurgus all winter?" "Oh, yes, I'm quite sure of it. I hope to be anyhow," he added quite yearningly, his eyes expressing the meaning completely. "Well, perhaps then I'll see you again somewhere, sometime. I hope so, anyhow." She nodded and gave him her fingers and the most fetching and wreathy of smiles, and he, eager to the point of folly, added, "Oh, so do I." "Good night, good night," she called as the car sprang away, and Clyde, looking at it, wondered if he would ever see her again so closely and intimately as here. To think that he should have met her again in this way. And she had proved so very different from that first time when, as he distinctly recalled, she took no interest in him at all. He turned hopefully and a little wistfully toward his own door. And Sondra, why was it, she pondered as the motor car sped on his way, that the Griffiths were apparently not much interested in him? End of Book 2, Chapter 23. Section 43 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 24. The effect of this so casual contact was really disrupting in more senses than one. For now, in spite of his comfort in and satisfaction with Roberta, once more and in this positive and to him entrancing way, was posed the whole question of his social possibilities here. And that, strangely enough, by the one girl of this upper level who had most materialized and magnified for him the meaning of that upper level itself, the beautiful Sondra Finchley. Her lovely face, smart clothes, gay and superior demeanor. If only at the time he had first encountered her he had managed to interest her. Or could now. The fact that his relations with Roberta were what they were now was not of sufficient import or weight to offset the temperamental or imaginative pull of such a girl as Sondra and all that she represented. Just to think, the Wimblinger Finchley Electric Sweeper Company was one of the largest manufacturing concerns here. Its tall walls and stacks were a part of the striking skyline across the Mohawk, and the Finchley residence in Waikiki Avenue, near that of the Griffiths, was one of the most impressive among that distinguished row of houses, which had come with the latest and most discriminating architectural taste here. Italian Renaissance, cream-hued marble, and Dutchess County sandstone combined, and the Finchleys were among the most discussed of families here. Ah, to know this perfect girl more intimately, to be looked upon her with favor, made, by reason of that favor, a part of the fine world to which she belonged. Was he not a Griffiths? As good-looking as Gilbert Griffiths any day? And as attractive, if he only had as much money, or a part of it even. To be able to dress in the Gilbert Griffiths fashion, to ride around in one of the handsome cars he sported. Then, you bet, a girl like this would be delighted to notice him. Mayhap, who knows, even fall in love with him. Enelscar and the tray of glasses. But now, as he gloomily thought, he could only hope, hope, hope. The devil! He would not go around to Roberta's this evening. He would trump up some excuse. Tell her in the morning that he had been called upon by his uncle or cousin to do some work. He could not and would not go, feeling as he did just now. So much for the effect of wealth, beauty, the peculiar social state to which he most aspired, on a temperament that was as fluid and unstable as water. On the other hand, later, thinking over her contact with Clyde, Sondra was definitely taken with what may only be described as his charm for her, all the more definite in this case, since it represented a direct opposite to all that his cousin offered by way of offense. His clothes and his manner, as well as a remark he had dropped, to the effect that he was connected with the company in some official capacity, seemed to indicate that he might be better placed than she had imagined. Yet she also recalled that although she had been about with Bella all summer and had encountered Gilbert, Myra, and their parents from time to time, there had never been a word about Clyde. Indeed, all the information she had gathered concerning him was that originally furnished by Mrs. Griffiths, who had said that he was a poor nephew whom her husband had brought on from the West in order to help in some way. Yet now, as she viewed Clyde on this occasion, he did not seem so utterly unimportant or poverty-stricken by any means. Quite interesting and rather smart and very attractive, and obviously anxious to be taken seriously by a girl like herself, as she could see. And this coming from Gilbert's cousin, a Griffiths, was flattering. Arriving at the Trumbolls, a family which centered about one Douglas Trumbull, a prosperous lawyer and widower and speculator of this region, who, by reason of his children, as well as his own good manners and legal subtlety, had managed to ingratiate himself into the best circles of Lycurgus society, she suddenly confided to Jill Trumbull, the elder of the lawyer's two daughters. "You know, I had a funny experience today," and she proceeded to relate all that had occurred in detail. Afterward at dinner, Jill having appeared to find it most fascinating, she again repeated it to Gertrude and Tracy, the younger daughter and only son of the Trumbull family. "Oh yes," observed Tracy Trumbull, a law student in his father's office. "I've seen that fellow, I bet, 3 or 4 times on Central Avenue. He looks a lot like Gil, doesn't he? Only not so swagger. I've nodded to him 2 or 3 times this summer because I thought he was Gil for the moment." "Oh, I've seen him too," commented Gertrude Trumbull. "He wears a cap and a belted coat like Gilbert Griffiths sometimes, doesn't he? Arabella Stark pointed him out to me once, and then Jill and I saw him passing Stark's once on a Saturday afternoon. He is better looking than Gil, any day, I think." This confirmed Sondra in her own thoughts in regard to Clyde, and now she added, "Bertine Cranston and I met him one evening last spring at the Griffiths. We thought he was too bashful then, but I wish you could see him now. He's positively handsome, with the softest eyes and the nicest smile." "Oh, now, Sondra," commented Jill Trumbull, who, apart from Bertine and Bella, was as close to Sondra as any girl here, having been one of her classmates at the Snedeker School. "I know someone who would be jealous if he could hear you say that." "And wouldn't Gil Griffiths like to hear that his cousin's better looking than he is?" chimed in Tracy Trumbull. "Oh, say—" "Oh, he," sniffed Sondra irritably. "He thinks he's so much. I'll bet anything it's because of him that the Griffiths won't have anything to do with their cousin. I'm sure of it, now that I think of it. Bella would, of course, because I heard her say last spring that she thought he was good-looking. And Myra wouldn't do anything to hurt anybody. What a lark if some of us were to take him up sometime and begin inviting him here and there, once in a while, you know, just for fun, to see how he would do, and how the Griffiths would take it. I know well enough it would be all right with Mr. Griffiths and Myra and Bella, but Gil, I'll bet, would be as peeved as anything. I couldn't do it myself very well because I'm so close to Bella, but I know who could, and they wouldn't say a thing." She paused, thinking of Bertine Cranston and how she disliked Gil and Mrs. Griffiths. "I wonder if he dances or rides or plays tennis or anything like that." She stopped and meditated amusedly, the while others studied her. And Jill Trumbull, a restless, eager girl like herself, without so much of her looks or flair, however, observed, "It would be a prank, wouldn't it? Do you suppose the Griffiths really would dislike it very much?" "What's the difference if they did?" went on Sondra. "They couldn't do anything more than ignore him, could they? And who would care about that, I'd like to know? Not the people who invited him." "Go on, you fellows, stir up a local scrap, will you?" put in Tracy Trumbull. "I'll bet anything that's what comes of it in the end. Gil Griffiths won't like it, you can gamble on that. I wouldn't if I were in his position. If you want to stir up a lot of feeling here, go to it, but I'll lay a bet that's what it comes to." Now Sondra Finchley's nature was of just such a turn that a thought of this kind was most appealing to her. However, as interesting as the idea was to her at the time, nothing definite might have come of it, had it not been that subsequent to this conversation, and several others held with Bertine Cranston, Jill Trumbull, Patricia Anthony, and Arabella Stark, the news of this adventure, together with some comments as to himself, finally came to the ears of Gilbert Griffiths, yet only via Constance Wynant, to whom, as local gossips would have it, he was prospectively engaged. And Constance, hoping that Gilbert would marry her eventually, was herself irritated by the report that Sondra had chosen to interest herself in Clyde, and then, for no sane reason, as she saw it, proclaimed that he was more attractive than Gilbert. So, as much to relieve herself as to lay some plan of avenging herself upon Sondra, if possible, she conveyed the whole matter in turn to Gilbert, who at once proceeded to make various cutting references to Clyde and Sondra, and these carried back to Sondra, along with certain embellishments by Constance, had the desired effect. It served to awaken in her the keenest desire for retaliation, for if she chose, she certainly could be nice to Clyde, and have others be nice to him too, and that would mean, perhaps, that Gilbert would find himself faced by a social rival of sorts, his own cousin, too, who, even though he was poor, might come to be liked better. What a lark! At the very same time, there came to her a way by which she might most easily introduce Clyde, and yet without seeming to do so, without any great harm to herself, if it did not terminate as she wished. For in Lycurgus, among the younger members of those smarter families whose children had been to the Snedeker school, existed a rather illusory and casual dinner and dance club called the Now and Then. It had no definite organization, officers, or abode. Anyone who, because of class and social connections, was eligible and chose to belong, could call a meeting of other members to give a dinner or dance or tea in their homes. And how simple, thought Sondra in browsing around for a suitable vehicle by which to introduce Clyde, if someone other than herself who belonged could be induced to get up something, and then at her suggestion invite Clyde. How easy, say, for Jill Trumbull to give a dinner and dance to the Now and Thens to which Clyde might be invited, and by this ruse, she would thus be able to see him again, and find out just how much he did interest her, and what he was like. Accordingly, a small dinner for this club and its friends was announced for the first Thursday in December, Jill Trumbull to be the hostess. To it were to be invited Sondra and her brother, Stuart, Tracy and Gertrude Trumbull, Arabella Stark, Bertine and her brother, and some others from Utica and Gloversville as well, and Clyde. But in order to safeguard Clyde against any chance of failure or even invidious comment of any kind, not only she but Bertine and Jill and Gertrude were to be attentive to and considerate of him. They were to see that his dance program was complete, and that neither at dinner nor on the dance floor was he to be left to himself, but was to be passed on most artfully from one to the other until the evening should be over. For by reason of that, others might come to be interested in him, which would not only take the thorn from the thought that Sondra alone, of all the better people of Lycurgus, had been friendly to him, but would sharpen the point of this development for Gilbert, if not for Bella and the other members of the Griffiths family. And in accordance with this plan, so it was done. And so it was that Clyde, returning from the factory one early December evening about 2 weeks after his encounter with Sondra, was surprised by the sight of a cream-colored note leaning against the mirror on his dresser. It was addressed in a large, scrawly, and unfamiliar hand. He picked it up and turned it over, without being able in any way to fix upon the source. On the back were the initials BT or JT, he could not decide which, so elaborately intertwined was the engraved penmanship. He tore it open and drew out a card which read, "The Now and Then Club will hold its first winter dinner dance at the home of Douglas Trumbull, 135 Waikiki Avenue, on Thursday, December 4th. You are cordially invited. Will you kindly reply to Miss Jill Trumbull?" On the back of this, though, in the same scrawly hand that graced the envelope, was written, "Dear Mr. Griffiths, thought you might like to come. It will be quite informal. And I'm sure you'll like it. If so, will you let Jill Trumbull know? Sondra Finchley." Quite amazed and thrilled, Clyde stood and stared, for ever since that second contact with her he had been more definitely fascinated than at any time before by the dream that somehow, in some way, he was to be lifted from the lowly state in which he now dwelt. He was, as he now saw it, really too good for the commonplace world by which he was environed. And now here was this, a social invitation issued by the Now and Then Club, of which, even though he had never heard of it, must be something, since it was sponsored by such exceptional people. And on the back of it, was there not the writing of Sondra herself? How marvelous, really! So astonished was he that he could scarcely contain himself for joy, but now on the instant must walk to and fro, looking at himself in the mirror, washing his hands and face, and then deciding that his tie was not just right, perhaps, and changing to another, thinking forward to what he should wear, and back upon how Sondra had looked at him on that last occasion, and how she had smiled. At the same time, he could not help wondering, even at this moment, of what Roberta would think, if now, by some extra optical power of observation, she could note his present joy in connection with this note. For plainly, and because he was no longer governed by the conventional notions of his parents, he had been allowing himself to drift into a position in regard to her, which would certainly spell torture to her, in case she could discover the nature of his present mood, a thought which puzzled him not a little, but did not serve to modify his thoughts in regard to Sondra in the least. That wonderful girl, that beauty, that world of wealth and social position she lived in. At the same time, so innately pagan and unconventional were his thoughts in regard to all this, that he could now ask himself, and that seriously enough, why should he not be allowed to direct his thoughts toward her and away from Roberta, since at the moment Sondra supplied the keener thought of delight? Roberta could not know about this. She could not see into his mind, could she, become aware of any such extra experience as this unless he told her, and most assuredly he did not intend to tell her. And what harm, he now asked himself, was there in a poor youth like him aspiring to such heights? Other youths as poor as himself had married girls as rich as Sondra. For in spite of all that had occurred between him and Roberta, he had not, as he now clearly recalled, given her his word that he would marry her, except under one condition. And such a condition, especially with the knowledge that he had all too clearly acquired in Kansas City, was not likely to happen as he thought. And Sondra, now that she had thus suddenly burst upon him again in this way, was the same as a fever to his fancy. This goddess in her shrine of gilt and tinsel, so utterly enticing to him, had deigned to remember him in this open and direct way, and suggest that he be invited. And no doubt she herself was going to be there, a thought which thrilled him beyond measure. And what would not Gilbert and the Griffiths think if they were to hear of his going to this affair now, as they surely would? Or meet him later at some other party to which Sondra might invite him? Think of that! Would it irritate or please them? Make them think less or more of him? For after all, this was certainly not of his doing. Was he not properly invited by people of their own station here in Lycurgus, whom most certainly they were compelled to respect? And by no device of his either. Sheer accident, the facts concerning which would most certainly not reflect on him as pushing. As lacking as he was in some of the finer shades of mental discrimination, a sly and ironic pleasure lay in the thought that now Gilbert and the Griffiths might be compelled to countenance him, whether they would or not, invite him to their home even. For if these others did, how could they avoid it, really? Oh, joy! And that in the face of Gilbert's high contempt for him. He fairly chuckled as he thought of it, feeling that however much Gilbert might resent it, neither his uncle nor Myra were likely to, and that hence he would be fairly safe from any secret desire on the part of Gilbert to revenge himself on him for this. But how wonderful this invitation! Why that intriguing scribble of Sondra's, unless she was interested in him some? Why? The thought was so thrilling that Clyde could scarcely eat his dinner that night. He took up the card and kissed the handwriting. And instead of going to see Roberta as usual, he decided, as before, on first re-encountering her, to walk a bit, then return to his room and retire early. And on the morrow, as before, he could make some excuse, say that he had been over to the Griffiths' home, or some one of the heads of the factory, in order to listen to an explanation in regard to something in connection with the work, since there were often such conferences. For, in the face of this, he did not care to see or talk to Roberta that night. He could not. The other thought, that of Sondra and her interest in him, was too enticing. End of Book 2, Chapter 24. Section 44 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 25. But in the interim, in connection with his relations with Roberta, no least reference to Sondra, although, even when near her in the factory or her room, he could not keep his thoughts from wandering away to where Sondra in her imaginary high social world might be. The while Roberta, at moments only sensing a drift and remoteness in his thought and attitude which had nothing to do with her, was wondering what it was that of late was beginning to occupy him so completely, and he in his turn, when she was not looking, was thinking, supposing, since she had troubled to recall herself to him, that he could interest a girl like Sondra in him. What then of Roberta? What? And in the face of this intimate relation that had now been established between them? Goodness, the deuce! And that he did care for her. Yes, he did. Although now, basking in the direct rays of this newer luminary, he could scarcely see Roberta any longer, so strong were the actinic rays of this other. Was he all wrong? Was it evil to be like this? His mother would say so, and his father too, and perhaps everybody who thought right about life. Sondra Finchley, maybe? The Griffiths? All. And yet, it was snowing the first light snow of the year as Clyde, arrayed in a new collapsible silk hat and white silk muffler, both suggested by a friendly haberdasher, or in short, with whom recently he had come in contact here, and a new silk umbrella wherewith to protect himself from the snow, made his way toward the very interesting, if not so very imposing residence of the Trumbulls on Waikiki Avenue. It was quaint, low, and rambling, and the lights beaming from within upon the many drawn blinds gave it a Christmas card effect. And before it, even at the prompt hour at which he arrived, were ranged a half-dozen handsome cars of various builds and colors. The sight of them, sprinkled on tops, running boards, and fenders, with the fresh, flaky snow, gave him a keen sense of a deficiency that was not likely soon to be remedied in his case, the want of ample means wherewith to equip himself with such a necessity as that. And inside, as he approached the door, he could hear voices, laughter, and conversation commingled. A tall, thin servant relieved him of his hat, coat, and umbrella, and he found himself face to face with Jill Trumbull, who apparently was on the lookout for him, a smooth, curly-haired blonde girl, not too thrillingly pretty, but brisk and smart, in white satin, with arms and shoulders bare and rhinestones banded around her forehead. "No trouble to tell who you are," she said gaily, approaching and giving Clyde her hand. "I'm Jill Trumbull. Miss Finchley hasn't come yet, but I can do the honors just as well, I guess. Come right in where the rest of us are." She led the way into a series of connecting rooms that seemed to join each other at right angles, adding as she went, "You do look an awful lot like Gil Griffiths, don't you?" "Do I?" smiled Clyde, simply and courageously, and very much flattered by the comparison. The ceilings were low. Pretty lamps behind painted shades hugged dark walls. Open fires in two connecting rooms cast a rosy glow upon cushioned and comfortable furniture. There were pictures, books, objects of art. "Here, Tracy, you do the announcing, will you?" she called. "My brother, Tracy Trumbull, Mr. Griffiths. Mr. Clyde Griffiths, everybody," she added, surveying the company in general, which in turn fixed varying eyes upon him, while Tracy Trumbull took him by the hand. Clyde, suffering from a sense of being studied, nevertheless achieved a warm smile. At the same time, he realized that, for the moment at least, conversation had stopped. "Don't all stop talking on my account," he ventured with a smile, which caused most of those present to conceive of him as at ease and resourceful. At the same time, Tracy added, "I'm not going to do any man-to-man introduction stuff. We'll stand right here and point him out. That's my sister, Gertrude, over there talking to Scott Nicholson." Clyde noted that a small, dark girl dressed in pink with a pretty and yet saucy and piquant face nodded to him. And beside her, a very de rigueur youth of fine physique and pink complexion nodded jerkily. "How'd you do?" And a few feet from them, near a deep window, stood a tall and yet graceful girl of dark and by no means ravishing features, talking to a broad-shouldered and deep-chested youth of less than her height, who were proclaimed to be Arabella Stark and Frank Harriet. "They're arguing over a recent Cornell-Syracuse football game. Bertrand Taylor and Miss Fant of Utica," he went on, almost too swiftly for Clyde to assemble any mental notes. "Pearlie Haynes and Miss Vanda Steele. Well, I guess that's all as yet. Oh no, here come Grant and Nina Temple." Clyde paused and gazed as a tall and somewhat dandified-looking youth, sharp of face and with murky gray eyes, steered a trim, young, plump girl in fawn gray, and with a light chestnut braid of hair laid carefully above her forehead, into the middle of the room. "Hello, Jill. Hello, Vanda. Hello, Wynette." In the midst of these greetings on his part, Clyde was presented to these two, neither of whom seemed to pay much attention to him. "Didn't think we'd make it," went on young Cranston, speaking to all at once. "Nina didn't want to come, but I promised Bertine and Jill, or I wouldn't have either. We were up at the Bagleys. Guess who's up there, Scott? Van Peterson and Rhoda Hull. They're just over for the day." "You don't say," called Scott Nicholson, a determined and self-centered-looking individual. Clyde was arrested by the very definite sense of social security and ease that seemed to reside in everybody. "Why didn't you bring 'em along? I'd like to see Rhoda again, and Van, too." "Couldn't. They have to go back early, they say. They may stop in later for a minute." "Gee, isn't dinner served yet? I expected to sit right down." "These lawyers, don't you know they don't eat often?" commented Frank Harriet, who was a short but broad-chested and smiling youth, very agreeable, very good-looking, and with even, white teeth. Clyde liked him. "Well, whether they do or not, we do, or out I go. Did you hear who's being touted for stroke next year over at Cornell?" This college chatter relating to Cornell, and shared by Harriet, Cranston, and others, Clyde could not understand. He had scarcely heard of the various colleges with which this group was all too familiar. At the same time, he was wise enough to sense the defect and steer clear of any questions or conversations which might relate to them. However, because of this, he at once felt out of it. These people were better informed than he was, had been to colleges. Perhaps he had better claim that he had been to some school. In Kansas City, he had heard of the State University of Kansas, not so very far from there. Also the University of Missouri, and in Chicago of the University of Chicago. Could he say that he had been to one of those? That Kansas one for a little while, anyway? On the instant he proposed to claim it if asked, and then look up afterwards what, if anything, he was supposed to know about it. What if, for instance, he might have studied? He had heard of mathematics somewhere, why not that? But these people, as he could see, were too much interested in themselves to pay attention to him now. He might be a Griffiths and important to some outside, but here not so much. A matter of course, as it were. And because Tracy Trumbull for the moment had turned away to say something to Wynette Fant, He felt quite alone, beached and helpless, and with no one to talk to. But just then, the small dark girl, Gertrude, came over to him. "The crowd's a little late in getting together. It always is. If we said 8, they'd come at 8:30 or 9. Isn't that always the way?" "It certainly is," replied Clyde gratefully, endeavoring to appear as brisk and as much at ease as possible. "I'm Gertrude Trumbull," she repeated. "The sister of the good-looking Jill?" A cynical and yet amused smile played about her mouth and eyes. "You nodded to me, but you don't know me. Just the same, we've been hearing a lot about you." She teased in an attempt to trouble Clyde a little, if possible. "A mysterious Griffiths here in Lycurgus whom no one seems to have met. I saw you once in Central Avenue, though. You were going into Rich's candy store. You didn't know that, though. Do you like candy?" "Oh, yes, I like candy. Why?" asked Clyde on the instant, feeling teased and disturbed, since the girl for whom he was buying the candy was Roberta. At the same time, he could not help feeling slightly more at ease with this girl than with some others, for although cynical and not so attractive, her manner was genial, and she now spelled escape from isolation, and hence diffidence. "You're probably just saying that," she laughed, a bantering look in her eyes. "More likely you were buying it for some girl. You have a girl, haven't you?" "Why—" Clyde paused for the fraction of a second, because as she asked this, Roberta came to his mind, and the query, "Had anyone ever seen him with Roberta?" flitted through his brain, also thinking at the same time what a bold, teasing, intelligent girl this was, different from any that thus far he had known. Yet quite without pause, he added, "No, I haven't. What makes you ask that?" As he said this, there came to him the thought of what Roberta would think if she could hear him now. "But what a question!" he continued, a little nervously now. "You like to tease, don't you?" "Who, me? Oh, no, I wouldn't do anything like that. But I'm sure you have just the same. I like to ask questions sometimes, just to see what people will say when they don't want you to know what they really think." She beamed into Clyde's eyes, amusedly and defiantly. "But I know you have a girl all the same. All good-looking fellows have." "Oh, am I good-looking?" He beamed nervously, amused and yet pleased. "Who said so?" "As though you didn't know. Well, different people. I, for one. And Sondra Finchley thinks you're good-looking, too. She's only interested in men who are. So does my sister, Jill, for that matter. And she only likes men who are good-looking. I'm different because I'm not so good-looking myself." She blinked cynically and teasingly into his eyes, which caused him to feel oddly out of place, not able to cope with such a girl at all, at the same time very much flattered and amused. "But don't you think you're better looking than your cousin?" she went on sharply and even commandingly. "Some people think you are." Although a little staggered and yet flattered by this question, which propounded what he might have liked to believe, and although intrigued by this girl's interest in him, still Clyde would not have dreamed of venturing any such assertion even though he had believed it. Too vividly it brought the aggressive and determined, and even at times revengeful-looking features of Gilbert before him, who, stirred by such a report as this, would not hesitate to pay him out. "Why, I don't think anything of the kind," he laughed. "Honestly, I don't. Of course I don't." "Oh, well, then maybe you don't, but you are just the same. But that won't help you much either unless you have money. That is, if you want to run with people who have." She looked up at him and added quite blandly, "People like money even more than they do looks." What a sharp girl this was, he thought, and what a hard, cold statement. It cut him not a little, even though she had not intended that it should. But just then Sondra herself entered with some youth whom Clyde did not know, a tall, gangling, but very smartly dressed individual. And after them, along with others, Bertine and Stuart Finchley. "Here she is now," added Gertrude a little spitefully, for she resented the fact that Sondra was so much better looking than either she or her sister, and that she had expressed an interest in Clyde. "She'll be looking to see if you notice how pretty she looks, so don't disappoint her." The impact of this remark, a reflection of the exact truth, was not necessary to cause Clyde to gaze attentively and even eagerly, for apart from her local position and means, and taste and dress and manners, Sondra was of the exact order and spirit that most intrigued him, a somewhat refined, and because of means and position showered upon her, less savage, although scarcely less self-centered, Hortense Briggs. She was, in her small, intense way, a seeking Aphrodite, eager to prove to any who were sufficiently attractive the destroying power of her charm, while at the same time retaining her own personality and individuality, free of any entangling alliance or compromise. However, for varying reasons which she could not quite explain to herself, Clyde appealed to her. He might not be anything socially or financially, but he was interesting to her. Hence she was now keen, first to see if he were present, next to be sure that he gained no hint that she had seen him first, and lastly to act as grandly as possible for his benefit, a Hortensian procedure and type of thought that was exactly the thing best calculated to impress him. He gazed, and there she was, tripping here and there in a filmy chiffon dance frock, shaded from palest yellow to deepest orange, which most enhanced her dark eyes and hair. And after having exchanged a dozen or more "oh, hellos," and references with one and another to this, that, and the other local event, she at last condescended to evince awareness of his proximity. "Oh, here you are. You decided to come after all. I wasn't sure whether you would think it worthwhile. You've been introduced to everybody, of course?" She looked around as much as to say that if he had not been, she would proceed to serve him in this way. The others, not so very impressed by Clyde, were still not a little interested by the fact that she seemed so interested in him. "Yes, I met nearly everybody, I think." "Except Freddie Sells. He came in with me just now. Here you are, Freddie," she called to a tall and slender youth, smooth of cheek and obviously becurled as to hair, who now came over and in his closely fitting dress coat looked down on Clyde about as a spring rooster might look down on a sparrow. "This is Clyde Griffiths I was telling you about, Fred," she began briskly. "Doesn't he look a lot like Gilbert?" "Why, you do at that!" exclaimed this amiable person, who seemed to be slightly troubled with weak eyes, since he bent close. "I hear you're a cousin of Gil's. I know him well. We went through Princeton together. I used to be over there before I joined the General Electric over at Schenectady, but I'm around a good bit yet. You're connected with the factory, I suppose?" "Yes, I am," said Clyde, who, before a youth of obviously so much more training and schooling than he possessed, felt now a little reduced. He began to fear that this individual would try to talk to him about things which he could not understand, things concerning which, having had no consecutive training of any kind, he had never been technically informed. "In charge of some department, I suppose?" "Yes, I am," said Clyde, cautiously and nervously. "You know," went on Mr. Sells, briskly and interestingly, being of a commercial as well as technical turn, "I've always wondered just what, outside of money, there is to the collar business. Gil and I used to argue about that when we were down at college. He used to try to tell me that there was some social importance to making and distributing collars, giving polish and manner to people who wouldn't otherwise have them if it weren't for cheap collars. I think he must have read that in a book somewhere. I always laughed at him." Clyde was about to attempt an answer, although already beyond his depth in regard to this. Social importance. Just what did he mean by that? Some deep, scientific information that he had acquired at college? He was saved a non-committal or totally uninformed answer by Sondra, who, without thought or knowledge of the difficulty which was then and there before him, exclaimed, "Oh, no arguments, Freddie. That's not interesting. Besides, I want him to meet my brother and Bertine. You remember Miss Cranston. She was with me at your uncle's last spring." Clyde turned, while Fred made the best of the rebuff by merely looking at Sondra, whom he admired so very much. "Yes, of course," Clyde began, for he had been studying these two along with others. To him, apart from Sondra, Bertine seemed exceedingly attractive, though quite beyond his understanding also. Being involved, insincere, and sly, she merely evoked in him a troubled sense of ineffectiveness, and hence uncertainty, insofar as her particular world was concerned. No more. "Oh, how do you do? It's nice to meet you again," she drawled, and while her greenish-gray eyes went over him in a smiling and yet indifferent and quizzical way. She thought him attractive, but not nearly as shrewd and hard as she would have preferred him to be. "You've been terribly busy with your work, I suppose. But now that you've come out once, I suppose we'll see more of you here and there." "Well, I hope so," he replied, showing his even teeth. Her eyes seemed to be saying that she did not believe what she was saying, and that he did not either, but that it was necessary, possibly amusing, to say something of the sort. And a related, though somewhat modified, version of this same type of treatment was accorded him by Stuart, Sondra's brother. "Oh, how do you do? Glad to know you. My sister has just been telling me about you. Going to stay in Lycurgus long? Hope you do. We'll run into another once in a while then, I suppose." Clyde was by no means so sure, but he admired the easy, shallow way in which Stuart laughed and showed his even white teeth, a quick, genial, indifferent laugh. Also the way in which he turned and laid hold of Wynette Fant's white arm as she passed. "Wait a minute, Wyn, I want to ask you something." He was gone, into another room, bending close to her and talking fast, and Clyde had noticed that his clothes were perfectly cut. What a gay world, he thought. What a brisk world. And just then Jill Trumbull began calling, "Come on, people, it's not my fault. The cook's mad about something and you're all late anyhow. We'll get it over with and then dance, eh? You can sit between me and Miss Trumbull when she gets the rest of us seated, assured Sondra. Won't that be nice? And now you may take me in. She slipped a white arm under Clyde's, and he felt as though he were slowly but surely being transported to paradise. End of Book 2, Chapter 25. Section 45 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 26. The dinner itself was chatter about a jumble of places, personalities, plans, most of which had nothing to do with anything that Clyde had personally contacted here. However, by reason of his own charm, he soon managed to overcome the sense of strangeness, and hence indifference in some quarters, more particularly the young women of the group who were interested by the fact that Sondra Finchley liked him. And Jill Trumbull, sitting beside him, wanted to know where he came from, what his own home life and connections were like, why he had decided to come to Lycurgus, questions which, interjected as they were between silly banter concerning different girls and their beaux, gave Clyde pause. He did not feel that he could admit the truth in connection with his family at all, so he announced that his father conducted a hotel in Denver, not so very large, but still a hotel. Also that he had come to Lycurgus because his uncle had suggested to him in Chicago that he come to learn the collar business. He was not sure that he was wholly interested in it, or that he would continue indefinitely unless it proved worthwhile. Rather, he was trying to find out what it might mean to his future, a remark which caused Sondra, who was also listening, as well as Jill, to whom it was addressed, to consider that in spite of all the rumors attributed to Gilbert, Clyde must possess some means and position to which, in case he did not do so well here, he could return. This in itself was important, not only to Sondra and Jill, but to all the others. For despite his looks and charm and family connections here, the thought that he was a mere nobody, seeking, as Constance Winan had reported, to attach himself to his cousin's family, was disquieting. One couldn't ever be anything much more than friendly with a moneyless clerk or pensioner, whatever his family connections, whereas if he had a little money and some local station elsewhere, the situation was entirely different. And now Sondra, relieved by this, and the fact that he was proving more acceptable than she had imagined he would, was inclined to make more of him than otherwise she would have done. "Are you going to let me dance with you after dinner?" was one of the first things he said to her, infringing on a genial smile given him in the midst of clatter concerning an approaching dance somewhere. "Why, yes, of course, if you want me to," she replied coquettishly, seeking to intrigue him into further romanticisms in regard to her. "Just one?" "How many do you want? There are a dozen boys here, you know. Did you get a program when you came in?" "I didn't see any." "Never mind. After dinner you can get one, and you may put me down for 3 and 8. That will leave room for the others." She smiled bewitchingly. "You have to be nice to everybody, you know." "Yes, I know." He was still looking at her. "But ever since I saw you at my uncle's last April, I've been wishing I might see you again. I always look for your name in the papers." He looked at her seekingly and questioningly, and in spite of herself, Sondra was captivated by this naive confession. Plainly he could not afford to go where or do what she did, but still he would trouble to follow her name and movements in print. She could not resist the desire to make something more of this. "Oh, do you?" she added. "Isn't that nice? But what do you read about me?" "That you were at 12th and Greenwood Lakes and up at Sharon for the swimming contests. I saw where you went up to Paul Smith's, too. The papers seemed to think that you were interested in someone from Shroom Lake and that you might be going to marry him." "Oh, did they? How silly. The papers here always say such silly things." Her tone implied that he might be intruding. He looked embarrassed. This softened her, and after a moment she took up the conversation in the former vein. "Do you like to ride?" she asked sweetly and placatively. "I never had. You know, I never had much chance at that, but I always thought I could if I tried." "Of course, it's not hard. If you took a lesson or two, you could. And," she added in a somewhat lower tone, "we might go for a canter sometime. There are lots of horses in our stable that you would like, I'm sure." Clyde's hair roots tingled anticipatorily. He was actually being invited by Sondra to ride with her sometime, and he could use one of her horses into the bargain. "Oh, I would love that," he said. "That would be wonderful." The crowd was getting up from the table. Scarcely anyone was interested in the dinner, because a chamber orchestra of 4 having arrived, the strains of a preliminary foxtrot were already issuing from the adjacent living room, a long, wide affair from which all obstructing furniture, with the exception of wall chairs, had been removed. "You had better see about your program and your dance before all the others are gone," cautioned Sondra. "Yes, I will right away," said Clyde. "But is 2 all I get with you?" "Well, make it 3, 5, and 8 then, in the first half." She waved him gaily away, and he hurried for a dance card. The dances were all of the eager fox-trotting type of the period, with interpolations and variations according to the moods and temperaments of the individual dancers. Having danced so much with Roberta during the preceding month, Clyde was in excellent form, and keyed to the breaking point by the thought that at last he was in social and even affectional contact with a girl as wonderful as Sondra. And although wishing to seem courteous and interested in others with whom he was dancing, he was almost dizzied by passing contemplations of Sondra. She swayed so droopily and dreamily in the embrace of Grant Cranston, the while without seeming to, looking in his direction when he was near, permitting him to sense how graceful and romantic and poetic was her attitude toward all things. What a flower of life she really was. And Nina Temple, with whom he was now dancing for his benefit, just then observed, "She is graceful, isn't she?" "Who?" asked Clyde, pretending an innocence he could not physically verify, for his cheek and forehead flushed. "I don't know who you mean." "Don't you? Then what are you blushing for?" He had realized that he was blushing, and that his attempted escape was ridiculous. He turned, but just then the music stopped, and the dancers drifted away to their chairs. Sondra moved off with Grant Cranston, and Clyde led Nina toward a cushioned seat in a window in the library. And in connection with Bertine, with whom he next danced, he found himself slightly flustered by the cool, cynical aloofness with which she accepted and entertained his attention. Her chief interest in Clyde was the fact that Sondra appeared to find him interesting. "You do dance well, don't you? I suppose you must have done a lot of dancing before you came here. In Chicago, wasn't it? Or where?" She talked slowly and indifferently. "I was in Chicago before I came here, but I didn't do so very much dancing. I had to work." He was thinking how such girls as she had everything, as contrasted with girls like Roberta, who had nothing. And yet, as he now felt in this instance, he liked Roberta better. She was sweeter and warmer and kinder, not so cold. When the music started again with the sonorous melancholy of a single saxophone interjected at times, Sondra came over to him and placed her right hand in his left and allowed him to put his arm about her waist, an easy, genial, and unembarrassed approach, which, in the midst of Clyde's dream of her, was thrilling. And then in her coquettish and artful way she smiled up in his eyes, a bland, deceptive, and yet seemingly promising smile, which caused his heart to beat faster and his throat to tighten. Some delicate perfume that she was using thrilled in his nostrils, as might have the fragrance of spring. "Having a good time?" "Yes, looking at you. When there are so many other nice girls to look at." "Oh, there are no other girls as nice as you." "And I dance better than any other girl, and I'm much the best looking of any other girl here. Now, I've said it all for you. Now what are you going to say?" She looked up at him teasingly, and Clyde, realizing that he had a very different type to Roberta to deal with, was puzzled and flushed. "I see," he said seriously. "Every fellow tells you that, so you don't want me to." "Oh, no, not every fellow." Sondra was at once intrigued and checkmated by the simplicity of this retort. "There are lots of people who don't think I'm very pretty." "Oh, don't they, though?" he returned quite gaily, for at once he saw that she was not making fun of him. And yet he was almost afraid to venture another compliment. Instead, he cast about for something else to say, and going back to the conversation at the table concerning riding and tennis, he now asked, "You like everything out of doors and athletic, don't you?" "Oh, do I?" was her quick and enthusiastic response. "There isn't anything I like as much, really. I'm just crazy about riding, tennis, swimming, motorboating, aquaplaning. You swim, don't you?" "Oh, sure," said Clyde grandly. "Do you play tennis?" "Well, I've just taken it up," he said, fearing to admit that he did not play at all. "Oh, I just love tennis. We might play sometime together." Clyde's spirits were completely restored by this, and tripping as lightly as dawn to the mournful strains of a popular love song, she went right on. "Bella Griffiths and Stewart and Grant and I play fine doubles. We won nearly all the finals at Greenwood and 12th Lake last summer. And when it comes to aquaplaning and high diving, you just ought to see me. We have the swiftest motorboat up at 12th Lake now. Stewart has. It can do 60 miles an hour." At once, Clyde realized that he had hit upon the one subject that not only fascinated but even excited her, for not only did it involve outdoor exercise, in which obviously she reveled, but also the power to triumph and so achieve laurels in such phases of sport as most interested those with whom she was socially connected. And lastly, although this was something which she did not so clearly realize until later, she was fairly dizzied by the opportunity all this provided for frequent changes of costume, and hence social show, which was the one thing above all others that did interest her. How she looked in a bathing suit, a riding or tennis or dancing or automobile costume. They danced on together, thrilled for the moment at least by this mutual recognition of the identity and reality of this interest each felt for the other, a certain momentary warmth or enthusiasm which took the form of genial and seeking glances into each other's eyes, hints on the part of Sondra that, assuming that Clyde could fit himself athletically, financially, and in other ways for such a world as this, it might be possible that he would be invited here and there by her. Broad and for the moment self-deluding notions on his part that such could and would be the case, while in reality, just below the surface of his outward or seeming conviction and assurance, ran a deeper current of self-distrust, which showed as a decidedly eager and yet slightly mournful light in his eye, a certain vigor and assurance in his voice, which was nevertheless touched, had she been able to define it, with something that was not assurance by any means. "Oh, the dance is done," he said sadly. "Let's try to make them encore," she said, applauding. The orchestra struck up a lively tune, and they glided off together once more, dipping and swaying here and there, harmoniously abandoning themselves to the rhythm of the music, like two small chips being tossed about on a rough but friendly sea. "Oh, I'm so glad to be with you again, to be dancing with you. It's wonderful, Sondra. But you mustn't call me that, you know. You don't know me well enough. I mean, Miss Finchley. But you're not going to be mad at me again, are you?" His face was very pale and sad again. She noticed it. "No, was I mad at you? I wasn't, really. I like you, some, when you're not sentimental." The music stopped. The light tripping feet became walking ones. "I'd like to see if it's still snowing outside, wouldn't you?" It was Sondra asking. "Oh, yes, let's go." Through the moving couples they hurried out a side door to a world that was covered thick with soft, cottony, silent snow. The air was filled with it silently eddying down. End of Book 2, Chapter 26. Section 46 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 27. The ensuing December days brought to Clyde some pleasing and yet complicating and disturbing developments, for Sondra Finchley, having found him so agreeable an admirer of hers, was from the first inclined neither to forget nor neglect him. But, occupying the rather prominent social position which she did, she was at first rather dubious as to how to proceed, for Clyde was too poor, and decidedly too much ignored by the Griffiths themselves, even, for her to risk any marked manifestation of interest in him. And now, in addition to the primary motivating reason for all this, her desire to irritate Gilbert by being friends with his cousin, there was another. She liked him. His charm and his reverence for her and her station flattered and intrigued her, for hers was a temperament which required adulation in about the measure which Clyde provided it, sincere and romantic adulation, and at the very same time he represented physical as well as mental attributes which were agreeable to her. Amorousness without courage at the time, anyhow, to annoy her too much, reverence which yet included her as a very human being, a mental and physical animation which quite matched and accompanied her own. Hence it was decidedly a troublesome thought with Sondra how she was to proceed with Clyde without attracting too much attention and unfavorable comment to herself, a thought which kept her sly little brain going at nights after she had retired. However, those who had met him at the Trumbolls were so much impressed by her interest in him that evening, and the fact that he had proved so pleasing and affable, they in turn, the girls particularly, were satisfied that he was eligible enough. And in consequence, 2 weeks later, Clyde, searching for inexpensive Christmas presents in Starks for his mother, father, sisters, brother, and Roberta, and encountering Jill Trumbull doing a little belated shopping herself, was invited by her to attend a pre-Christmas dance that was to be given the next night by Vanda Steele at her home in Gloversville. Jill herself was going with Frank Harriet, and she was not sure but that Sondra Finchley would be there. Another engagement of some kind appeared to be in the way, but still, she was intending to come if she could. But her sister Gertrude would be glad to have him escort her, a very polite way of arranging for Gertrude. Besides, as she knew, if Sondra heard that Clyde was to be there, this might induce her to desert her other engagement. "Tracy will be glad to stop for you in time," she went on. "Or," she hesitated, "perhaps you'd like to come over for dinner with us before we go. It'll be just the family, but we'd be delighted to have you. The dancing doesn't begin till 11. The dance was for Friday night, and on that night Clyde had arranged to be with Roberta, because on the following day she was leaving for a 3-day Christmas holiday visit to her parents, the longest stretch of time thus far she had spent away from him, and because, apart from his knowledge, she had arranged to present him with a new fountain pen and ever-sharp pencil. She had been most anxious that he should spend this last evening with her, a fact which she had impressed upon him, and he, on his part, had intended to make use of this last evening to surprise her with a white and black toilet set. But now, so thrilled was he at the possibility of a re-encounter with Sondra, he decided that he would cancel this last evening engagement with Roberta, although not without some misgivings as to the difficulty as well as the decency of it. For despite the fact that he was now so lured by Sondra, nevertheless, he was still deeply interested in Roberta, and he did not like to grieve her in this way. She would look so disappointed, as he knew. Yet at the same time, so flattered and enthused was he by this sudden, if tardy, social development, that he could not now think of refusing Jill. What? Neglect to visit the Steeles in Gloversville, and in company with the Trumbolls, and without any help from the Griffiths either? It might be disloyal, cruel, treacherous to Roberta, but was he not likely to meet Sondra? In consequence, he announced that he would go, but immediately afterwards decided he must go round and explain to Roberta, make some suitable excuse, that the Griffiths, for instance, had invited him for dinner. That would be sufficiently overawing and compelling to her. But upon arriving and finding her out, he decided to explain the following morning at the factory, by note if necessary. To make up for it, he decided he might promise to accompany her as far as Fonda on Saturday and give her her present then. But on Friday morning at the factory, instead of explaining to her with the seriousness and even emotional dissatisfaction which would have governed him before, he now whispered, "I have to break that engagement tonight, honey. Been invited to my uncle's, and I have to go. And I'm not sure that I can get around afterwards. I'll try if I get enough time, but I'll see you on the Fonda car tomorrow if I don't. I've got something I want to give you, so don't feel too bad. Just got word this morning or I'd have let you know. You're not going to feel bad, are you?" He looked at her as gloomily as possible in order to express his own sorrow over this. But Roberta, her presence and her happy last evening with him put aside in this casual way, and for the first time, too, in this fashion, shook her head negatively, as if to say, "Oh no," but her spirits were heavily depressed, and she fell to wondering what this sudden desertion of her at this time might portend. For, up to this time, Clyde had been attentiveness itself, concealing his recent contact with Sondra behind a veil of pretended, unmodified affection, which had, as yet, been sufficient to deceive her. It might be true, as he had said, that an unescapable invitation had come up, which necessitated all this. But oh, the happy evening she had planned, and now they would not be together again for 3 whole days. She grieved dubiously at the factory and in her room afterwards, thinking that Clyde might at least have suggested coming around to her room late, after his uncle's dinner, in order that she might give him the presents. But his eventual excuse made this day was that the dinner was going to last too late. He could not be sure. They had talked of going somewhere else afterwards. But meanwhile, Clyde, having gone to the Trumbolls and later to the Steeles, was flattered and reassured by a series of developments such as a month before he would not have dreamed of anticipating. For at the Steeles, he was promptly introduced to a score of personalities there, who, finding him chaperoned by the Trumbolls and learning that he was a Griffiths, as promptly invited him to affairs of their own, or hinted at events that were to come to which he might be invited, so that at the close, he found himself with cordial invitations to attend a New Year's dance at the Vandams in Gloversville, as well as a dinner and dance that was to be given Christmas Eve by the Harriets in Lycurgus, an affair to which Gilbert and his sister Bella, as well as Sondra, Bertine, and others were invited. And lastly, there was Sondra herself appearing on the scene at about midnight in company with Scott Nicholson, Freddie Sells, and Bertine, at first pretending to be wholly unaware of his presence, yet deigning at last to greet him with an, "Oh, hello, I didn't expect to find you here." She was draped most alluringly in a deep red Spanish shawl, but Clyde could sense from the first that she was quite aware of his presence, and at the first available opportunity he drew near to her and asked yearningly, "Aren't you going to dance with me at all?" "Why, of course, if you want me to. I thought maybe you would have forgotten me by now," she said mockingly. "As though I'd be likely to forget you. The only reason I'm here tonight is because I thought I might see you again. I haven't thought of anyone or anything since I saw you last." Indeed, so infatuated was he with her ways and airs that instead of being irritated by her pretended indifference, he was all the more attracted, and he now achieved an intensity which to her was quite compelling. His eyelids narrowed and his eyes lit with a blazing desire which was quite disturbing to see. "My, but you can say the nicest things in the nicest way when you want to." She was toying with a large Spanish comb in her hair for the moment and smiling. "And you say them just as though you meant them." "Do you mean to say that you don't believe me, Sondra?" he inquired almost feverishly, the second use of her name thrilling her now as much as it did him. Although inclined to frown on so marked a presumption in his case, she let it pass because it was pleasing to her. "Oh, yes, I do, of course," she said a little dubiously, and for the first time nervously where he was concerned. She was beginning to find it a little hard to decipher her proper line of conduct in connection with him, whether to repress him more or less. "But you must say now what dance you want. I see someone coming for me." And she held her small program up to him archly and intriguingly. "You may have the 11th. That's next after this." "Is that all?" "Well, and the 14th then, greedy!" She laughed into Clyde's eyes, a laughing look which quite enslaved him. Subsequently learning from Frank Harriet in the course of a dance that Clyde had been invited to his house for Christmas Eve, as well as that Jessica Fant had invited him to Utica for New Year's Eve, she at once conceived of him as slated for real success, and decided that he was likely to prove less of a social burden than she had feared. He was charming, there was no doubt of it, and he was so devoted to her. In consequence, as she now decided, it might be entirely possible that some of these other girls, seeing him recognized by some of the best people here and elsewhere, would become sufficiently interested, or drawn to him even, to wish to overcome his devotion to her. Being of a vain and presumptuous disposition herself, she decided that that should not be. Hence, in the course of her second dance with Clyde, she said, "You've been invited to the Harriets for Christmas Eve, haven't you?" "Yes, and I owe it all to you, too," he exclaimed warmly. "Are you going to be there?" "Oh, I'm awfully sorry. I am invited, and I wish now that I was going, but, you know, I arranged some time ago to go over to Albany and then up to Saratoga for the holidays. I'm going tomorrow, but I'll be back before New Year's. Some friends of Freddie's are giving a big affair over in Schenectady New Year's Eve, though, and your cousin Della and my brothers Stuart and Grant and Bertine are going. If you'd like to, you might go along with us over there." She had been about to say me, but had changed it to us. She was thinking that this would certainly demonstrate her control over him to all those others, seeing that it nullified Miss Fant's invitation. And at once Clyde accepted, and with delight, since it would bring him in contact with her again. At the same time, he was astonished and almost aghast over the fact that in this casual and yet very intimate and definite way, she was planning for him to re-encounter Bella, who would at once carry the news of his going with her and these others to her family. And what would not that spell, seeing that even as yet the Griffiths had not invited him anywhere, not even for Christmas? For although the fact of Clyde having been picked up by Sondra in her car, as well as later, that he had been invited to the Now and Then, had come to their ears, still nothing had been done. Gilbert Griffiths was wroth, his father and mother puzzled as to their proper course, but remaining inactive nonetheless. But the group, according to Sondra, might remain in Schenectady until the following morning, a fact which she did not trouble to explain to Clyde at first. And by now he had forgotten that Roberta, having returned from her long stay at Bild's by then, and having been deserted by him over Christmas, would most assuredly be expecting him to spend New Year's Eve with her. That was a complication which was to dawn later. Now he only saw bliss in Sondra's thought of him, and at once eagerly and enthusiastically agreed. "But, you know," she said cautiously, "you mustn't pay so very much attention to me over there, or here, or anywhere, or think anything of it, if I don't to you. I may not be able to see so very much of you if I do. I'll tell you about that sometime. You see, my father and mother are funny people, and so are some of my friends here. But if you'll just be nice and sort of indifferent, you know, I may be able to see quite a little of you this winter yet. Do you see?" Thrilled beyond words by this confession, which came because of his too ardent approaches, as he well knew, he looked at her, eagerly and searchingly. "But you care for me a little, then, don't you?" he half demanded, half pleaded, his eyes alit with that alluring light which so fascinated her. And cautious and yet attracted, swayed sensually and emotionally, and yet dubious as to the wisdom of her course, Sondra replied, "Well, I'll tell you. I do and I don't. That is, I can't tell yet. I like you a lot. Sometimes I think I like you more than others. You see, we don't know each other very well yet, But you'll come with me to Schenectady, though, won't you? Oh, will I? I'll write you more about that or call you up. You have a telephone, haven't you? He gave her the number. And if by any chance there's any change or I have to break the engagement, don't think anything of it. I'll see you later. Somewhere, sure. She smiled, and Clyde felt as though he were choking. The mere thought of her being so frank with him, and saying that she cared for him a lot at times, was sufficient to cause him to almost reel with joy. To think that this beautiful girl was so anxious to include him in her life if she could. This wonderful girl who was surrounded by so many friends and admirers, from which she could take her pick. End of Book 2, Chapter 27. Section 47 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 28. 6:30 the following morning, and Clyde, after but a single hour's rest after his return from Gloversville, rising, his mind full of mixed and troubled thoughts as to how to readjust his affairs in connection with Roberta. She was going to Bilt's today. He had promised to go as far as Fonda. But now he did not want to go. Of course he would have to concoct some excuse. But what? Fortunately, the day before, he had heard Wiggum tell Liggett there was to be a meeting of department heads after closing hours in Smiley's office today, and that he was to be there. Nothing was said to Clyde, since his department was included in Liggett's, but now he decided that he could offer this as a reason, and accordingly, about an hour before noon, he dropped a note on her desk which read, "Honey, awfully sorry, but just told that I have to be at a meeting of department heads downstairs at 3. That means I can't go to Fonda with you, but we'll drop around to the room for a few minutes right after closing. Have something I want to give you, so be sure and wait. But don't feel too bad. It can't be helped. See you sure when you come back Wednesday. Clyde." At first, since she could not read it at once, Roberta was pleased because she imagined it contained some further favorable word about the afternoon. But on opening it in the ladies' restroom a few minutes afterwards, her face fell. Coupled as this was with the disappointment of the preceding evening, when Clyde had failed to appear, together with his manner of the morning, which to her had seemed self-absorbed, if not exactly distant, she began to wonder what it was that was bringing about this sudden change. Perhaps he could not avoid attending a meeting any more than he could avoid going to his uncle's when he was asked. But the day before, following his word to her that he could not be with her that evening, his manner was gayer, less sober than his supposed affection in the face of her departure would warrant. After all, he had known before that she was to be gone for 3 days. He also knew that nothing weighed on her more than being absent from him any length of time. At once her mood from one of hopefulness changed to one of deep depression, the blues. Life was always doing things like this to her. Here it was, 2 days before Christmas, and now she would have to go to Bilt's, where there was nothing much but such cheer as she could bring, and all by herself, after scarcely a moment with him. She returned to her bench, her face showing all the unhappiness that had suddenly overtaken her. Her manner was listless and her movements indifferent, a change which Clyde noticed. But still, because of his sudden and desperate feeling for Sondra, he could not now bring himself to repent. At 1, the giant whistles of some of the neighboring factories sounding the Saturday closing hours, both he and Roberta betook themselves separately to her room, and he was thinking to himself as he went what to say now. What to do? How, in the face of this suddenly frosted and blanched affection, to pretend an interest he did not feel? How, indeed, continue with a relationship which now, as alive and vigorous as it might have been as little as 15 days before, appeared exceedingly anemic and colorless? It would not do to say or indicate in any way that he did not care for her any more, for that would be so decidedly cruel, and might cause Roberta to say what? Do what? And on the other hand, neither would it do in the face of his longings and prospects in the direction of Sondra to continue in a type of approach and declaration that was not true, or sound and that could only tend to maintain things as they were. Impossible! Besides, at the first hint of reciprocal love on the part of Sondra, would he not be anxious and determined to desert Roberta if he could? And why not? As contrasted with one of Sondra's position and beauty, what had Roberta really to offer him? And would it be fair, in one of her station, in considering the connections and the possibilities that Sondra offered, for her to demand or assume that he should continue a deep and undivided interest in her, as opposed to this other? That wouldn't really be fair, would it? It was thus that he continued to speculate, while Roberta, preceding him to her room, was asking herself what was this now that had so suddenly come upon her, over Clyde, this sudden indifference, this willingness to break a pre-Christmas date, And when she was about to leave for home, and not to see him for 3 days, and over Christmas too, to make him not wish to ride with her even so far as Fonda, he might say that it was that meeting. But was it? She could have waited until 4 if necessary, but something in his manner had precluded that, something distant and evasive. Oh, what did this all mean? And so soon after the establishing of this intimacy, which at first and up to now at least had seemed to be drawing them indivisibly together, did it spell a change? Danger too, or the end even, of their wonderful love dream? Oh dear, and she had given him so much, and now his loyalty meant everything. Her future, her life. She stood in her room pondering this new problem as Clyde arrived, his Christmas package under his arm, but still fixed in his determination to modify his present relationship with Roberta, if he could, yet at the same time anxious to put as inconsequential a face on the proceeding as possible. "Gee, I'm awfully sorry about this, Bert," he began briskly, his manner a mixture of attempted gaiety, sympathy, and uncertainty. "I hadn't an idea until about a couple of hours ago that they were going to have this meeting, but you know how it is. You just can't get out of a thing like this. You're not going to feel too bad, are you?" For already, from her expression at the factory as well as here, he had gathered that her mood was of the darkest. "I'm glad I got the chance to bring this around to you, though," he added, handing the gift to her. "I meant to bring it around last night, only that other business came up. Gee, I'm sorry about the whole thing. Really, I am." Delighted as she might have been the night before if this gift had been given to her, Roberta now put the box on the table, all the zest that might have been joined with it completely banished. "Did you have a good time last night, dear?" she queried, curious as to the outcome of the event that had robbed her of him. "Oh, pretty good," returned Clyde, anxious to put as deceptive a face as possible on the night that had meant so much to him and spelled so much danger to her. "I thought I was just going over to my uncle's for dinner like I told you, but after I got there, I found that what they really wanted me for was to escort Bella and Myra over to some doings in Gloversville. There's a rich family over there, the Steeles, big glove people, you know. Well, anyhow, they were giving a dance, and they wanted me to take them over because Gil couldn't go. But it wasn't so very interesting. I was glad when it was all over." He used the names Bella, Myra, and Gilbert as though they were long and assured intimates of his, an intimacy which invariably impressed Roberta greatly. "You didn't get through in time then to come around here, did you?" "No, I didn't, because I had to wait for the bunch to come back. I just couldn't get away. But aren't you going to open your present?" he added, anxious to divert her thoughts from this desertion which he knew was preying on her mind. She began to untie the ribbon that bound his gift, at the same time that her mind was riveted by the possibilities of the party which she had felt called upon to mention. What girls besides Bella and Myra had been there? Was there by any chance any girl outside of herself in whom he might have become recently interested? He was always talking about Sondra Finchley, Bertine Cranston, and Jill Trumbull. Were they by any chance at this party? "Who all were over there besides your cousins?" she suddenly asked. "Oh, a lot of people that you don't know, 20 or 30 from different places around here." "Any others from Lycurgus beside your cousins?" she persisted. "Oh, a few. We picked up Jill Trumbull and her sister because Bella wanted to. Arabella Stark and Pearlie Haynes were already over there when we got there." He made no mention of Sondra or any of the others who so interested him. But because of the manner in saying it, something in the tone of his voice and flick of his eyes, the answer did not satisfy Roberta. She was really intensely troubled by this new development, but did not feel that under the circumstances it was wise to importune Clyde too much. He might resent it. After all, he had always been identified with this world, since ever she had known him, and she did not want him to feel that she was attempting to assert any claims over him, though such was her true desire. "I wanted so much to be with you last night to give you your present," she returned instead, as much to divert her own thoughts as to appeal to his regard for her. Clyde sensed the sorrow in her voice, and as of old it appealed to him. Only now he could not and would not let it take hold of him as much as otherwise it might have. "But you know how that was, Bert," he replied with almost an air of bravado. "I just told you." "I know," she replied sadly and attempting to conceal the true mood that was dominating her. At the same time she was removing the paper and opening the lid to the case that contained her toilet set. And once opened, her mood changed slightly, because never before had she possessed anything so valuable or original. "Oh, this is beautiful, isn't it?" she exclaimed, interested for the moment in spite of herself. "I didn't expect anything like this. My 2 little presents won't seem like very much now." She crossed over at once to get her gifts. Yet Clyde could see that although his gift was exceptional, still it was not sufficient to overcome the depression which his indifference had brought upon her. His continued love was far more vital than any present. "You like it, do you?" he asked, eagerly hoping against hope that it would serve to divert her. "Of course, dear," she replied, looking at it interestedly. "But mine won't seem so much," she added gloomily, and now a little depressed by the general outcome of all her plans. "But they'll be useful to you, and you'll always have them near you, next to your heart, where I want them to be." She handed over the small box which contained the metal ever-sharp pencil and the silver-ornamented fountain pen she had chosen for him, because she fancied they would be useful to have in his work at the factory. 2 weeks before, he would have taken her in his arms and sought to console her for the misery he was now causing her. But now he merely stood there, wondering how, without seeming too distant, he could assuage her, and yet not enter upon the customary demonstrations. And in order so to do, he burst into enthusiastic, and yet somehow hollow words in regard to her present to him. "Oh, gee, these are swell, honey, and just what I need. You certainly couldn't have given me anything that would come in handier. I can use them all the time." He appeared to examine them with the utmost pleasure, and afterwards fastened them in his pocket ready for use. Also, because for the moment she was before him so downcast and wistful, epitomizing really all the lore of the old relationship, he put his arms around her and kissed her. She was winsome, no doubt of it. And then when she threw her arms around his neck and burst into tears, he held her close, saying that there was no cause for all this, and that she would be back Wednesday, and all would be as before. At the same time, he was thinking that this was not true, and how strange that was, seeing that only so recently he had cared for her so much. It was amazing how another girl could divert him in this way, and yet so it was. And although she might be thinking that he was still caring for her as he did before, he was not, and never would again. And because of this, he felt really sorry for her. Something of this latest mood in him reached Roberta now, even as she listened to his words and felt his caresses. They failed to convey sincerity. His manner was too restless, his embraces too apathetic, his tone without real tenderness. Further proof as to this was added when, after a moment or two, he sought to disengage himself and looked at his watch, saying, "I guess I'll have to be going now, honey. It's 20 of 3 now, and that meeting is for 3. I wish I could ride over with you, but I'll see you when I get back." He bent down to kiss her, but with Roberta sensing once and for all this time that his mood in regard to her was different, colder. He was interested and kind, but his thoughts were elsewhere, and at this particular season of the year, too, of all times. She tried to gather her strength and her self-respect together, and did in part, saying rather coolly and determinedly toward the last, "Well, I don't want you to be late, Clyde. You better hurry. But I don't want to stay over there either later than Christmas night. Do you suppose if I come back by early Christmas afternoon, you will come over here at all? I don't want to be late Wednesday for work." "Why, sure, of course, honey, I'll be around," replied Clyde genially and even wholeheartedly, seeing that he had nothing else scheduled that he knew of for then, and would not so soon and boldly seek to evade her in this fashion. "What time do you expect to get in?" The hour was to be 8, and he decided that for that occasion, anyhow, a reunion would be acceptable. He drew out his watch again, and saying, "I'll have to be going now, though," moved toward the door. Nervous as to the significance of all this, and concerned about the future, she now went over to him, and seizing his coat lapels, and looking into his eyes, half pleaded and half demanded, "Now, this is sure for Christmas night, is it, Clyde? You won't make any other engagement this time, will you?" "Oh, don't worry, you know me. You know I couldn't help that other, honey, but I'll be on hand Tuesday, sure," he returned, and kissing her, he hurried out, feeling, perhaps, that he was not acting as wisely as he should, but not seeing clearly how otherwise he was to do. A man couldn't break off with a girl as he was trying to do, or at least might want to, without exercising some little tact or diplomacy, could he? There was no sense in that, nor any real skill, was there? There must be some other and better way than that, surely. At the same time, his thoughts were already running forward to Sondra and New Year's Eve. He was going with her to Schenectady to a party, and then he would have a chance to judge whether she was caring for him as much as she had seemed to the night before. After he had gone, Roberta turned in a rather lorn and weary way and looked out the window after him, wondering as to what her future with him was to be, if at all. Supposing now, for any reason, he should cease caring for her. She had given him so much, and her future was now dependent upon him, his continued regard. Was he going to get tired of her now? Not want to see her any more? Oh, how terrible that would be. What could she do then? If only she had not given herself to him, yielded so easily and soon upon his demand. She gazed out of her window at the bare, snow-powdered branches of the trees outside and sighed. The holidays, and going away like this. Oh, besides, he was so high-placed in this local society, and there were so many things brighter and better than she could offer, calling him. She shook her head dubiously, surveyed her face in the mirror, put together the few presents and belongings which she was taking with her to her home, and departed. End of Book 2, Chapter 28. Section 48 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 29. Built in the fungoid farmland after Clyde and Lycurgus was depressing enough to Roberta, for all there was too closely identified with deprivations and repressions which discolor the normal emotions centering about old scenes. As she stepped down from the train at the drab and aged chalet which did service for a station, she observed her father, in the same old winter overcoat he had worn for a dozen years, waiting for her with the old family conveyance, a decrepit but still whole buggy and horse as bony and weary as himself. He had, as she had always thought, the look of a tired and defeated man. His face brightened when he saw Roberta, for she had always been his favorite child, and he chatted quite cheerfully as she climbed in alongside of him, and they turned around and started toward the road that led to the farmhouse, a rough and winding affair of dirt at a time when excellent automobile roads were a commonplace elsewhere. As they rode along, Roberta found herself checking off mentally every tree, curve, landmark with which she had been familiar, but with no happy thoughts. It was all too drab. The farm itself, coupled with chronic illness and the inefficiency of Titus and the inability of the youngest boy Tom or her mother to help much, was as big of a burden as ever. A mortgage of $2,000 that had been placed on it years before had never been paid off. The north chimney was still impaired, the steps were sagging even more than ever, and the walls and fences and outlying buildings were no different, save to be made picturesque now by the snows of winter covering them. Even the furniture remained in the same jumble that it had always been. And there were her mother and younger sister and brother, who knew nothing of her true relationship to Clyde, a mere name, his here, and assuming that she was wholeheartedly delighted to be back with them once more. Yet because of what she knew of her own life and Clyde's uncertain attitude toward her, she was now, if anything, more depressed than before. Indeed, the fact that despite her seeming recent success, she had really compromised herself in such a way that unless through marriage with Clyde she was able to readjust herself to the moral level which her parents understood and approved, she, instead of being the emissary of a slowly and modestly improving social condition for all, might be looked upon as one who had reduced it to a lower level still, its destroyer, was sufficient to depress and reduce her even more. A very depressing and searing thought. Worse and more painful still was the thought in connection with all this that, by reason of the illusions which from the first had dominated her in connection with Clyde, she had not been able to make a confidant of her mother or anyone else in regard to him, for she was dubious as to whether her mother would not consider that her aspirations were a bit high, and she might ask questions in regard to him and herself which might prove embarrassing. At the same time, unless she had some confidant in whom she could truly trust, all her troublesome doubts in regard to herself and Clyde must remain a secret. After talking for a few moments with Tom and Emily, she went into the kitchen where her mother was busy with various Christmas preparations. Her thought was to pave the way with some observations of her own in regard to the farm here and her life at Lycurgus, but as she entered, her mother looked up to say, "How does it feel, Bob, to come back to the country? I suppose it all looks rather poor compared to Lycurgus," she added a little wistfully. Roberta could tell from the tone of her mother's voice and the rather admiring look she cast upon her that she was thinking of her as one who had vastly improved her state. At once she went over to her, and putting her arms about her affectionately, exclaimed, "Oh, Mamma, wherever you are is just the nicest place. Don't you know that?" For answer, her mother merely looked at her with affectionate and well-wishing eyes and patted her on the back. "Well, Bobby," she added quietly, "you know how you are about me." Something in her mother's voice which epitomized the long years of affectionate understanding between them, an understanding based not only on a mutual desire for each other's happiness, but a complete frankness in regard to all emotions and moods which had hitherto dominated both, touched her almost to the point of tears. Her throat tightened and her eyes moistened, although she sought to overcome any show of emotion whatsoever. She longed to tell her everything. At the same time, the compelling passion she retained for Clyde, as well as the fact that she had compromised herself as she had, now showed her that she had erected a barrier which could not easily be torn down. The conventions of this local world were much too strong, even where her mother was concerned. She hesitated a moment, wishing that she could quickly and clearly present to her mother the problem that was weighing upon her and receive her sympathy, if not help. But instead she merely said, "Oh, I wish you could have been with me all the time in Lycurgus, Mama. Maybe—" She paused, realizing that she had been on the verge of speaking without due caution. Her thought had been that, with her mother near at hand, she might have been able to have resisted Clyde's insistent desires. "Yes, I suppose you do miss me," her mother went on. "But it's better for you, don't you think? You know how it is over here, and you like your work. You do like your work, don't you?" "Oh, the work is nice enough. I like that part of it. It's been so nice to be able to help here a little, but it's not so nice living all alone." "Why did you leave the Newtons, Bob? Was Grace so disagreeable? I should have thought she would have been company for you." "Well, she was at first," replied Roberta. "Only she didn't have any men friends of her own, and she was awfully jealous of anybody that paid the least attention to me. I couldn't go anywhere but she had to be along, or if I wasn't, then she always wanted me to go with her. So I couldn't go anywhere by myself. You know how it is, Mama. 2 girls can't go with one young man." "Yes, I know how it is, Bob." Her mother laughed a little, then added, "Who is he?" "It's Mr. Griffiths, Mother," she added, after a moment's hesitation, a sense of the exceptional nature of her contact as contrasted with this very plain world here passing like a light across her eyes. For all her fears, even the bare possibility of joining her life with Clyde's was marvelous. "But I don't want you to mention his name to anybody yet," she added. "He doesn't want me to. His relatives are so very rich, you know. They own the company, that is, his uncle does. But there's a rule there about anyone who works for the company, or anyone in charge of a department. I mean, not having anything to do with any of the girls. And he wouldn't with any of the others. But he likes me, and I like him, and it's different with us. Besides, I'm going to resign pretty soon and get a place somewhere else, I think, and then it won't make a difference. I can tell anybody, and so can he." Roberta was thinking now that, in the face of her recent treatment at the hands of Clyde, as well as because of the way in which she had given herself to him without due precaution as to her ultimate rehabilitation via marriage, that perhaps this was not exactly true. He might not, a vague, almost formless fear, this, as yet, want her to tell anybody now. Ever. And unless he were going to continue to love her and marry her, she might not want anyone to know of it either. The wretched, shameful, difficult position in which she had placed herself by all this. On the other hand, Mrs. Alden, learning thus casually of the odd and seemingly clandestine nature of this relationship, was not only troubled but puzzled, so concerned was she for Roberta's happiness. For although, as she now said to herself, Roberta was such a good, pure, and careful girl, the best and most unselfish and wisest of all her children, still might it not be possible? But no one was likely to either easily or safely compromise or betray Roberta. She was too conservative and good, and so now she added, "A relative of the owner, you say? The Mr. Samuel Griffiths you wrote about?" "Yes, Mama, he's his nephew." "The young man at the factory?" her mother asked, at the same time wondering just how Roberta had come to attract a man of Clyde's position, for from the very first she had made it plain that he was a member of the family who owned the factory. This in itself was a troublesome fact. The traditional result of such relationships, common the world over, naturally caused her to be intensely fearful of just such an association as Roberta seemed to be making. Nevertheless, she was not at all convinced that a girl of Roberta's looks and practicality would not be able to negotiate an association of the sort without harm to herself. "Yes," Roberta replied simply. "What's he like, Bob?" "Oh, awfully nice. So good-looking, and he's been so nice to me. I don't think the place would be as nice as it is, except that he is so refined. He keeps those factory girls in their place. He's a nephew of the president of the company, you see, and the girls just naturally have to respect him." "Well, that is nice, isn't it? I think it's so much better to work for refined people than just anybody. I know you didn't think so much of the work over at Trippett's Mills. Does he come to see you often, Bob?" "Well, yes, pretty often," Roberta replied, flushing slightly, for she realized that she could not be entirely frank with her mother. Mrs. Alden, looking up at the moment, noticed this, and mistaking it for embarrassment, asked teasingly, "You like him, don't you?" "Yes, I do, Mother," Roberta replied, simply and honestly. What about him? Does he like you? Roberta crossed to the kitchen window. Below it, at the base of the slope which led to the spring house, and the one most productive field of the farm, were ranged all the dilapidated buildings, which more than anything else about the place bespoke the meager material condition to which the family had fallen. In fact, during the last 10 years, these things had become symbols of inefficiency and lack. Somehow, at this moment, bleak and covered with snow, they identified themselves in her mind as the antithesis of all to which her imagination aspired. And, not strangely either, this last was identified with Clyde. Somberness as opposed to happiness, success in love or failure in love. Assuming that he truly loved her now and would take her away from all this, then possibly the bleakness of all of it for her and her mother would be broken. But assuming that he did not, then all the results of her yearning, but possibly mistaken, dreams would be not only upon her own head, but upon those of these others, her mother's first. She troubled what to say, but finally observed, "Well, he says he does." "Do you think he intends to marry you?" Mrs. Alden asked, timidly and hopefully, because of all her children, her heart and hopes rested most with Roberta. "Well, I'll tell you, Mamma." The sentence was not finished, for just then Emily, hurrying in from the front door, called, "Oh, Gift's here. He came in an automobile. Somebody drove him over, I guess, and he's got 4 or 5 big bundles." And immediately after came Tom with the elder brother, who, in a new overcoat, the first result of his career with the General Electric Company in Schenectady, greeted his mother affectionately, and after her, Roberta. "Why, Gifford!" his mother exclaimed. "We didn't expect you until the 9 o'clock. How did you get here so soon?" "Well, I didn't think I would be. I ran into Mr. Rearick down in Schenectady, and he wanted to know if I didn't want to drive back with him. I see old Pop Myers over at Trippett's Mills has got the 2nd story to his house at last, Bob." He turned and added to Roberta, "I suppose it'll be another year before he gets the roof on." "I suppose so," replied Roberta, who knew the old Trippett's Mills character well. In the meantime she had relieved him of his coat and packages, which, piled on the dining-room table, were being curiously eyed by Emily. "Hands off, Em," called Gifford to his little sister. "Nothing doing with those until Christmas morning. Has anybody cut a Christmas tree yet? That was my job last year." "It still is, Gifford," his mother replied. "I told Tom to wait until you came, 'cause you always get such a good one." And just then through the kitchen door Titus entered, bearing an armload of wood, his gaunt face and angular elbows and knees contributing a sharp contrast to the comparative hopefulness of the younger generation. Roberta noticed it as he stood smiling upon his son, and, because she was so eager for something better than ever had been to come to all, now went over to her father and put her arms around him. "I know something Santy has brought my dad that he'll like." It was a dark red plaid mackinaw that she was sure would help keep him warm while executing his chores about the house, and she was anxious for Christmas morning to come so that he could see it. She then went to get an apron in order to help her mother with the evening meal. No additional moment for complete privacy occurring, the opportunity to say more concerning that which both were so interested in, the subject of Clyde, did not come up again for several hours, after which length of time she found an occasion to say, "Yes, but you mustn't ever say anything to anybody yet. I told him I wouldn't tell, and you mustn't." "No, I won't, dear. But I was just wondering. But I suppose you know what you're doing. You're old enough now to take care of yourself, Bob, aren't you?" "Yes, I am, Ma, and you mustn't worry about me, dear," she added, seeing a shadow, not of distrust but worry, passing over her beloved mother's face. How careful she must be not to cause her to worry when she had so much else to think about here on the farm. Sunday morning brought the Gables with full news of their social and material progress in Homer. Although her sister was not as attractive as she, and Fred Gable was not such a man as at any stage in her life Roberta could have imagined herself interested in, still, after her troublesome thoughts in regard to Clyde, the sight of Agnes emotionally and materially content and at ease in the small security which matrimony and her none too efficient husband provided was sufficient to rouse in her that flapping, doubtful mood that had been assailing her since the previous morning. Was it not better, she thought, to be married to a man even as inefficient and unattractive but steadfast as Fred Gable than to occupy the anomalous position in which she now found herself in her relations with Clyde? For here was Gable now talking briskly of the improvements that had come to himself and Agnes during the year in which they had been married. In that time he had been able to resign his position as a teacher in Homer and take over on shares the management of a small book and stationery store, whose principal contributory features were a toy department and soda fountain. They had been doing good business. Agnes, if all went well, would be able to buy a Mission Parlor suite by next summer. Fred had already bought her a phonograph for Christmas. In proof of their well-being, they had brought satisfactory remembrances for all of the Aldens. But Gable had with him a copy of the Lycurgus Star, and at breakfast, which because of the visitors this morning was unusually late, was reading the news of that city, for in Lycurgus was located the wholesale house from which he secured a portion of his stock. "Well, I see things are going full blast in your town, Bob," he observed. "The Star here says the Griffiths Company have gotten ordered for 120,000 collars from the Buffalo trade alone. They must just be coining money over there." "There's always plenty to do in my department, I know that," replied Roberta briskly. "We never seem to have any the less to do whether business is good or bad. I guess it must be good all the time." "Pretty soft for those people. They don't have to worry about anything. Someone was telling me they're going to build a new factory in Ilion to manufacture shirts alone. Heard anything about that down there?" "Why, no, I haven't. Maybe it's some other company." "By the way, what's the name of that young man you said was the head of your department? Wasn't he a Griffiths, too?" he asked briskly, turning to the editorial page, which also carried news of local Lycurgus society. "Yes, his name is Griffiths. Clyde Griffiths. Why?" "I think I saw his name in here a minute ago. I just wanted to see if it ain't the same fellow." "Sure, here you are. Ain't this the one?" He passed the paper to Roberta with his finger on an item which read, "Miss Vanda Steele of Gloversville was hostess at an informal dance held at her home in that city Friday night, at which were present several prominent members of Lycurgus society, among them the Misses Sondra Finchley, Bertine Cranston, Jill and Gertrude Trumbull, and Pearlie Haynes, and Messrs. Clyde Griffiths, Frank Harriet, Tracy Trumbull, Grant Cranston, and Scott Nicholson. The party, as is usual whenever the younger group assembles, did not break up until late, the Lycurgus members motoring back just after dawn. It is already rumored that most of this group will gather at the Ellersleys in Schenectady New Year's Eve for another event of the same gay nature." "He seems to be quite a fellow over there," Gable remarked, even as Roberta was reading. The first thing that occurred to Roberta on reading this item was that it appeared to have little, if anything, to do with the group which Clyde had said was present. In the first place, there was no mention of Myra or Bella Griffiths. On the other hand, all those names with which, because of recent frequent references on the part of Clyde, she was becoming most familiar were recorded as present. Sondra Finchley, Bertine Cranston, the Trumbull girls, Pearlie Haynes. He had said it had not been very interesting, and here it was spoken of as gay, and he himself was listed for another engagement of the same character New Year's Eve, when, as a matter of fact, she had been counting on being with him. He had not even mentioned this New Year's engagement, and perhaps he would now make some last-minute excuse for that, as he had for the previous Friday evening. Oh dear, what did all this mean, anyhow? Immediately, what little romantic glamour this Christmas homecoming had held for her was dissipated. She began to wonder whether Clyde really cared for her as he had pretended. The dark state to which her incurable passion for him had brought her now pained her terribly. For without him, and marriage, and a home, and children, and a reasonable place in such a local world as she was accustomed to, what was there for a girl like her in the world? And apart from his own continuing affection for her, if it really was continuing, what assurance had she, in the face of such incidents as these, that he would not eventually desert her? And if this were true, here was her future, in so far as marriage with anyone else was concerned, compromised or made impossible, maybe, and with no reliance to be placed on him. She fell absolutely silent, and although Gable inquired, "That's the fellow, isn't it?" she arose without answering and said, "Excuse me, please, a moment. I want to get something out of my bag," and hurried once more to her former room upstairs. Once there, she sat down on the bed, and resting her chin in her hands, a habit when troublesome or necessary thoughts controlled her, gazed at the floor. Where was Clyde now? What one, if any, of these girls did he take to the Steele party? Was he very much interested in her? Until this very day, because of Clyde's unbroken devotion to her, she had not even troubled to think there could be any other girl to whom his attentions could mean anything. But now... She got up and walked to the window and looked out on that same orchard, where as a girl so many times she had been thrilled by the beauty of life. The scene was miserably bleak and bare. The thin, icy arms of the trees, the gray, swaying twigs, a lone, rustling leaf somewhere, and snow, and wretched outbuildings in need of repair, and Clyde becoming indifferent to her. And the thought now came to her swiftly and urgently that she must not stay here any longer than she could help, not even this day, if possible. She must return to Lycurgus and be near Clyde, if no more than to persuade him to his old affection for her, or if not that, then by her presence to prevent him from devoting himself too wholly to these others. Decidedly, to go away like this, even for the holidays, was not good. In her absence he might desert her completely for another girl, and if so, then would it not be her fault? At once she pondered as to what excuse she could make in order to return this day. But realizing that in view of all these preliminary preparations, this would seem inexplicably unreasonable, to her mother most of all, she decided to endure it, and she had planned until Christmas afternoon, then to return, never to leave for so long a period again. But ad interim, all her thoughts were on how and in what ways she could make more sure, if at all, of Clyde's continued interest and social and emotional support, as well as marriage in the future. Suppose he had lied to her. How could she influence him, if at all, not to do so again? How to make him feel that lying between them was not right? How to make herself securely first in his heart against the dreams engendered by the possible charms of another? How? End of Book 2, Chapter 29. Section 49 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 30. But Roberta's return to Lycurgus and her room at the Gilpins' Christmas night brought no sign of Clyde, nor any word of explanation. For in connection with the Griffiths in the meantime there had been a development relating to all this, which, could she or Clyde have known, would have interested both not a little. For subsequent to the steel dance, that same item read by Roberta fell under the eyes of Gilbert. He was seated at the breakfast table the Sunday morning after the party, and was about to sip from a cup of coffee when he encountered it. On the instant his teeth snapped about as a man might snap his watch lid, and instead of drinking he put his cup down and examined the item with more care. Other than his mother, there was no one at the table or in the room with him, but knowing that she, more than any of the others, shared his views in regard to Clyde, he now passed the paper over to her. "Look at who's breaking into society now, will you?" he admonished sharply and sarcastically, his eyes radiating the hard and contemptuous opposition he felt. "We'll be having him up here next." "Who?" inquired Mrs. Griffiths, as she took the paper and examined the item calmly and judicially, yet not without a little of outwardly suppressed surprise when she saw the name. For although the fact of Clyde's having been picked up by Sondra in her car some time before, and later been invited to dinner at the Trumbolls, had been conveyed to the family some time before, still, a society notice in the Star was different. "Now I wonder how it was that he came to be invited to that," meditated Mrs. Griffiths, who was always conscious of her son's mood in regard to all this. "Now who would do it but that little Finchley Snip, smart Aleck?" snapped Gilbert. "She's got the idea from somewhere, from Bella for all I know, that we don't care to have anything to do with him, and she thinks this is a clever way to hit back at me for some of the things I've done to her, or that she thinks I've done. At any rate, she thinks I don't like her, and that's right, I don't. And Bella knows it too. And that goes to that little Cranston show-off, too. They're both always running around with her. They're a set of show-offs and wasters, the whole bunch, and that goes for their brothers, too, Grant Cranston and Stu Finchley. And if something don't go wrong with one or the other of that bunch one of these days, I miss my guess. You mark my word. They don't do a thing, the whole lot of them, from one year's end to the other, but play around and dance and run here and there, as though there wasn't anything else in the world for them to do. And why you and Dad let Bella run with them as much as she does is more than I can see." To this his mother protested. It was not possible for her to entirely estrange Bella from one portion of this local social group and direct her definitely toward the homes of certain others. They all mingled too freely, and she was getting along in years and had a mind of her own. Just the same, his mother's apology, and especially in the face of the publication of this item, by no means lessened Gilbert's opposition to Clyde's social ambitions and opportunities. What? That poor little moneyless cousin of his, who had committed first the unpardonable offense of looking like him, and second, of coming here to Lycurgus and fixing himself on this very superior family, and after he had shown him all too plainly, and from the first, that he personally did not like him, did not want him, and if left to himself, would never for so much as a moment endure him. "He hasn't got any money," he declared finally, and very bitterly to his mother, "and he's hanging on here by the skin of his teeth as it is. And what for? If he is taken up by these people, what can he do? He certainly hasn't got the money to do as they do, and he can't get it. And if he could, his job here wouldn't let him go anywhere much, unless someone troubled to pay his way. And how he's going to do his work and run with that crowd is more than I know. That bunch is on the go all the time. Actually, he was wondering whether Clyde would be included from now on, and if so, what was to be done about it. If he were to be taken up in this way, how was he, or the family either, to escape from being civil to him? For obviously, as earlier and subsequent developments proved, his father did not choose to send him away. Indeed, subsequent to this conversation, Mrs. Griffiths had laid the paper, together with a version of Gilbert's views, before her husband at this same breakfast table. But he, true to the previous mood in regard to Clyde, was not inclined to share his son's opinion. On the contrary, he seemed, as Mrs. Griffiths saw it, to look upon the development recorded by the item as a justification in part of his own original estimate of Clyde. "I must say," he began, after listening to his wife to the end, "I can't see what's wrong with his going to a party now and then, or being invited here and there, even if he hasn't any money. It looks more like a compliment to him and to us than anything else. I know how Gil feels about him, but it rather looks to me as though Clyde's just a little better than Gil thinks he is. At any rate, I can't and I wouldn't want to do anything about it. I've asked him to come down here, and the least I can do is to give him an opportunity to better himself. He seems to be doing his work all right. Besides, how would it look if I didn't?" And later, because of some additional remarks on the part of Gilbert to his mother, he added, "I'd certainly rather have him going with some of the better people than some of the worse ones. That's one thing sure. He's neat and polite, and from all I hear at the factory, he does his work well enough. As a matter of fact, I think it would have been better if we had invited him up to the lake last summer, for a few days anyhow, as I suggested. As it is now, if we don't do something pretty soon, it will look as though we think he isn't good enough for us when the other people here seem to think he is. If you'll take my advice, you'll have him up here for Christmas or New Year's anyhow, just to show that we don't think any less of him than our friends do." This suggestion, once transferred to Gilbert by his mother, caused him to exclaim, "Well, I'll be hanged! All right, only don't think I'm going to lay myself out to be civil to him. It's a wonder if father thinks he's so able that he don't make a real position for him somewhere." Just the same, nothing might have come of this, had it not been that Bella, returning from Albany this same day, learned via contacts and telephone talks with Sondra and Bertine of the developments in connection with Clyde, also that he had been invited to accompany them to the New Year's Eve dance at the Ellersleys in Schenectady, Bella having been previously scheduled to make a part of this group before Clyde was thought of. This sudden development, reported by Bella to her mother, was of sufficient import to cause Mrs. Griffiths, as well as Samuel, if not Gilbert, later to decide to make the best of a situation which was obviously being forced upon them and themselves invite Clyde for dinner, Christmas Day, a sedate affair to which many others were bid. For this, as they now decided, would serve to make plain to all, and at once, that Clyde was not being wholly ignored, as some might imagine. It was the only reasonable thing to do at this late date. And Gilbert, on hearing this, and realizing that in this instance he was checkmated, exclaimed sourly, "Oh, all right, invite him if you want to, if that's the way you and Dad feel about it. I don't see any real necessity for it even now, but you fix it to suit yourself. Constance and I are going over to Utica for the afternoon anyhow, so I couldn't be there even if I wanted to." He was thinking of what an outrageous thing it was that a girl whom he disliked as much as he did Sondra could thus via her determination and plottings thrust his own cousin on him, and he be unable to prevent it. And what a beggar Clyde must be to attempt to attach himself in this way when he knew that he was not wanted. What sort of youth was he, anyhow? And so it was that on Monday morning Clyde had received another letter from the Griffiths, this time signed by Myra, asking him to have dinner with them at 2 o'clock Christmas Day. But since this at that time did not seem to interfere with his meeting Roberta Christmas night at 8, he merely gave himself over to extreme rejoicing in regard to it all now, and at last he was nearly as well placed here, socially, as anyone. For although he had no money, see how he was being received, and by the Griffiths, too, among all the others. And Sondra taking so great an interest in him, actually talking and acting as though she might be ready to fall in love. And Gilbert, checkmated by his social popularity. What would you say to that? It testified, as he saw it now, that at least his relatives had not forgotten him, or that, because of his recent success in other directions, they were finding it necessary to be civil to him, a thought that was the same as the bays of victory to a contestant. He viewed it with as much pleasure, almost as though there had never been any hiatus at all. End of Book 2, Chapter 30. Section 50 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 31. Unfortunately, however, the Christmas dinner at the Griffiths, which included the Starks and their daughter Arabella, Mr. and Mrs. Wynand, who in the absence of their daughter Constance of Gilbert were dining with the Griffiths, the Arnolds, Anthonys, Harriets, Taylors, and others of note in Lycurgus, so impressed and even overawed Clyde that although 5 o'clock came and then 6, he was incapable of breaking away or thinking clearly and compellingly of his obligation to Roberta. Even when, slightly before 6, the greater portion of those who had been thus cheerfully entertained began rising and making their bows and departing, and when he, too, should have been doing the same thing and thinking of his appointment with Roberta, being accosted by Violet Taylor, who was part of the younger group, and who now began talking of some additional festivities to be held that same evening at the Anthonys, and who added most urgently, "You're coming with us, aren't you? Sure you are." He at once acquiesced, although his earlier promise to Roberta forced the remembrance that she was probably already back and expecting him. But still, he had time even now, didn't he? Yet, once at the Anthonys, the talking and dancing with various girls, the obligation faded. But at 9 he began worrying a little, for by this time she must be in her room and wondering what had become of him and his promise. And on Christmas night, too, and after she had been away 3 days. Inwardly he grew more and more restless and troubled, the while outwardly he maintained that same high spirit that characterized him throughout the afternoon. Fortunately for his own mood, this same group, having danced and frolicked every night for the past week until almost nervously exhausted, it now unanimously and unconsciously yielded to weariness, and at 11:30 broke up. And after having escorted Bella Griffiths to her door, Clyde hurried around Elm Street to see if by any chance Roberta was still awake. As he neared the Gilpins, he perceived through the snow-covered bushes and trees the glow of her single lamp, and for the time being, troubled as to what he should say, how to excuse himself for this inexplicable lapse, he paused near one of the large trees that bordered the street, debating with himself as to just what he would say. Would he insist that he had again been to the Griffiths, or where? For according to his previous story, he had only been there the Friday before. In the months before, when he had no social contacts, but was merely romanticizing in regard to them, the untruths he found himself telling her caused him no twinges of any kind. They were not real, and took up no actual portion of his time, nor did they interfere with any of his desired contacts with her. But now, in the face of the actuality, and the fact that these new contacts meant everything to his future, as he saw it, he hesitated. His quick conclusion was to explain his absence this evening by a second invitation which had come later, also by asseverating that the Griffiths, being potentially in charge of his material welfare, it was becoming more and more of a duty rather than an idle, evasive pleasure to desert her in this way at their command. Could he help it? And with this half-truth permanently fixed in his mind, he crossed the snow and gently tapped at her window. At once the light was extinguished, and a moment later the curtain lifted. Then Roberta, who had been mournfully brooding, opened the door and admitted him, having previously lit a candle, as was her custom in order to avoid detection as much as possible, and at once he began in a whisper, "Gee, but this society business here is getting to be a dizzy thing, honey. I never saw such a town as this. Once you go with these people one place to do one thing, they always have something else they want you to do. They're on the go all the time. When I went there Friday," he was referring to his lie about having gone to the Griffiths, "I thought that would be the last until after the holidays. But yesterday, and just when I was planning to go somewhere else, I got a note saying they expected me to come there again today for dinner, sure. And today when I thought the dinner would begin at 2, he continued to explain, and end in time for me to be around here by 8 like I said, it didn't start until 3 and only broke up a few minutes ago. Isn't that the limit? And I just couldn't get away for the last 4 hours. How have you been, honey? Did you have a good time? I hope so. Did they like the present I gave you?" He rattled off these questions, to which she made brief and decidedly terse replies, all the time looking at him, as much as to say, "Oh, Clyde, how can you treat me like this?" But Clyde was so much interested in his own alibi, and how to convince Roberta of the truth of it, that neither before nor after slipping off his coat, muffler, and gloves, and smoothing back his hair, did he look at her directly, or even tenderly, or indeed do anything to demonstrate to her that he was truly delighted to see her again. On the contrary, he was so fidgety and in part flustered that despite his past professions and actions, she could feel that apart from being moderately glad to see her again, he was more concerned about himself and his own partially explained defection than he was about her. And although after a few moments he took her in his arms and pressed his lips to hers, still, as on Saturday, she could feel that he was only partially united to her in spirit. Other things, the affairs that had kept him from her on Friday and tonight, were disturbing his thoughts and hers. She looked at him, not exactly believing, and yet not entirely wishing to disbelieve him. He might have been at the Griffiths, as he said, and they might have detained him. And yet he might not have either, for she could not help recalling that on the previous Saturday he had said he had been there Friday, and the paper, on the other hand, had stated that he was in Gloversville. But if she questioned him in regard to these things now, would he not get angry and lie to her still more? For after all, she could not help thinking that apart from his love for her, she had no real claim on him. But she could not possibly imagine that he could change so quickly. "So that was why you didn't come tonight, was it?" she asked, with more spirit and irritation than she had ever used with him before. "I thought you told me you wouldn't let anything interfere," she went on, a little heavily. "Well, so I did," he admitted. "And I wouldn't have either except for the letter I got. You know I wouldn't let anyone but my uncle interfere, but I couldn't turn them down when they asked me to come there on Christmas Day. It's too important. It wouldn't look right, would it? Especially when you weren't going to be here in the afternoon?" The manner and tone in which he said this conveyed to Roberta, more clearly than anything that he had ever said before, how significant he considered this connection with his relatives to be, and how unimportant anything she might value in regard to this relationship was to him. It came to her now that in spite of all his enthusiasm and demonstrativeness in the first stages of this affair, possibly she was much more trivial in his estimation than she seemed to herself. And that meant that her dreams and sacrifices thus far had been in vain. She became frightened. "Well, anyhow," she went on dubiously in the face of this, "don't you think you might have left a note here, Clyde, so I would have got it when I got in?" She asked this mildly, not wishing to irritate him too much. "But didn't I just tell you, honey, I didn't expect to be so late. I thought the thing would be over by 6, anyhow." "Yes, well, anyhow, I know, but still." Her face wore a puzzled, troubled, nervous look, in which was mingled fear, sorrow, depression, distrust, a trace of resentment, and a trace of despair, all of which, coloring and animating her eyes, which were now fixed on him in round, orb-like solemnity, caused him to suffer from a sense of having misused and demeaned her not a little. And because her eyes seemed to advertise this, he flushed a dark red that colored deeply his naturally very pale cheeks. But without appearing to notice this or lay any stress on it in any way at the time, Roberta added for a moment, "I noticed that the Star mentioned that Gloversville party Sunday, but it didn't say anything about your cousins being over there. Were they?" For the first time in all her questioning of him, she asked this as though she might possibly doubt him, a development which Clyde had scarcely anticipated in connection with her up to this time, and more than anything else, it troubled and irritated him. "Of course they were," he replied falsely. "Why do you want to ask a thing like that when I told you they were?" "Well, dear, I don't mean anything by it. I only wanted to know. But I did notice that it mentioned all those other people from Lycurgus that you were always talking about. Sondra Finchley, Bertine Cranston. You know you never mention anybody but the Trumbolls." Her tone tended to make him bristle and grow cross, as she saw. "Yes, I said that, but it ain't so. If they were there, I didn't see them. The papers don't always get everything right." In spite of a certain crossness and irritation at being trapped in this fashion, his manner did not carry conviction, and he knew it. And he began to resent the fact that she should question him so. Why should she? Wasn't he of sufficient importance to move in this new world without her holding him back in this way? Instead of denying or reproaching him further, she merely looked at him, her expression one of injured wistfulness. She did not believe him now entirely, and she did not utterly disbelieve him. A part of what he said was probably true. More important was it that he should care for her enough not to want to lie to her, or to treat her badly. But how was that to be effected if he did not want to be kind or truthful? She moved back from him a few steps, and with a gesture of helplessness said, "Oh, Clyde, you don't have to story to me. Don't you know that? I wouldn't care where you went if you would just tell me beforehand, and not leave me like this all alone on Christmas night. It's just that hurts so." "But I'm not storying to you, Bert," he reiterated crossly. "I can't help how things look, even if the paper did say so. The Griffiths were over there, and I can prove it. I got around here as soon as I could today. What do you want to get so mad about all at once? I've told you how things are. I can't do just as I want here. They call me up at the last minute and want me to go, and I just can't get out of it. What's the use of being so mad about it?" He stared defiantly, while Roberta, checkmated in this general way, was at a loss as to how to proceed. The item about New Year's Eve was in her mind, but she felt that it might not be wise to say anything more now. More poignantly than ever now, she was identifying him with that gay life of which he, but not she, was a part. And yet she hesitated even now to let him know how sharp were the twinges of jealousy that were beginning to assail her. They had such a good time in that fine world, he and those he knew, and she had so little. And besides, now he was always talking about that Sondra Finchley and that Bertine Cranston, or the papers were. Was it in either of those that he was most interested? "Do you like that Miss Finchley very much?" she suddenly asked, looking up at him in the shadow, her desire to obtain some slight satisfaction, some little light on all this trouble, still torturing her. At once Clyde sensed the importance of the question, a suggestion of partially suppressed interest and jealousy and helplessness, more in her voice even than in the way she looked. There was something so soft, coaxing, and sad about her voice at times, especially when she was most depressed. At the same time, he was slightly taken back by the shrewd and telepathic way in which she appeared to fix on Sondra. Immediately he felt that she should not know, that it would irritate her. At the same time, vanity in regard to his general position here, which hourly was becoming more secure, apparently, caused him to say, "Oh, I like her some, sure. She's very pretty and a dandy dancer, and she has lots of money and dresses well." He was about to add that outside of that, Sondra appealed to him in no other way, when Roberta, sensing something of the true interest he felt in this girl, perhaps, and the wide gulf that lay between herself and all this world, suddenly exclaimed, "Yes, and who wouldn't with all the money she has? If I had as much money as that, I could too." And to his astonishment and dismay even, at this point her voice grew suddenly vibrant and then broke as on a sob. And as he could both see and feel, she was deeply hurt, terribly and painfully hurt, heart-sore and jealous. And at once, although his first impulse was to grow angry and defiant again, his mood as suddenly softened. For now it pained him not a little to think that someone of whom he had once been so continuously fond, up to this time, should be made to suffer through jealousy of him, for he himself well knew the pangs of jealousy in connection with Hortense. He could for some reason almost see himself in Roberta's place, and for this reason, if for no other, he now said, and quite softly, "Oh, now, Bert, as though I couldn't tell you about her or anyone else without your getting mad about it. I didn't mean that I was especially interested in her. I was just telling you what I thought you wanted to know because you asked me if I liked her, that's all." "Oh, yes, I know," replied Roberta, standing tensely and nervously before him, her face white, her hands suddenly clenched, and looking up at him dubiously and yet pleadingly. "But they've got everything, you know they have, and I haven't got anything, really. And it's so hard for me to keep up my end, and against all of them, too, with all they have." Her voice shook, and she ceased talking, her eyes filling and her lips beginning to quiver, and as swiftly she concealed her face with her hands and turned away, her shoulders shaking as she did so. Indeed, her body was now torn for the moment by the most desperate and convulsive sobs, so much so that Clyde, perplexed and astonished and deeply moved by this sudden display of a pent-up and powerful emotion, as suddenly was himself moved deeply. For obviously this was no trick or histrionic bit intended to influence him, but rather a sudden and overwhelming vision of herself, as he himself could sense, as a rather lorn and isolated girl without friends or prospects, as opposed to those others in whom he was now so interested, and who had so much more, everything in fact. For behind her in her vision lay all the lorn and detached years that had marred her youth, now so vivid because of her recent visit. She was really intensely moved, overwhelmingly and helplessly. And now from the very bottom of her heart she exclaimed, "If I'd ever had a chance like some girls, if I'd ever been anywhere or seen anything, but just to be brought up in the country and without any money or clothes or anything, and nobody to show you, oh. The moment she said these things, she was actually ashamed of having made so weak and self-condemnatory a confession, since that was what was really troubling him in connection with her, no doubt. "Oh, Roberta, darling," he said instantly and tenderly, putting his arms around her, genuinely moved by his own dereliction. "You mustn't cry like that, dearest, you mustn't. I didn't mean to hurt you, honest I didn't. Truly I didn't, dear. I know you've had a hard time, honey. I know how you feel, and how you've been up against things in one way and another. Sure I do, Bert, and you mustn't cry, dearest. I love you just the same. Truly I do, and I always will. I'm sorry if I've hurt you, honest I am. I couldn't help it tonight if I didn't come, honest, or last Friday either. Why, it just wasn't possible. But I won't be so mean like that anymore, if I can help it. Honest, I won't. You're the sweetest, dearest girl, and you've got such lovely hair and eyes and such a pretty little figure. Honest you have, Bert. And you can dance, too, as pretty as anybody. And you look just as nice. Honest you do, dear. Won't you stop now, honey? Please do. I'm so sorry, honey, if I've hurt you in any way. There was about Clyde, at times, a certain strain of tenderness, evoked by experiences, disappointments, and hardships in his own life, which came out to one and another, almost any other, under such circumstances as these. At such times he had a soft and melting voice. His manner was as tender and gentle almost as that of a mother with a baby. It drew a girl like Roberta intensely to him. At the same time, such emotion in him, though vivid, was of brief duration. It was like a rush and flutter of a summer storm, soon come and soon gone. Yet in this instance it was sufficient to cause Roberta to feel that he fully understood and sympathized with her, and perhaps liked her all the better for it. Things were not so bad for the moment, anyhow. She had him and his love and sympathy to a very marked degree, at any rate, and because of this and her very great comfort in it, and his soothing words, she began to dry her eyes, to say that she was sorry to think that she was such a cry-baby, and that she hoped he would forgive her, because in crying she had wet the bosom of his spotless white shirt with her tears, and she would not do it any more if Clyde would just forgive her this once. The while, touched by a passion he scarcely believed was buried in her in any such volume, he now continued to kiss her hands, cheeks, and finally her lips. And between these pettings and coaxings and kissings, it was that he really affirmed to her, most foolishly and falsely in this instance, since he was really caring for Sondra in a way which, while different, was just as vital, perhaps even more so, that he regarded her as first, last, and most in his heart, always. A statement which caused her to feel that perhaps after all she might have misjudged him. Also that her position, if anything, was more secure, if not more wonderful than ever it had been before. Far superior to that of these other girls who might see him socially, perhaps, but who did not have him to love them in this wonderful way. End of Book 2, Chapter 31. Section 51 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 32. Clyde now was actually part and parcel of this local winter social scene. The Griffiths having introduced him to their friends and connections, it followed as a matter of course that he would be received in most homes here. But in this very limited world, where quite everyone who was anything at all knew everyone else, the state of one's purse was as much, and in some instances even more, considered than one's social connections. For these local families of distinction were convinced that not only one's family, but one's wealth, was the be-all and end-all of every happy union meant to include social security. And in consequence, while considering Clyde as one who was unquestionably eligible socially, still, because it had been whispered about that his means were very slender, they were not inclined to look upon him as one who might aspire to marriage with any of their daughters. Hence, while they were to the fore with invitations, still in so far as their own children and connections were concerned, they were also to the fore with precautionary hints as to the inadvisability of too numerous contacts with him. However, the mood of Sondra and her group being friendly toward him, and the observations and comments of their friends and parents not as yet too definite, Clyde continued to receive invitations to the one type of gathering that most interested him, that which began and ended with dancing. And although his purse was short, he got on well enough. For once Sondra had interested herself in him, it was not long before she began to realize what his financial state was, and was concerned to make his friendship for her at least as inexpensive as possible. And because of this attitude on her part, which in turn was conveyed to Bertine, Grant Cranston, and the others, it became possible on most occasions for Clyde, especially when the affair was local, to go here and there without the expenditure of any money. Even when the affair was at any point beyond Lycurgus and he consented to go, the car of another was delegated to pick him up. Frequently after the New Year's Eve trip to Schenectady, which proved to be an outing of real import to both Clyde and Sondra, seeing that on that occasion she drew nearer to him affectionately than ever before, it was Sondra herself who chose to pick him up in her car. He had actually succeeded in impressing her, and in a way that most flattered her vanity at the same time that it appealed to the finest trait in her, a warm desire to have someone, some youth like Clyde, who was at once attractive and of good social station, dependent upon her. She knew that her parents would not countenance an affair between her and Clyde because of his poverty. She had originally not contemplated any, though now she found herself wishing that something of the kind might be. However, no opportunity for further intimacies occurred until one night, about 2 weeks after the New Year's Eve party. They were returning from a similar affair at Amsterdam, and after Bella Griffiths and Grant and Bertine Cranston had been driven to their respective homes, Stuart Finchley had called back, "Now we'll take you home, Griffiths." At once Sondra, swayed by the delight of contact with Clyde, and not willing to end it so soon, said, "If you want to come over to our place, I'll make some hot chocolate before you go home. Would you like that?" "Oh, sure I would," Clyde had answered gaily. "Here goes, then," called Stuart, turning the car toward the Finchley home. "But as for me, I'm going to turn in. It's way after 3 now." "That's a good brother. Your beauty sleep, you know," replied Sondra. And having turned the car into the garage, the three made their way through the rear entrance into the kitchen. Her brother having left them, Sondra asked Clyde to be seated at a servant's table while she brought the ingredients. But he, impressed by this culinary equipment, the like of which she had never seen before, gazed about, wondering at the wealth and security which could sustain it. "My, this is a big kitchen, isn't it?" he remarked. "What a lot of things you have here to cook with, haven't you?" And she, realizing from this that he had not been accustomed to equipment of this order before coming to Lycurgus, and hence was all the more easily to be impressed, replied, "Oh, I don't know. Aren't all kitchens as big as this?" Clyde, thinking of the poverty he knew, and assuming from this that she was scarcely aware of anything less than this, was all the more overawed by the plethora of the world to which she belonged. What means? Only to think of being married to such a girl, when all such as this would become an everyday state. One would have a cook and servants, a great house and car, no one to work for, and only orders to give, a thought which impressed him greatly. It made her various self-conscious gestures and posings all the more entrancing. And she, sensing the import of all this to Clyde, was inclined to exaggerate her own inseparable connection with it. To him, more than anyone else, as she now saw, she shone as a star, a paragon of luxury and social supremacy. Having prepared the chocolate in a commonplace aluminum pan, to further impress him she sought out a heavily chased silver service which was in another room. She poured the chocolate into a highly ornamented urn, and then carried it to the table and put it down before him. Then, swinging herself up beside him, she said, "Now isn't this chummy? I just love to get out in the kitchen like this, but I can only do it when the cook's out. He won't let anyone near the place when he's here." "Oh, is that so?" asked Clyde, who was quite unaware of the ways of cooks in connection with private homes, an inquiry which quite convinced Sondra that there must have been little if any real means in the world from which he sprang. Nevertheless, because he had come to mean so much to her, she was by no means inclined to turn back. And so when he finally exclaimed, "Isn't it wonderful to be together like this, Sondra? Just think, I hardly got a chance to say a word to you all evening alone." She replied, without in any way being irritated by the familiarity, "You think so? I'm glad you do," and smiled in a slightly supercilious though affectionate way. And at the sight of her now in her white satin and crystal evening gown, her slippered feet swinging so intimately near, a faint perfume radiating to his nostrils, he was stirred. In fact, his imagination in regard to her was really inflamed. Youth, beauty, wealth such as this, what would it not mean? And she, feeling the intensity of his admiration, and infected in part, at least, by the enchantment and fervor that was so definitely dominating him, was swayed to the point where she was seeing him as one for whom she could care, very much. Weren't his eyes bright and dark, very liquid and eager? And his hair! It looked so enticing, lying low upon his white forehead. She wished that she could touch it now, smooth it with her hands and touch his cheeks. And his hands, they were thin and sensible and graceful. Like Roberta and Hortense and Rita before her, she noticed them. But he was silent now with a tightly restrained silence, which he was afraid to liberate in words. For he was thinking, "Oh, if only I could say to her how beautiful I really think she is. If I could just put my arms around her and kiss her, and kiss her, and kiss her, and have her kiss me in the same way." And strangely, considering his first approaches toward Roberta, the thought was without lust, just the desire to constrain and fondle a perfect object. Indeed, his eyes fairly radiated this desire and intensity. And while she noted this, and was in part made dubious by it, since it was the thing in Clyde she most feared, still she was intrigued by it to the extent of wishing to know its further meaning. And so now she said teasingly, Was there anything very important you wanted to say? I'd like to say a lot of things to you, Sondra, if you would only let me, he returned eagerly. But you told me not to. Oh, so I did. Well, I meant that too. I'm glad you mind so well. There was a provoking smile upon her lips, and she looked at him much as if to say, But you don't really believe I meant all of that, did you? Overcome by the suggestion in her eyes, Clyde got up, and taking both her hands in his, and looking directly into her eyes, said, You didn't mean all of it then, did you, Sondra? Not all of it, anyhow. Oh, I wish I could tell you all that I'm thinking. His eyes spoke, and now sharply conscious again of how easy it was to inflame him, and yet anxious to permit him to proceed as he wished, she leaned back from him and said, Oh yes, I'm sure I did. You take almost everything too seriously, don't you? But at the same time, and in spite of herself, her expression relaxed, and she once more smiled. I can't help it, Sondra. I can't! He began, eagerly and almost vehemently. You don't know what effect you have on me. You're so beautiful. Oh, you are. You know you are. I think about you all the time. Really, I do, Sondra. You've made me just crazy about you, so much so that I can hardly sleep for thinking about you. Gee, I'm wild. I never go anywhere or see you any place but what I think of you all the time afterward. Even tonight when I saw you dancing with all those fellows, I could hardly stand it. I just wanted you to be dancing with me, no one else. You've got such beautiful eyes, Sondra, and such a lovely mouth and chin, and such a wonderful smile. He lifted his hands as though to caress her gently, yet holding them back, and at the same time dreamed into her eyes as might a devotee into those of a saint, then suddenly put his arms about her and drew her close to him. She, thrilled and in part seduced by his words, instead of resisting as definitely as she would have in any other case, now gazed at him, fascinated by his enthusiasms. She was so trapped and entranced by his passion for her that it seemed to her now as though she might care for him as much as he wished. Very, very much, if she only dared. He, too, was beautiful and alluring to her. He, too, was really wonderful, even if he were poor. So much more intense and dynamic than any of these other youths that she knew here. Would it not be wonderful if, her parents and her state permitting, she could share with him completely such a mood as this? Simultaneously the thought came to her that should her parents know of this, it might not be possible for her to continue this relationship in any form, let alone to develop it or enjoy it in the future. Yet regardless of this thought now, which arrested and stilled her for a moment, she continued to yearn toward him. Her eyes were warm and tender, her lips wreathed with a gracious smile. I'm sure I oughtn't to let you say all these things to me. I know I shouldn't, she protested weakly, yet looking at him affectionately. It isn't the right thing to do, I know, but still. Why not? Why isn't it right, Sondra? Why mayn't I when I care for you so much? His eyes became clouded with sadness, and she, noting it, exclaimed, Oh, well, and then paused. I, she was about to add, don't think they would ever let us go on with it, but instead she only replied, I guess I don't know you well enough. Oh, Sondra, when I love you so much, I'm so crazy about you. Don't you care at all like I care for you? Because of the uncertainty expressed by her, his eyes were now seeking, frightened, sad. The combination had an intense appeal for her. She merely looked at him dubiously, wondering what could be the result of such an infatuation as this. And he, noting the wavering something in her own eyes, pulled her closer and kissed her. Instead of resenting it, she lay for a moment willingly, joyously in his arms, then suddenly sat up, the thought of what she was permitting him to do, kiss her in this way, and what it must mean to him, causing her on the instant to recover all her poise. I think you'd better go now, she said definitely, yet not unkindly. Don't you? And Clyde, who himself had been surprised and afterwards a little startled, and hence reduced by his own boldness, now pleaded rather weakly and yet submissively. Angry? And she, in turn sensing his submissiveness, that of the slave for the master, and in part liking, and in part resenting it, since like Roberta and Hortense, even she preferred to be mastered rather than to master, shook her head negatively and a little sadly. It's very late, was all she said, and smiled tenderly. And Clyde, knowing that for some reason he must not say more, had not the courage or persistence or the background to go further with her now, went for his coat, and looking sadly but obediently back at her, departed. End of Book 2, Chapter 32. Section 52 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 33. One of the things that Roberta soon found was that her intuitive notions in regard to all this were not without speedy substantiation. For exactly as before, though with the usual insistence afterward that there was no real help for it, there continued to be these same last-moment changes of plans and unannounced absences. And although she complained at times, or pleaded, or merely contented herself with quite silent and not always obvious blues, still these same effected no real modification or improvement. For Clyde was now hopelessly enamored by Sondra, and of no means to be changed, or moved even, by anything in connection with Roberta. Sondra was too wonderful. At the same time, because she was there all of the working hours of each day in the same room with him, he could not fail instinctively to feel some of the thoughts that employed her mind, such dark, sad, despairing thoughts, and these seized upon him at times as definitely and poignantly as though they were voices of accusation or complaint, so much so that he could not help but suggest by way of amelioration that he would like to see her and that he was coming around that night if she were going to be home. And so distrait was she, and still so infatuated with him, that she could not resist admitting that she wanted him to come. And once there, the psychic personality of the past, as well as of the room itself, was not without its persuasion and hence emotional compulsion. But most foolishly anticipating, as he now did, a future more substantial than the general local circumstances warranted, he was more concerned than ever lest his present relationship to Roberta should in some way prove inimical to all this. Supposing that Sondra at some time, in some way, should find out concerning Roberta, how fatal that would be! Or that Roberta should become aware of his devotion to Sondra, and so develop an active resentment which should carry her to the length of denouncing or exposing him. For subsequent to the New Year's Eve engagement, he was all too frequently appearing at the factory of a morning with explanatory statements that because of some invitation from the Griffiths, Harriets, or others, he would not be able to keep an engagement with her that night, for instance, that he had made a day or two before. And later, on 3 different occasions, because Sondra had called for him in her car, he had departed without a word, trusting to what might come to him the next day in the way of an excuse to smooth the matter over. Yet anomalous, if not exactly unprecedented as it may seem, this condition of mingled sympathy and opposition gave rise at last to the feeling in him that come what might, he must find some method of severing this tie, even though it lacerated Roberta to the point of death. Why should he care? He had never told her that he would marry her, or endangered his own position here in case she were not satisfied to release him as voicelessly as he wished. At other times it caused him to feel that indeed he was a sly and shameless and cruel person who had taken undue advantage of a girl who, left to herself, would never have troubled with him. And this latter mood, in spite of slights and lies and thinly excused neglects and absences at times in the face of the most definite agreements, so strange is the libido of the race, brought about the reenactment of the infernal or celestial command laid upon Adam and his breed, "Thy desire shall be to thy mate." But there was this to be said in connection with the relationship between these two, that at no time, owing to the inexperience of Clyde, as well as Roberta, had there been any adequate understanding or use of more than the simplest, and for the most part unsatisfactory, contraceptive devices. About the middle of February, and interestingly enough, at about the time when Clyde, because of the continuing favor of Sondra, had about reached the point where he was determined once and for all to end not only this physical, but all other connection with Roberta, she, on her part, was beginning to see clearly that, in spite of his temporizing and her own incurable infatuation for him, pursuit of him by her was futile, and that it would be more to the satisfaction of her pride, if not to the ease of her heart, if she were to leave here and in some other place seek some financial help that would permit her to live and still help her parents and forget him if she could. Unfortunately for this, she was compelled, to her dismay and terror, to enter the factory one morning, just about this time, her face a symbol of even graver and more terrifying doubts and fears than any that had hitherto assailed her. For now, in addition to her own troubled conclusions in regard to Clyde, there had sprung up overnight the dark and constraining fear that even this might not now be possible, for the present at least. For because of her own and Clyde's temporizing over his and her sentimentality, and her unconquerable affection for him, She now, at a time when it was most inimical for both, found herself pregnant. Ever since she had yielded to his blandishments, she had counted the days and had always been able to congratulate herself that all was well. But 48 hours since the always exactly calculated time had now passed, and there had been no sign. And for 4 days preceding this, Clyde had not even been near her, and his attitude at the factory was more remote and indifferent than ever. And now this! And she had no one but him to whom she might turn, and he was in this estranged and indifferent mood. Because of her fright, induced by the fear that, with or without Clyde's aid, she might not easily be extricated from her threatened predicament, she could see her home, her mother, her relatives, all who knew her, and their thoughts in case anything like this should befall her. For of the opinion of society in general, and what other people might say, Roberta stood in extreme terror. The stigma of unsanctioned concupiscence, the shame of illegitimacy for a child. It was bad enough, as she had always thought, listening to girls and women talk of life and marriage and adultery and the miseries that had befallen girls who had yielded to men and subsequently been deserted. For a woman, when she was safely married and sustained by the love and strength of a man, such love, for instance, as her brother-in-law Gable brought to her sister Agnes, and her father to her mother in the first years, no doubt, and Clyde to her when he had so feverishly declared that he loved her. But now! She could not permit any thoughts in regard to his recent or present attitude to delay her. Regardless of either, he must help her. She did not know what else to do under such circumstances, which way to turn. And no doubt Clyde did. At any rate, he had said once that he would stand by her in case anything happened. And although, because at first, even on the third day, on reaching the factory, she imagined that she might be exaggerating the danger, and that it was perhaps some physical flaw or lapse that might still overcome itself, still, by late afternoon, no evidence of any change coming to her, she began to be a prey to the most nameless terrors. What little courage she had mustered up to this time began to waver and break. She was all alone unless he came to her now, and she was in need of advice and good counsel. Loving counsel. Oh, Clyde, if he would only not be so indifferent to her. He must not be. Something must be done, and right away. Quick! Else, great heavens, what a terrible thing this could easily come to be! At once she stopped her work between 4 and 5 in the afternoon and hurried to the dressing room, and there she penned a note. Hurried, hysterical, a scrawl. Clyde, I must see you tonight. Sure. You mustn't fail me. I have something to tell you. Please come as soon after work as possible or meet me anywhere. I'm not angry or mad about anything, but I must see you tonight. Sure. Please say right away where. Roberta. And he, sensing a new and strange and quite terrified note in all this the moment he read it, at once looked over his shoulder at her, and seeing her face so white and drawn, signaled that he would meet her. For judging by her face, the thing she had to tell must be of the utmost importance to her, else why this tensity and excitement on her part? And although he had another engagement later, as he now troublesomely recalled, at the Starks for dinner, still it was necessary to do this first. Yet what was it anyhow? Was anybody dead or hurt or what? Her mother or father or brother or sister? At 5:30 he made his way to the appointed place, wondering what it could be that could make her so pale and concerned, yet at the same time saying to himself that if this other dream in regard to Sondra were to come true, he must not let himself be re-entangled by any great or moving sympathy, must maintain his new poise and distance so that Roberta could see that he no longer cared for her as he had. Reaching the appointed place at 6 o'clock, he found her leaning disconsolately against a tree in the shadow. She looked distraught, despondent. Why, what's the matter, Bert? What are you so frightened about? What's happened? Even his obviously dwindling affection was re-stimulated by her quite visible need of help. Oh, Clyde, she said at last. I hardly know how to tell you. It's so terrible for me if it's so. Her voice, tense and yet low, was in itself a clear proof of her anguish and uncertainty. Why, what is it, Bert? Why don't you tell me? He reiterated, briskly and yet cautiously, essaying an air of detached assurance which he could not quite manage in this instance. What's wrong? What are you so excited about? You're all trembly. Because of the fact that never before in all his life had he been confronted by any such predicament as this, it did not even now occur to him just what the true difficulty could be. At the same time, being rather estranged and hence embarrassed by his recent treatment of her, He was puzzled as to just what attitude to assume in a situation where obviously something was wrong. Being sensitive to conventional or moral stimuli as he still was, he could not quite achieve a discreditable thing, even where his own highest ambitions were involved, without a measure of regret, or at least shame. Also, he was so anxious to keep his dinner engagement and not to be further involved that his manner was impatient. It did not escape Roberta. "You know, Clyde," she pleaded, both earnestly and eagerly, the very difficulty of her state encouraging her to be bold and demanding. "You said if anything went wrong, you'd help me." At once, because of those recent few, and, as he now saw them, foolish visits to her room, on which occasions, because of some remaining sentiment and desire on the part of both, he had been betrayed into sporadic and decidedly unwise physical relations with her, he now realized what the difficulty was, and that it was a severe, compelling, dangerous difficulty if it were true. Also that he was to blame and that here was a real predicament that must be overcome, and that quickly, unless a still greater danger was to be faced. Yet simultaneously, his very recent and yet decidedly compelling indifference dictating, he was almost ready now to assume that this might be little more than a ruse, or lovelorn device or bit of strategy intended to retain or re-enlist his interest in spite of himself, a thought which he was only in part ready to harbor. Her manner was too dejected and despairing, and with the first dim realization of how disastrous such a complication as this might prove to be in his case, he began to be somewhat more alarmed than irritated, so much so that he exclaimed, "Yes, but how do you know that there is anything wrong? You can't be sure so soon as all this, can you? How can you? You'll probably be all right tomorrow, won't you?" At the same time his voice was beginning to suggest the uncertainty that he felt. "Oh no, I don't think so, Clyde. I wish I did. It's 2 whole days and it's never been that way before." Her manner as she said this was so obviously dejected and self-commiserating that at once he was compelled to dismiss the thought of intrigue. At the same time, unwilling to face so discouraging a fact so soon, he added, "Oh, well, that might not mean anything either. Girls go longer than 2 days, don't they?" The tone, implying as it did uncertainty and non-sophistication even, which previously had not appeared characteristic of him, was sufficient enough to alarm Roberta to the point where she exclaimed, "Oh no, I don't think so. Anyhow, it would be terrible, wouldn't it, if something were wrong? What do you suppose I ought to do? Don't you know something I can take?" At once, Clyde, who had been so brisk and urgent in establishing this relationship, and had given Roberta the impression that he was a sophisticated and masterful youth, who knew much more of life than ever she could hope to know, and to whom all such dangers and difficulties as were implied in the relationship could be left with impunity, was at a loss what to do. Actually, as he himself now realized, he was as sparingly informed in regard to the mysteries of sex and the possible complications attending upon such a situation as any youth of his years could well be. True, before coming here, he had browsed about Kansas City and Chicago with such worldly wise mentors of the hotel bellboy world as Ratterer, Higby, Hegland, and others, and had listened to much of their gossiping and boasting. But their knowledge, for all their boasting, as he now half guessed, must have related to girls who were as careless and uninformed as themselves. And beyond those again, although he was by no means so clearly aware of that fact now, lay little more than those rumored specifics and preventatives of such quack doctors and shady druggists and chemists as dealt with intelligences of the Hegland and Ratterer order. But even so, where were such things to be obtained in a small city like Lycurgus? Since dropping Dillard he had no intimates, let alone trustworthy friends who could be depended on to help in such a crisis. The best he could think of for the moment was to visit some local or nearby druggist, who might, for a price, provide him with some worthwhile prescription or information. But for how much? And what were the dangers in connection with such a proceeding? Did they talk? Did they ask questions? Did they tell anyone else about such inquiries or needs? He looked so much like Gilbert Griffiths, who was so well known in Lycurgus, that anyone recognizing him as Gilbert might begin to talk of him in that way, and so bring about trouble. And this terrible situation arising now, when in connection with Sondra things had advanced to the point where she was now secretly permitting him to kiss her, and, more pleasing still, exhibiting little evidences of her affection and goodwill in the form of presents, of ties, a gold pencil, a box of most attractive handkerchiefs, all delivered to his door in the absence, with a little card with her initials, which had caused him to feel sure that his future in connection with her was of greater and greater promise. So much so that even marriage, assuming that her family might not prove too inimical, and that her infatuation and diplomacy endured, might not be beyond the bounds of possibility. He could not be sure, of course. Her true intentions and affection, so far, were veiled behind a tantalizing evasiveness, which made her all the more desirable. Yet it was these things that had been causing him to feel that he must now, and speedily, extract himself as gracefully and unirritatingly as possible from his intimacy with Roberta. For that reason, therefore, he now announced with pretended assurance, "Well, I wouldn't worry about it any more tonight if I were you. You may be all right yet, you know. You can't be sure. Anyhow, I'll have a little time, and I can see what I can do. I think I can get something for you, but I wish you wouldn't get so excited." At the same time, he was far from feeling as secure as he sounded. In fact, he was very much shaken. His original determination to have as little to do with her as possible was now complicated by the fact that he was confronted by a predicament that spelled real danger to himself, unless by some argument or assertion he could absolve himself of any responsibility in connection with this. A possibility which, in view of the fact that Roberta still worked for him, that he had written her some notes, and that any last word from her would precipitate an inquiry which would prove fatal to him, was sufficient to cause him to feel that he must assist her, speedily, and without a breath of information as to all this leaking out in any direction. At the same time, it is only fair to say that because of all that had been between them, he did not object to assisting her in any way that he could. But in the event that he could not, it was so that his thoughts raced forward to an entirely possible inimical conclusion to all this. Well then, might it not be possible, at least, some fellows, if not himself, would, to deny that he had held any such relationship with her, and so escape? That possibly might be one way out. If only he were not as treacherously surrounded as he was here. But the most troublesome thing in connection with all this was the thought that he knew of nothing that would really avail in such a case, other than a doctor. Also, that probably meant money, time, danger. Just what did it mean? He would see her in the morning, and if she weren't all right by then, he would act. And Roberta, for the first time forsaken in this rather casual and indifferent way, and in such a crisis as this, returned to her room with her thoughts and fears, more stricken and agonized than ever before she had been in her life. End of Book 2, Chapter 33. Section 53 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 34. But the resources of Clyde, in such a situation as this, were slim. For, apart from Liggett, Wiggum, and a few minor, though decidedly pleasant, and yet rather remote department heads, all of whom are now looking on him as a distinctly superior person who could scarcely be approached too familiarly in connection with anything, there was no one to whom he could appeal. In so far as the social group to which he was now so eagerly attaching himself was concerned, it would have been absurd for him to attempt, however slyly, to extract any information there. For while the youths of this world, at least, were dashing here and there, and because of their looks, taste, and means, indulging themselves in such phases of libertinism, the proper wild oats of youth, such as he and others like himself could not have dreamed of affording, still so far was he from any real intimacy with any of these, that he would not have dreamed of approaching them for helpful information. His sanest thought, which occurred to him almost immediately after leaving Roberta, was that instead of inquiring of any druggist or doctor or person like Hergus, more particularly any doctor, since the entire medical profession here, as elsewhere, appeared to him as remote, cold, unsympathetic, and likely very expensive and unfriendly to such an immoral adventure as this, was to go to some nearby city, preferably Schenectady, because it was larger and as near as any, and there inquire what, if anything, could be obtained to help in such a situation as this, for he must find something. At the same time, the necessity for decision and prompt action was so great that even on his way to the Starks, and without knowing any drug or prescription to ask for, he resolved to go to Schenectady the next night. Only that meant, as he later reasoned, that a whole day must elapse before anything could be done for Roberta, and that, in her eyes, as well as his own, would be leaving her open to the danger that any delay at all involved. Therefore, he decided to act at once if he could, excuse himself to the Starks, and then make the trip over to Schenectady on the interurban before the drug stores over there should close. But once there, what? How face the local druggist or clerk? And ask for what? His mind was troubled with hard, abrasive thoughts as to what the druggist might think, look, or say. If only Ratterer or Hegland were here. They would know, of course, and be glad to help him. Or Higby, even. But here he was now, all alone, for Roberta knew nothing at all. There must be something, though, of course. If not, if he failed there, he would return and write Ratterer in Chicago. Only in order to keep himself out of this as much as possible, he would say that he was writing for a friend. Once in Schenectady, since no one knew him there, of course he might say, the thought came to him as an inspiration, that he was a newly married man. Why not? He was old enough to be one, and that his wife, and that in the face of inability to care for a child now, was past her time, he recalled a phrase that he had once heard Higby use, and that he wanted something that would permit her to escape from that state. What was so wrong with that as an idea? A young married couple might be in just such a predicament, and possibly the druggist would or should be stirred to a little sympathy by such a state, and might be glad to tell him of something. Why not? That would be no real crime. To be sure, one and another might refuse, but a third might not, and then he would be rid of this. And then, never again, without knowing a lot more than he did now, would he let himself drift into any such predicament as this. Never. It was too dreadful. He betook himself to the Stark house, very nervous, and growing more so at every moment. So much so that, the dinner being eaten, he finally declared as early as 9:30 that at the last moment at the factory, a very troublesome report, covering a whole month's activities, had been requested of him, and since it was not anything he could do at the office, he was compelled to return to his room and make it out there. A bit of energetic and ambitious commercialism, as the Starks saw it, worthy of their admiration and sympathy, and in consequence he was excused. But arrived at last at Schenectady, he had barely time to look around a little before the last car for Lycurgus should be leaving. His nerve began to fail him. Did he look enough like a young married man to convince anyone that he was one? Besides, were not such preventives considered very wrong, even by druggists? Walking up and down the one very long main street, still brightly lighted at this hour, looking now in one drugstore window and another, he decided for different reasons that each particular one was not the one. In one, as he saw at a glance, stood a stout, sober, smooth-shaven man of 50, whose bespectacled eyes and iron-gray hair seemed to indicate to Clyde's mind that he would be most certain to deny such a youthful applicant as himself, refuse to believe that he was married, or to admit that he had any such remedy, and suspect him of illicit relations with some young, unmarried girl into the bargain. He looked so sober, God-fearing, ultra-respectable, and conventional. No, it would not do to apply to him. He had not the courage to enter and face such a person. In another drugstore he observed a small, shriveled, and yet dapper and shrewd-looking man of perhaps 35, who appeared to him at the time to be satisfactory enough, only, as he could see from the front, he was being briskly assisted by a young woman of not more than 20 or 25, and assuming that she would approach him instead of the man, an embarrassing and impossible situation, or if the man waited on him, was it not probable that she would hear? In consequence, he gave up that place, and a third, a fourth, and a fifth, for varying and equally cogent reasons. Customers inside, a girl and a boy at a soda fountain in front, an owner posed near the door and surveying Clyde as he looked in, and thus disconcerting him before he had time to consider whether he should enter or not. Finally, however, after having abandoned so many, he decided that he must act or return defeated, his time and car fare wasted. Returning to one of the lesser stores in a side street, in which a moment before he had observed an undersized chemist idling about, he entered, and summoning all the bravado he could muster, began, "I want to know something. I want to know if you know of anything. Well, you see, it's this way. I'm just married, and my wife is past her time, and I can't afford to have any children now if I can help it. Is there anything a person can get that will get her out of it?" His manner was brisk and confidential enough, though tinged with nervousness and the inner conviction that the druggist must guess that he was lying. At the same time, although he did not know it, he was talking to a confirmed religionist of the Methodist group who did not believe in interfering with the motives and impulses of nature. Any such trifling was against the laws of God, and he carried nothing in stock that would in any way interfere with the ways of the Creator. At the same time, he was too good a merchant to wish to alienate a possible future customer, and so now he said, "I'm sorry, young man, but I'm afraid I can't help you in this case. I haven't a thing of that kind in stock here. Never handle anything of that kind because I don't believe in 'em. It may be, though, that some of the other stores here in town carry something of the sort. I wouldn't be able to tell you." His manner as he spoke was solemn, the convinced and earnest tone and look of the moralist who knows that he is right. And at once Clyde gathered, and fairly enough in this instance, that this man was reproachful. It reduced to a much smaller quantity the little confidence with which he had begun his quest. And yet, since the dealer had not directly reproached him, and had even said that it might be possible that some of the other druggists carried such a thing, he took heart after a few moments, and after a brief fit of pacing here and there, in which he looked through one window and another, he finally espied a seventh dealer alone. He entered, and after repeating his first explanation, he was informed, very secretively and yet casually, by the thin, dark, casuistic person who waited on him, not the owner in this instance, that there was such a remedy. Yes. Did he wish a box? That, because Clyde asked the price, would be $6, a staggering sum to the salaried inquirer. However, since the expenditure seemed unescapable, to find anything at all was a great relief. He at once announced that he would take it, and the clerk, bringing him something which he hinted ought to prove effectual, and wrapping it up, he paid and went out. And then actually so relieved was he, so great had been the strain up to this moment that he could have danced for joy. Then there was a cure, and it would work, of course. The excessive and even outrageous price seemed to indicate as much. And under the circumstances, might he not even consider that sum moderate, seeing as he was being let off so easily? However, he forgot to inquire as to whether there was any additional information or special directions that might prove valuable, and instead, with the package in his pocket, some central and detached portion of the ego within himself congratulating him upon his luck and undaunted efficiency in a crisis such as this, he at once returned to Lycurgus, where he proceeded to Roberta's room. And she, like himself, impressed by his success in having secured something which both he and she had feared did not exist, or if it did might prove difficult to procure, felt enormously relieved. In fact, she was re-impressed by his ability and efficiency, qualities with which, up to this time at least, she had endowed him, and also that he was more generous and considerate than under the circumstances she feared he would be. At least he was not coldly abandoning her to her fate, as previously in her terror she had imagined that he might. And this fact, even in the face of his previous indifference, was sufficient to soften her mood in regard to him. So with a kind of ebullience, based on fattened hope resting on the pills, she undid the package and read the directions, assuring him the while of her gratitude, and that she would not forget how good he had been to her in this instance. At the same time, even as she untied the package, the thought came to her, supposing they would not work, then what? And how would she go about arranging with Clyde as to that? However, for the time being, as she now reasoned, she must be satisfied and grateful for this, and at once took one of the pills. But once her expressions of gratefulness had been offered, and Clyde sensed that these same might possibly be looked upon as overtures to a new intimacy between them, he fell back upon the attitude that for days past had characterized him at the factory. Under no circumstances must he lend himself to any additional blandishments or languishments in this field, and if this drug proved effectual, as he most earnestly hoped, it must be the last of any save the most accidental and casual contacts. For there was too much danger, as this particular crisis had proved, too much to be lost on his side. Everything, in short, nothing but worry and trouble and expense. In consequence, he retreated to his former reserve. Well, you'll be all right now, eh? Anyhow, let's hope so, huh? It says to take one every 2 hours for 8 or 10 hours. And if you're just a little sick, it says it doesn't make any difference. You might have to knock off a day or two at the factory, but you won't mind that, will you, if it gets you out of this? I'll come around tomorrow night and see how you are, if you don't show up any time tomorrow. He laughed genially, the while Roberta gazed at him, unable to associate his present casual attitude with his former passion and deep solicitude. His former passion, and now this! And yet, under the circumstances, being truly grateful, she now smiled cordially, and he the same. Yet, seeing him go out, the door close, and no endearing demonstrations of any kind having been exchanged between them, she returned to her bed, shaking her head dubiously. For, supposing that this remedy did not work after all, and he continued in the same casual and remote attitude toward her, then what? For unless this remedy proved effectual, he might still be so indifferent that he might not want to help her long. Or would he? Could he do that, really? He was the one who had brought her to this difficulty, and against her will, and he had so definitely assured her that nothing would happen. And now she must lie here alone and worry, not a single person to turn to, except him, and he was leaving her for others with the assurance that she would be all right. And he had caused it all! Was that quite right? Oh, Clyde. Clyde! End of Book 2, Chapter 34. Section 54 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 35. But the remedy he purchased failed to work, and because of nausea and his advice, she had not gone to the factory, but lay about worrying. But no saving result appearing, she began to take 2 pills every hour instead of 1, eager at any cost to escape the fate which had seemingly overtaken her. And this made her exceedingly sick, so much so that when Clyde arrived at 6:30, he was really moved by her deathly white face, drawn cheeks, and large and nervous eyes, the pupils of which were unduly dilated. Obviously, she was facing a crisis, and because of him, and while it frightened, at the same time it made him sorry for her. Still, so confused and perplexed was he by the problem which her unchanged state presented to him, that his mind now leaped forward to the various phases and eventualities of such a failure as this, the need of additional advice or service of some physician somewhere. But where and how and who? And besides, as he now asked himself, where was he to obtain the money in any such event? Plainly, in view of no other inspiration, it was necessary for him to return to the druggist at once, and there inquire if there was anything else, some other drug or some other thing that one might do. Or, if not that, then some low-priced, shady doctor somewhere, who, for a small fee, or a promise of payments on time, would help in this case. Yet even though this other matter was so important, tragic almost, once outside his spirits lifted slightly, for he now recalled that he had an appointment with Sondra at the Cranstons, where at 9 he and she, along with a number of others, were to meet and play about as usual, a party. Yet once at the Cranstons, and despite the keen allurement of Sondra, he could not keep his mind off Roberta's state, which rose before him as a spectre. Supposing now any one of those whom he found gathered here, Nadine Harriet, Pearlie Haynes, Violet Taylor, Jill Trumbull, Bella, Bertine, and Sondra, should gain the least inkling of the scene he had just witnessed. In spite of Sondra at the piano throwing him a welcoming smile over her shoulder as he entered, his thoughts were on Roberta. He must go around there again after this was over, to see how she was, and so relieve his own mind in case she were better. In case she was not, he must write to Roberta at once for advice. In spite of his distress, he was trying to appear as gay and unconcerned as ever, dancing first with Pearlie Haynes, and then with Nadine, and finally, while waiting for a chance to dance with Sondra, he approached a group who were trying to help Vanda Steele solve a new scenery puzzle, and asserted that he could read messages written on paper and sealed in envelopes, the old serial letter trick which he had found explained in an ancient book of parlor tricks discovered on a shelf at the Peytons. It had been his plan to use it before in order to give himself an air of ease and cleverness, but tonight he was using it to take his mind off the greater problem that was weighing on him. And, although with the aid of Nadine Harriet, whom he took into his confidence, he succeeded in thoroughly mystifying the others, still his mind was not quite on it. Roberta was always there. Supposing something should really be wrong with her and he could not get her out of it. She might even expect him to marry her, so fearful was she of her parents and people. What would he do then? He would lose the beautiful Sondra, and she might even come to know how and why he had lost her. But that would be wild of Roberta to expect him to do that. He would not do it. He could not do it. One thing was certain. He must get her out of this. He must. But how? How? And although at 12 o'clock Sondra signaled that she was ready to go, and that if he chose he might accompany her to her door, and even stop in for a few moments, and although once there, in the shade of a pergola which ornamented the front gate, she had allowed him to kiss her, and told him that she was beginning to think he was the nicest ever, and that the following spring when the family moved to 12th Lake, she was going to see if she couldn't think of some way by which she could arrange to have him there over weekends. Still, because of this pressing problem in connection with Roberta, Clyde was so worried that he was not able to completely enjoy this new, and to him exquisitely thrilling demonstration of affection on her part, this new and amazing social and emotional victory of his. He must send that letter to Roberta tonight, but before that he must return to Roberta as he had promised and find out if she was better. And after that he must go over to Schenectady in the morning, sure, to see about the druggist over there. For something must be done about this, unless she were better tonight. And so, with Sondra's kisses thrilling on his lips, he left her to go to Roberta, whose white face and troubled eyes told him as he entered her room that no change had taken place. If anything, she was worse and more distressed than before, the larger dosage having weakened her to the point of positive illness. However, as she said, nothing mattered if only she could get out of this, that she would almost be willing to die rather than face the consequences. And Clyde, realizing what she meant and being so sincerely concerned for himself, appeared in part distressed for her. However, his previous indifference and the manner in which he had walked off and left her alone this very evening prevented her from feeling that there was any abiding concern in him for her now, and this grieved her terribly. For she sensed now that he did not really care for her anymore, even though he was saying that she mustn't worry, and that it was likely that if these didn't work he would go get something else that would, that he was going back to the druggist at Schenectady the first thing in the morning to see if there wasn't something else that he could suggest. But the Gilpins had no telephone, and since he never ventured to call at her room during the day, and he never permitted her to call him at Mrs. Peyton's, his plan in this instance was to pass by the following morning before work. If she were all right, the two front shades would be raised to the top. If not, then lowered to the center. In that case, he would depart for Schenectady at once, telephoning Mr. Liggett that he had had some outside duties to perform. Just the same, both were terribly depressed and fearful as to what this should mean for each of them. Clyde could not quite assure himself that, in the event that Roberta was not extricated, he would be able to escape without indemnifying her in some form, which might not mean just temporary efforts to aid her, but something more. Marriage, possibly, since already she had reminded him that he had promised to see her through. But what had he really meant by that at the time that he had said it, he now asked himself. Not marriage, most certainly, since his thought was not that he had ever wanted to marry her, but rather just to play with her happily in love, although, as he well knew, she had no such conception of his eager mood at that time. He was compelled to admit to himself that she had probably thought his intentions were more serious, or she would not have submitted to him at all. But reaching home, and after writing and mailing the letter to Roberta, Clyde passed a troubled night. Next morning he paid a visit to the druggist at Schenectady, the curtains of Roberta's windows having been lowered to the center when he passed. But on this occasion the latter had no additional aid to offer, other than the advisability of a hot and hence weakening bath, which she had failed to mention in the first instance, also some wearying form of physical exercise. But noting Clyde's troubled expression, and judging that the situation was causing him great worry, he observed, "Of course, the fact that your wife has skipped a month doesn't mean that there is anything seriously wrong, you know. Women do that sometimes. Anyhow, you can't ever be sure until the second month has passed. Any doctor will tell you that. If she's nervous, let her try something like this. But even if it fails to work, you can't be positive. She might be all right next month, just the same." Thinly cheered by this information, Clyde was about to depart, for Roberta might be wrong. He and she might be worrying needlessly. Still, he was brought up with a round turn as he thought of it. There might be real danger, and waiting until the end of the second period would only mean that a whole month had elapsed, and nothing helpful accomplished. A freezing thought. In consequence, he now observed, "In case things don't come right, you don't happen to know of a doctor she could go to, do you? This is a rather serious business for both of us, and I'd like to get her out of it if I could." Something about the way in which Clyde said this, his extreme nervousness as well as his willingness to indulge in a form of malpractice, which the pharmacist, by some logic all his own, considered very different from just swallowing a preparation intended to achieve the same result, caused him to look suspiciously at Clyde, the thought stirring in his brain that very likely after all Clyde was not married, also that this was one of those youthful affairs which spelled license and future difficulty for some unsophisticated girl. Hence his mood now changed, and instead of being willing to assist, he now said coolly, "Well, there may be a doctor around here, but if so, I don't know. And I wouldn't undertake to send anyone to a doctor like that. It's against the law. It would certainly go hard with any doctor around here who was caught doing that sort of thing. That's not to say, though, that you aren't at liberty to look around for yourself, if you want to," he added gravely, giving Clyde a suspicious and examining glance, and deciding it were best if he had nothing further to do with such a person. Clyde therefore returned to Roberta with the same prescription renewed, although she had most decidedly protested that, since the first box had not worked, it was useless to get more. But since he insisted, she was willing to try the drug the new way, although the argument that a cold or nerves was the possible cause was only sufficient to convince her that Clyde was at the end of his resources, in so far as she was concerned, or if not that, he was far from being alive to the import of this, both to herself and to him. And supposing this new treatment did not work, then what? Was he going to stop now and let the thing rest there? Yet so peculiar was Clyde's nature that in the face of his fears in regard to his future, and because it was far from pleasant to be harried in this way, and an infringement on his other interests, the assurance that the delay of a month might not prove fatal was sufficient to cause him to be willing to wait, and that rather indifferently, for that length of time. Roberta might be wrong. She might be making all this trouble for nothing. He must see how she felt after she had tried the new way. But the treatment failed. Despite the fact that in her distress, Roberta returned to the factory in order to weary herself, until all the girls in the department assured her that she must be ill, that she should not be working when she looked and plainly felt so bad, still nothing came of it. And the fact that Clyde could dream of falling back on the assurance of the druggist that a first month's lapse was of no import only aggravated and frightened her the more. The truth was that in this crisis, he was as interesting an illusion of the enormous handicaps imposed by ignorance, youth, poverty, and fear as one could have found. Technically, he did not even know the meaning of the word midwife, or the nature of the services performed by her, and there were 3 here in Lycurgus at this time in the foreign family section. Again, he had been in Lycurgus so short a time, and apart from the young society men and Dillard, whom he had cut, and the various department heads at the factory, he knew no one, an occasional barber, haberdasher, cigar dealer, and the like, the majority of whom, as he saw them, were either too dull or too ignorant for his purpose. One thing, however, which caused him to pause before ever he decided to look up a physician, was the problem of who was to approach him and how. To go himself was simply out of the question. In the first place, he looked too much like Gilbert Griffiths, who was decidedly too well known here, and for whom he might be mistaken. Next, it was unquestionable that, being as well dressed as he was, the physician would want to charge him more, maybe, than he could afford, and ask him all sorts of embarrassing questions. Whereas if it could be arranged through someone else, the details explained before ever Roberta was sent, why not Roberta herself? Why not? She looked so simple and innocent and unassuming and appealing at all times, and in such a situation as this, as depressed and downcast as she was, well, for after all, as he now casuistically argued with himself, it was she, and not he, who was facing the immediate problem which had to be solved. And again, as it now came to him, would she not be able to get it done cheaper? For looking as she did now, so distrait, if only he could get her to say that she had been deserted by some young man, whose name she would refuse to divulge, of course. Well, what physician, seeing a girl like her alone, and in such a state, no one looked after her, would refuse her? It might even be that he would help her out for nothing. Who could tell? And that would leave him clear of it all. And in consequence, he now approached Roberta, intending to prepare her for the suggestion that, assuming he could provide a physician, and the nature of his position being what it was, she must speak for herself. But before he had spoken, she at once inquired of him as to what, if anything, more he had heard or done. Wasn't some other remedy sold somewhere? And this giving him the opportunity he desired, he explained, "Well, I've asked around and looked into most of the drug stores, and they tell me if this one won't work, that none will. That leaves me sort of stumped now, unless you're willing to go and see a doctor. But the trouble with that is they're hard to find, the ones who will do anything and keep their mouths shut. I've talked with several fellows without saying who it's for, of course, but it ain't so easy to get one around here because they're all too much afraid. It's against the law, you see. But what I want to know now is, supposing I find a doctor who would do it, will you have the nerve to go and tell him what the trouble is? That's what I want to know." She looked at him dazedly, not quite grasping that he was hinting that she was to go entirely alone, but rather assuming that of course he meant to go with her. Then, her mind concentrating nervously upon the necessity of facing a doctor in his company, she first exclaimed, "Oh dear, isn't it terrible to think of us having to go to a doctor in this way? Then he'll know all about us, won't he? And besides, it's dangerous, isn't it? Although I don't suppose it could be much worse than those old pills." She went off into more intimate inquiries as to what was done and how, but Clyde could not enlighten her. "Oh, don't be getting nervous over that now," he said. "It isn't anything that's going to hurt you, I know. Besides, we'll be lucky if we'll find someone to do it. What I want to know is, if I do find a doctor, will you be willing to go to him alone?" She started as if struck, but unabashed now he went on. "As things stands with me here, I can't go with you, that's for sure. I'm too well known around here, and besides, I look too much like Gilbert, and he's known to everybody. If I should be mistaken for him, or be taken for his cousin or relative, well, then the jig's up." His eyes were not only an epitome of how wretched he would feel were he exposed to all Lycurgus for what he was, but also in them lurked a shadow of the shabby role he was attempting to play in connection with her, in hiding thus completely behind her necessity. And yet so tortured was he by the fear of what was about to befall him in case he did not succeed in so doing, that he was now prepared, whatever Roberta might think or say, to stand his ground. But Roberta, sensing only the fact that he was thinking of sending her alone, now exclaimed incredulously, "Not alone, Clyde! Oh no, I couldn't do that. Oh dear, no! Why, I'd be frightened to death. Oh dear, no! Why, I'd be so frightened I wouldn't know what to do. Just think how I'd feel trying to explain to him alone. I just couldn't do that. Besides, how would I know what to say? How to begin? You'll just have to go with me at first, that's all, and explain, or I never can go. I don't care what happens." Her eyes were round and excited, and her face, while registering all the depression and fear that had recently been there, was transfigured by definite opposition. But Clyde was not to be shaken either. "You know how it is with me here, Bert. I can't go, and that's all there is to it. Why, supposing I were seen? Supposing someone should recognize me? What then? You know how much I've been going around here since I've been here. Why, it's crazy to think that I could go. Besides, it will be a lot easier for you than for me. No doctor's going to think anything much of your coming to him, especially if you're alone. He'll just think you're someone who's got in trouble with no one to help you. But if I go, and it should be anyone who knows anything about the Griffiths, there'd be deuce to pay. Right off, he'd think I was stuffed with money. Besides, if I didn't do just what he wanted me to do afterwards, he could go to my uncle or my cousin, and then good night. That would be the end of me. And if I lost my place here now, and with no money, and that kind of a scandal connected with me, where do you suppose I would be after that? Or you either. I certainly couldn't look after you then. And then what would you do? I should think you'd wake up and see what a tough proposition this is. My name can't be pulled into this without trouble for both of us. It's got to be kept out, that's all. And the only way for me to do it is for me to stay away from any doctor. Besides, he'd feel a lot sorrier for you than he would for me. You can't tell me." His eyes were distressed and determined, and, as Roberta could gather from his manner, a certain hardness, or at least defiance, the result of fright, showed in every gesture. He was determined to protect his own name, come what might, a fact which, because of her own acquiescence up to this time, still carried great weight with her. "Oh dear, dear," she exclaimed, nervously and sadly now, the growing and drastic terror of the situation dawning upon her. "I don't see how we are to do then. I really don't. For I can't do that, and that's all there is to it. It's all so hard, so terrible, but I feel too much ashamed and frightened to ever go alone." But even as she said this, she began to feel that she might, and even would, go alone, if need be. For what else was there to do? And how was she to compel him, in the face of his own fears and dangers, to jeopardize his position here? He began once more, in self-defense more than from any other motive. "Besides, unless this thing isn't going to cost very much, I don't see how I'm going to get by with it anyhow, Bert. I really don't. I don't make so very much, you know. Only $25 up to now." Necessity was at last compelling him to speak frankly with Roberta. "And I haven't saved anything, not a cent. And you know why as well as I do. We spent most of it together. Besides, if I go and he thought I had money, he might want to charge me more than I could possibly dig up. But if you go and just tell him how things are, and that you haven't got anything, if you'd only say I'd run away or something, see?" He paused, because, as he said it, he saw a flicker of shame, contempt, and despair at being connected with anything so cheap and shabby pass over Roberta's face. And yet in spite of this sly and yet muddy tergiversation on his part, so great is the compelling and enlightening power of necessity, she could still see that there was some point to his argument. He might be trying to use her as a foil, a mask, behind which he, and she too for that matter, was attempting to hide. But just the same, shameful as it was, here were the stark, bald headlands of fact, and at their base the thrashing, destroying waves of necessity. She heard him say, "You wouldn't have to give your right name, you know, or where you came from. I don't intend to pick out any doctor right around here, you see. Then, if you'd tell him you didn't have much money, just your weekly salary." She sat down weakly to think, while this persuasive trickery proceeded from him, the import of most of his argument going straight home. For as false and morally meretricious as this whole plan was, still, she could see for herself, her own as well as Clyde's situation was desperate, and as honest and punctilious as she might ordinarily be in the matter of truth-telling and honest dealing, plainly this was one of those whirling tempests of fact and reality in which the ordinary charts and compasses of moral measurement were, for the time being, of small use. And so, insisting then that they go to some doctor far away, Utica or Albany, maybe, but still admitting by this that she would go, the conversation was dropped. And he, having triumphed in the matter of accepting his own personality from this, took heart to the extent, at least, of thinking that at once now, by some hook or crook, he must find a doctor to whom he could send her. Then his terrible troubles in connection with this would be over. And after that she would go her way, as surely she must. Then, seeing that he would have done all that he could for her, he would go to his glorious denouement that lay directly before him, in case only this were adjusted. End of Book 2, Chapter 35. Section 55 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 36. Nevertheless, hours and even days, and finally a week, and then 10 days, passed without any word from him as to the whereabouts of a doctor to whom she could go, for although having said so much to her, he still did not know to whom to apply, and each hour and day as great a menace to him as to her, and her looks as well as her inquiries registering how intense and vital and even clamorous at moments was her own distress. Also, he was harried almost to the point of nervous collapse by his own inability to think of any speedy and sure way by which she might be aided. Where did a physician live to whom he might send her with some assurance of relief for her, and how was he to find out about him? After a time, however, in running over all the names of those he knew, he finally struck upon a forlorn hope in the guise of Orrin Short, the young man conducting the one small gents' furnishing store in Lycurgus, which catered more or less exclusively to the rich youths of the city, a youth of about his own years and proclivities, as Clyde had guessed, who ever since he had been here had been useful to him in the matter of tips as to dress and style in general. Indeed, as Clyde had for some time noted, Short was a brisk, inquiring, and tactful person, who, in addition to being quite attractive personally to girls, was also always most courteous to his patrons, particularly to those whom he considered above him in the social scale, and among these was Clyde. For having discovered that Clyde was related to the Griffiths, this same Short had sought, as a means for his own general advancement in other directions, to scrape as much of a genial and intimate relationship with him as possible, only as Clyde saw it, and in view of the general attitude of his very high relatives, it had not, up to this time at least, been possible for him to consider any such intimacy seriously. And yet, finding Short so very affable and helpful in general, he was not above reaching at least an easy and genial surface relationship with him, which Short appeared to accept in good part. Indeed, as at first, his manner remained seeking and not a little sycophantic at times. And so it was that among all those with whom he could be said to be in either intimate or casual contact, Short was about the only one who offered even a chance for an inquiry which might prove productive of some helpful information. In consequence, in passing Short's place each evening and morning, once he thought of him in this light, he made it a point to nod and smile in a most friendly manner until at least 3 days had gone by. And then, feeling that he had paved the way as much as his present predicament would permit, he stopped in, not at all sure that on this first occasion he would be able to broach the dangerous subject. The tale he had fixed upon to tell Short was that he had been approached by a young working man in the factory, newly married, who, threatened with an heir and not being able to afford one as yet, had appealed to him for information as to where he might now find a doctor to help him. The only interesting additions which Clyde proposed to make to this were that the young man, being very poor and timid and not so very intelligent, was not able to speak or do much for himself. Also, that he, Clyde, being better informed, although so new locally as to not be able to direct him to any kind of physician, an afterthought intended to put the idea into Short's mind that he himself was never helpless, and thus not likely to want such advice for himself, had already advised the young man of a temporary remedy. But unfortunately, so his story was to run, this had already failed to work. Hence something more certain, a physician no less, was necessary. And Short, having been here longer, and, as he had heard him explain, hailing previously from Gloversville, it was quite certain, as Clyde now argued with himself, that he would know of at least one, or should. But in order to divert suspicion from himself, he was going to add that of course he probably could get news of someone in his own set, only the situation being so unusual, any reference to any such thing in his own world being likely to set his own group talking, he preferred to ask someone like Short, who as a favor would keep it quiet. As it chanced on this occasion, Short himself, owing to his having done a very fair day's business, was in an exceedingly jovial frame of mind, and Clyde having entered to buy a pair of socks, perhaps, he began, "Well, it's good to see you again, Mr. Griffiths. How are you? I was just thinking it's about time you stopped in and let me show you some of the things I got in since you were here before. How are things with the Griffiths Company, anyhow?" Short's manner, always brisk, was on this occasion doubly reassuring, since he liked Clyde, only now the latter was so intensely keyed up by the daring of his own project that he could scarcely bring himself to carry the thing off with the air he would have liked to have employed. Nevertheless, being in the store, and so seemingly committed to the project, he now began, "Oh, pretty fair. Can kick a bit. I always have all I can do, you know." At the same time, he began nervously fingering some ties hung upon movable nickeled rods. But before he had wasted a moment on these, Mr. Short, turning and spreading some boxes of very special ties from a shelf behind him on the glass case, remarked, "Never mind looking at those, Mr. Griffiths. Look at these. These are just what I want to show you, and they won't cost you any more. Just got 'em in from New York this morning." He picked up several bundles of 6 each, the very latest, as he explained. "See anything else like this anywhere around here yet? I'll say you haven't." He eyed Clyde smilingly, the while he wished sincerely that such a young man, so well connected, yet not rich like the others, would be friends with him. It would place him here. Clyde, fingering the offerings and guessing that what Short was saying was true, was now so troubled and confused in his own mind that he could scarcely think and speak as planned. "Very nice, sure," he said, turning them over, feeling that at another time he would have been pleased to possess at least 2. "I think maybe I'll take this one, anyhow, and this one, too." He drew out 2 and held them up, while he was thinking how to broach the so much more important matter that had brought him here. For why should he be troubling to buy ties, dilly-dallying in this way, when all he wanted to ask Short about was this other matter? Yet how hard was it now? How very hard! And yet he really must, although perhaps not so abruptly. He would look around a little more at first in order to allay suspicion, ask about some socks. Only why should he be doing that, since he did not need anything, Sondra only recently having presented him with a dozen handkerchiefs, some collars, ties, and socks? Nevertheless, every time he decided to speak, he felt a sort of sinking sensation at the pit of his stomach, a fear that he could not or would not carry the thing off with the necessary ease and conviction. It was also questionable and treacherous, so likely to lead to exposure and disgrace in some way. He would probably not be able to bring himself to speak to Short tonight. And yet, as he argued with himself, how could the occasion ever be more satisfactory? Short, in the meantime, having gone to the rear of the store, and now returning, with a most engaging and even sycophantic smile on his face, began with, "Saw you last Tuesday evening about 9 o'clock going into the Finchley's place, didn't I? Beautiful house and grounds they have there." Clyde saw that Short really was impressed by his social station here. There was a wealth of admiration mingled with a touch of servility. And at once, because of this, he took heart, since he realized that with such an attitude dominating the other, whatever he might say would be colored in part, at least by his admirers' awe and respect. And after examining the socks, and deciding that one pair at least would soften the difficulty of his demand, he added, "Oh, by the way, before I forget it, there's something I've been wanting to ask you about. Maybe you can tell me what I want to know. One of the boys at the factory, a young fellow who hasn't been married very long, about 4 months now, I guess, is in a little trouble on account of his wife." He paused, because of his uncertainty as to whether he could succeed with this now or not, seeing that Short's expression changed ever so slightly. And yet, having gone so far, he did not know how to recede. So now he laughed nervously, and then added, "I don't know why they always come to me with their troubles, but I guess they think I ought to know all about these things." He laughed again. "Only I'm about as new and green here as anybody, and so I'm kind of stumped. But you've been here longer than I have, I guess, and so I thought I might ask you." His manner as he said this was nonchalant as he could make it, the while he decided now that this was a mistake, that Short would most certainly think him a fool or queer. Yet Short, taken aback by the nature of the query, which he sensed as odd coming from Clyde to him, he had noted Clyde's sudden restraint and slight nervousness, was still so pleased to think that even in connection with so ticklish a thing as this, he should be made the recipient of his confidence, that he instantly recovered his former poise and affability, and replied, "Why, sure, if it's anything I can help you with, Mr. Griffiths, I'll be only too glad to. Go ahead, what is it?" "Well, it's this way," began Clyde, not a little revived by the other's hearty response, yet lowering his voice in order to give the dreadful subject its proper medium of obscurity, as it were. "His wife's already 2 months gone, and he can't afford a kid yet, and he doesn't know how to get rid of it. I told him last month when he first came to me to try a certain medicine that usually works. This to impress Short with his own personal wisdom and resourcefulness in such situations, and hence by implication to clear his own skirts, as it were. But I guess he didn't handle it right. Anyhow, he's all worked up about it now, and wants to see some doctor who could do something for her, you see? Only I don't know anybody here myself. Haven't been here long enough. If it were Kansas City or Chicago now," he interpolated securely, "I'd know what to do. I know 3 or 4 doctors out there." To impress Short, he attempted a wise smile. "But down here it's different, and if I started asking around in my crowd and it ever got back to my relatives, they wouldn't understand. But I thought if you knew of anyone you wouldn't mind telling me. I wouldn't really bother myself, only I'm sorry for this fellow." He paused, his face, largely because of the helpful and interested expression on Short's, expressing more confidence than when he had begun, and although Short was still surprised, he was more than pleased to be as helpful as he could. "You say it's been 2 months now?" "Yes." "And the stuff you suggested didn't work, eh?" "No." "She's tried it again this month, has she?" "Yes." "Well, that is bad, sure enough. I guess she's in bad all right. The trouble with this place is that I haven't been here so very long either, Mr. Griffiths. I only bought this place about a year and a half ago. Now, if I were over in Gloversville—" He paused for a moment, as though, like Clyde, he too were dubious of the wisdom of entering upon details of this kind, but after a few seconds continued. "You see, a thing like that's not so easy wherever you are. Doctors are always afraid of getting in trouble. I did hear once of a case over there, though, where a girl went to a doctor, a fellow who lived a couple miles out. But she was of a pretty good family, too, and the fellow who took her to him was pretty well known about there. So I don't know whether this doctor would do anything for a stranger, although he might at that. But I know that sort of thing is going on all the time, so you might try. If you want to send this fellow to him, tell him not to mention me or let on who sent him, 'cause I'm pretty well known around there, and I wouldn't want to be mixed up in it in case anything went wrong, you see. You know how it is." And Clyde, in turn, replied gratefully, "Oh, sure, he'll understand all right. I'll tell him not to mention any names." And getting the doctor's name, he extracted a pencil and notebook from his pocket, in order to be sure that the important information should not escape him. Short, sensing his relief, was inclined to wonder whether there was a working man, or whether it was not Clyde himself who was in this scrape. Why should he be speaking for a young working man at the factory? Just the same, he was glad to be of service, though at the same time he was thinking what a bit of local news this would be, assuming that any time in the future he should choose to retail it. Also, that Clyde, unless he was truly playing about with some girl here who was in trouble, was foolish to be helping anybody else in this way, particularly a working man. You bet he wouldn't. Nevertheless, he repeated the name, with the initials, and the exact neighborhood, as near as he could remember, giving the car stop and a description of the house. Clyde, having obtained what he desired, now thanked him, and went out while the haberdasher looked after him genially and a little suspiciously. "These rich young bloods," he thought. "That's a funny request for a fellow like that to make of me. You'd think with all the people he knows and runs with here, he'd know someone who would tip him off quicker than I could. Still, maybe it's just because of them that he's afraid to ask around here. You don't know who he might have got in trouble. That young Finchley girl herself, even, you can never tell. I see him around with her occasionally, and she's gay enough. But gee, wouldn't that be the—" End of Book 2, Chapter 36. Section 56 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. The LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 37. The information thus gained was a relief, but only partially so. For both Clyde and Roberta there was no real relief now until this problem should be definitely solved, and although within a few moments after he had obtained it, he appeared and explained that at last he had secured the name of someone who might help her, still there was yet the serious business of heartening her for the task of seeing the doctor alone, also for the story that was to exculpate him, and at the same time win for her sufficient sympathy to cause the doctor to make the charge for his service merely nominal. But now, instead of protesting, as at first he feared that she might, Roberta was moved to acquiesce. So many things in Clyde's attitude since Christmas had so shocked her that she was bewildered and without a plan other than to extricate herself as best she might without any scandal attaching to her or him, then going her own way, pathetic and abrasive though it might be. For since he did not appear to care for her any more and plainly desired to be rid of her, she was in no mood to compel him to do other than he wished. Let him go. She could make her own way. She had, and she could, too, without him, if only she could get out of this. Yet, as she said this all to herself, however, a sense of the full significance of it all came to her, the happy days that would never be again. She put her hands to her eyes and brushed away uncontrollable tears. To think that all that was should come to this. Yet when he called the same evening after visiting Short, his manner redolent of a fairly worthwhile achievement, she merely said, after listening to his explanation in as receptive a manner as she could, "Do you know just where this is, Clyde? Can we get there on the car without much trouble, or will we have to walk a long way?" And after he had explained that it was but a little way out of Gloversville, in the suburbs really, an interurban stop being but a quarter of a mile from the house, she had added, "Is he home at night, or will we have to go in the daytime? It would be so much better if we could go at night. There'd be so much less danger of anyone seeing us." And being assured that he was, as Clyde had learned from Short, she went on, "But do you know, is he old or young? I'd feel so much easier and safer if he were old. I don't like young doctors. We've always had an old doctor at home, and I feel so much easier talking to someone like him." Clyde did not know. He had not thought to inquire, but to reassure her he ventured that he was middle-aged, which chanced to be the fact. The following evening the two of them departed, but separately as usual, for Fonda, where it was necessary to change cars. And once within the approximate precincts of the physician's residence, they stepped down and made their way along a road, which in this mid-state winter weather was still covered with old and dry-packed snow. It offered a comparatively smooth floor for their quick steps. For in these days there was no longer that lingering intimacy which formerly would have characterized both. In those other and so recent days, as Roberta was constantly thinking, he would have been only too glad in such a place as this, if not on such an occasion, to drag his steps, put an arm about her waist, and talk about nothing at all. The night, the work at the factory, Mr. Liggett, his uncle, the current movies, some place they were planning to go, something they would love to do together if they could. But now, and on this particular occasion, when most of all, and if ever, she needed the full strength of his devotion and support. Yet now, as she could see, he was most nervously concerned as to whether, going alone in this way, she was going to get scared and back out, whether she was going to think to say the right thing at the right time, and convince the doctor that he must do something for her, and for a nominal fee. "Well, Bert, how about you? All right? You're not going to get cold feet now, are you? Gee, I hope not, because this is going to be a good chance to get this thing done and over with. And it isn't like you were going to someone who hadn't done anything like this before, you know, because this fellow has. I got that straight. All you have to do now is to say, well, you know, that you're in trouble, see? And that you don't know how you're going to get out of it unless he'll help you in some way, because you haven't got any friends you can go to. And besides, as things are, you couldn't go to him if you wanted to. They'd tell on you, see? Then if he asks where I am or who I am, you just say that I was a fellow here, but that I've gone. Give any name you want to, but that I've gone, and you don't know where I've gone to. Run away, see? Then you better say, too, that you wouldn't have come to him, only that you heard of another case in which he helped someone else. That a girl told you, see? Only you don't want to let on that you're paid much, I mean, because if you do, he may want to make the bill more than I can pay, see? Unless he'll give us a few months in which to do it, or something like that, you see?" Clyde was so nervous and so full of the necessity of charging Roberta with sufficient energy and courage to go through with this and succeed, now that he had brought her this far along with it, that he scarcely realized how inadequate and trivial, even, in so far as her predicament and the doctor's mood and temperament were concerned, his various instructions and bits of inexperienced advice were. And she, on her part, was not only thinking how easy it was for him to stand back and make suggestions, while she was confronted with the necessity of going forward, and that alone, but also that he was really thinking more of himself than he was of her, some way to make her get herself out of it inexpensively and without any real trouble to him. At the same time, even here and now, in spite of all this, she was still decidedly drawn to him, his white face, his thin hands, nervous manner, and although she knew he talked to encourage her to do what he had not the courage or skill to do himself, she was not angry. Rather, she was merely saying to herself, in this crisis, that although he advised so freely, she was not going to pay attention to him. Much. What she was going to say was not that she was deserted, for that seemed too much of a disagreeable and self-incriminating remark for her to make concerning herself, but rather that she was married, and that she and her young husband were too poor to have a baby as of yet. The same story Clyde had told the druggist in Schenectady, as she recalled. For after all, what did he know about how she felt? And he was not going with her to make it easier for her. Yet, dominated by the purely feminine instinct to cling to someone for support, she now turned to Clyde, taking hold of his hands and standing quite still, wishing that he would hold and pet her and tell her that it would be all right and that she must not be afraid. And although he no longer cared for her, now in the face of this involuntary evidence of her former trust in him, he released both hands, and putting his arms about her, the more to encourage her than anything else, observed, "Come on now, Bert. Gee, you can't act like this, you know? You don't want to lose your nerve now that we're here, do you? It won't be so hard once you get there. I know it won't. All you gotta do is go up and ring the bell, and when he comes, or whoever comes, just say you want to see the doctor alone, see? Then he'll understand it's something private, and it'll be easier." He went on with more advice of the same kind, and she, realizing from his lack of spontaneous enthusiasm for her at the moment how desperate was her state, drew herself together as vigorously as she could, saying, "Well, wait here then, will you? Don't go very far away, will you? I may be right back," hurried along in the shadow through the gate and up a walk which led her to the front door. In answer to her ring, the door was opened by one of those exteriorly as well as mentally sober, small-town practitioners, who, Clyde's and Short's notion to the contrary notwithstanding, was the typical and fairly conservative physician of the countryside. Solemn, cautious, moral, semi-religious to a degree, holding some views which he considered liberal, and others which a fairly liberal person would have considered narrow and stubborn into the bargain. Yet because of the ignorance and stupidity of so many of those about him, he was able to consider himself at least fairly learned. In constant touch with all phases of ignorance and dereliction, as well as sobriety, energy, conservatism, success, and the like, he was more inclined, where fact appeared to nullify his early conclusions in regards to many things, to suspend judgment between the alleged claims of heaven and hell, and leave it there, suspended and undisturbed. Physically, he was short, stocky, bullet-headed, and yet interestingly featured, with quick gray eyes and a pleasant mouth and smile. His short iron gray hair was worn bangs fashion, a bit of rural vanity, and his arms and hands, the latter fat and pudgy yet sensitive, hung limply at his sides. He was 58, married, the father of 3 children, one of them a son already studying medicine in order to succeed to his father's practice. After showing Roberta into a littered and commonplace waiting room, and asking her to remain until he had finished his dinner, he presently appeared in the door of an equally commonplace inner room, or office, where were his desk, 2 chairs, some medical instruments, books, and apparently an antechamber containing other medical things, and motioned her to a chair. And because of his grayness, solidity, stolidity, as well as an odd habit he had of blinking his eyes, Roberta was not a little overawed, though by no means so unfavorably impressed as she had feared she might be. At least he was old and seemed intelligent and conservative, if not exactly sympathetic or warm in his manner. And after looking at her curiously a moment, as though seeking to recognize someone of the immediate vicinity, he began, "Well, now, who is this, please, and what can I do for you?" His voice was low and quite reassuring, a fact for which Roberta was deeply grateful. At the same time, startled by the fact that at last she had reached the place and the moment when, if ever, she must say the degrading truth about herself, she merely sat there, her eyes first upon him, then upon the floor, her fingers beginning to toy with the handle of the small bag she carried. "You see, well," she began, earnestly and nervously, her whole manner suddenly betraying the terrific strain under which she was laboring. I came, that is, I don't know whether I can tell you about myself or not. I thought I could just before I came in, but now that I am here and I see you—" She paused and moved back in her chair as though to rise, at the same time that she added, "Oh dear, how very dreadful it all is. I'm so nervous and—" "Well now, my dear," he resumed, pleasantly and reassuringly, impressed by her attractive and yet sober appearance, and wondering for the moment what could have upset so clean, modest, and sedate-looking a girl, and hence not a little amused by her, "now that I see you. Just what is there about me, now that you see me," he repeated after her, "that so frightens you? I am only a country doctor, you know, and I hope I'm not as dreadful as you seem to think. You can be sure that you can tell me anything you wish. Anything at all about yourself. You needn't be afraid. If there's anything I can do for you, I'll do it." He was decidedly pleasant, as she now thought, and yet so sober and reserved and probably conventional withal, that what she was holding in mind to tell him would probably shock him not a little. And then what? Would he do anything for her? And if he would, how was she to arrange about money? For that certainly would be a point in connection with all this. If only Clyde or someone were here to speak for her. And yet she must speak now that she was here. She could not leave without. Once more she moved and twisted, seizing nervously on a large button of her coat to turn between her thumb and forefinger, and then went on chokingly, "But this is, well, something different, you know, maybe not what you think. Well—" Again she paused, unable to proceed, shading from white to red and back as she spoke. And because of the troubled modesty of her approach, as well as a certain clarity of eye, whiteness of forehead, sobriety of manner and dress, the doctor could scarcely bring himself to think for a moment that this was anything other than one of those morbid exhibitions of innocence, or rather inexperience, in connection with everything relating to the human body, so characteristic of the young and unsophisticated in some circumstances. And so he was about to repeat his customary formula in such cases that all could be told to him without fear or hesitation, whatever it might be, when a secondary thought, based on Roberta's charm and vigor, as well as her own thought waves attacking his cerebral receptive centers, caused him to decide that he might be wrong. After all, why might not this be another of those troublesome youthful cases, in which possibly immorality and illegitimacy was involved? She was so young, healthy, and attractive. Besides, they were always cropping up, these cases, in connection with the most respectable-looking girls at times, and invariably they spelled trouble and distress for doctors. And for various reasons connected with his own temperament, which was retiring and recessive, as well as the nature of this local social world, he disliked and hesitated to even trifle with them. They were illegal, dangerous, involved little or no pay as a rule, and the sentiment of this local world was against them, as he knew. Besides, he personally was more or less irritated by these young scamps of boys and girls who were so free to exercise the normal functions of their natures in the first instance, but so ready to refuse the social obligations which went with them, marriage afterwards. And so, although in several cases in the past 10 years, where family and other neighborhood and religious considerations had made it seem quite advisable, he had assisted in extricating from the consequences of their folly several young girls of good family who had fallen from grace and could not otherwise be rescued. Still, he was opposed to aiding, either by his own countenance or skill, any lapses or tangles not heavily sponsored by others. It was too dangerous. Ordinarily, it was his custom to advise immediate and unconditional marriage. Or, where that was not possible, the perpetrator of the infamy having decamped, it was his general and self-consciously sanctioned practice to have nothing at all to do with the matter. It was too dangerous, and ethically and socially wrong, and criminal into the bargain. In consequence, he now looked at Roberta in an extremely sober manner. By no means, he now said to himself, must he allow himself to become emotionally or otherwise involved here. And so, in order to help himself, as well as her, to attain and maintain a balance which would permit of both extricating themselves without too much trouble, he drew toward him his black leather case, record book, and, opening it, said, "Now, let's see if we can't find out what the trouble is here. What is your name?" "Ruth Howard, Mrs. Howard," replied Roberta, nervously and tensely, at once fixing upon a name which Clyde had suggested for her use. And now, interestingly enough, at mention of the fact that she was married, he breathed easier. But why the tears, then? What reason could a young married woman have for being so intensely shy and nervous? "And your husband's first name?" he went on. As simple as the question was, and as easy as it should have been to answer, Roberta nevertheless hesitated before she could bring herself to say, Gifford, her older brother's name. You live around here, I presume? In Fonda. Yes, and how old are you? 22. How long have you been married? This inquiry being so intimately connected with the problem before her, she hesitated before saying, Let me see, 3 months. And once Dr. Glenn became dubious again, though he gave her no sign, her hesitancy arrested him. Why the uncertainty? He was wondering now again whether he was dealing with a truthful girl, or whether his first suspicions were being substantiated. In consequence, he asked, Well, now what seems to be the trouble, Mrs. Howard? You need have no hesitancy in telling me, none whatsoever. I am used to such things year in and year out, whatever they are. That is my business, listening to the troubles of people. Well, began Roberta, nervously once more, this terrible confession drying her throat and thickening her tongue almost, while once more she turned the same button of her coat and gazed at the floor. It's like this. You see, my husband hasn't much money, and I have to work to help out with expenses, and neither of us makes so very much. She was astonishing herself with her own shameful power to lie in this instance, she who had always hated to lie. So, of course, we can't afford to have, well, any children, you see, so soon anyhow, and she paused, her breath catching, and really unable to proceed further with this wholesale lying. The doctor, realizing from this, as he thought, what the true problem was, that she was a newly married girl who was probably faced by just such a problem as she was attempting to outline, yet not wishing to enter upon any form of malpractice, and at the same time not wishing to appear too discouraging to a young couple just starting out in life, gazed at her somewhat more sympathetically, the decidedly unfortunate predicament of these young people, as well as her appropriate modesty in the face of such a conventionally delicate situation, appealing to him. It was too bad. Young people these days did have a rather hard time of it, getting started in some cases anyhow, and they were no doubt faced by some pressing financial situations. Nearly all young people were. Nevertheless, this business of a contraceptal operation or interference with the normal and God-arranged life processes, well, that was a ticklish and unnatural business at best, which she wanted as little as possible to do with. Besides, young healthy people, even though poor, when they undertook marriage, knew what they were about, and it was not impossible for them to work, the husband anyhow, and hence manage in some way. And now straightening himself around in his chair, very soberly and authoritatively, he began, I think I understand what you want to say to me, Mrs. Howard, but I'm also wondering if you have considered what a very serious and dangerous thing it is you have in mind. But, he added, suddenly, another thought as to whether his own reputation in this community was in any way being tarnished by rumor of anything he had done in the past coming to him, just how did you happen to come to me, anyhow? Something about the tone of his voice, the manner in which he asked the question, the caution of it as well as the possibly impending resentment in case it should turn out that anyone suspected him of a practice of this sort, caused Roberta to hesitate, and to feel that any statement to the effect that she had heard of or been sent by anyone else, Clyde to the contrary notwithstanding, might be dangerous. Perhaps she had better not say that she had been sent by anyone. He might resent it as an insult to his character as a reputable physician. A budding instinct for diplomacy helped her in this instance, and she replied, I have noticed your sign in passing several times, and I have heard different people say you were a good doctor. His uncertainty allayed, he now continued, In the first place, the thing you want done is something my conscience would not permit me to advise. I understand, of course, that you consider it necessary. You and your husband are both young, and you probably haven't very much money to go on, and you both feel that an interruption of this kind will be a great strain in every way, and no doubt it will be. Still, as I see it, marriage is a very sacred thing, and children are a blessing, not a curse. And when you went to the altar 3 months ago, you were probably not unaware that you might have to face just such a situation as this. All young married people are, I think. The altar, thought Roberta sadly, if only it were so. Now, I know that the tendency of the day in some quarters is very much in this direction, I am sorry to say. There are those who feel it quite all right if they can shirk the normal responsibilities in such cases as to perform these operations, but it's very dangerous, Mrs. Howard, very dangerous legally and ethically, as well as medically very wrong. Many women who seek to escape childbirth die in this way. Besides, it is a prison offense for any doctor to assist them, whether there are bad consequences or not. You know this, I suppose. At any rate, I, for one, am heartily opposed to this sort of thing from every point of view. The only excuse I have ever been able to see for it is when the life of the mother, for instance, depends upon such an operation. Not otherwise. And in such cases, the medical profession is in accord. But in this instance, I'm sure the situation isn't one which warrants anything like that. You seem to me to be a strong, healthy girl. Motherhood should hold no serious consequences for you. And as for money reasons, don't you really think now that if you just go ahead and have this baby, you and your husband would find means of getting along? You say your husband is an electrician? Yes, replied Roberta, nervously, not a little overawed and subdued by his solemn moralizing. Well now, there you are, he went on. That's not such an unprofitable profession. At least all electricians charge enough. And when you consider, as you must, how serious a thing you are thinking of doing, that you are actually planning to destroy a young life that has as good a right to its existence as you have to yours. He paused in order to let the substance of what he was saying sink in. Well then, I think you might feel called upon to stop and consider, both you and your husband. Besides, he added in a diplomatic and more fatherly and even intriguing tone of voice, I think that once you have it, it will more than make up to you both for whatever little hardship its coming will bring you. Tell me, he added curiously at this point, does your husband know of this? Or is this just some plan of yours to save him and yourself from too much hardship? He almost beamed cheerfully as, fancying he had captured Roberta in some purely nervous and feminine economy as well as dread, he decided that if so, he could easily extract her from her present mood. And she, sensing his present drift and feeling that one lie more or less could neither help nor harm her, replied quickly, He knows. Well then, he went on, slightly reduced by the fact that his surmise was incorrect, but nonetheless resolved to dissuade her and him too, I think you two should really consider very seriously before you go any further in this matter. I know when young people first face a situation like this, they always look on the darkest side of it, but it doesn't always work out that way. I know my wife and I did with our first child, but we got along. And if you will only stop now and talk it over, you'll see it in a different light, I'm sure. And then you won't have your conscience to deal with afterwards, either. He ceased, feeling reasonably sure that he had dispelled the fear, as well as the determination that had brought Roberta to him, that, being a sensible, ordinary wife, she would now desist, of course, think nothing more of her plan and leave. But instead of either acquiescing cheerfully or rising to go, as he thought she might, she gave him a wide-eyed, terrified look, and then as instantly burst into tears. For the total effect of his address had been to first revive, more clearly than ever, the normal social or conventional aspect of the situation, which all along she was attempting to shut out from her thoughts, and which, under ordinary circumstances, assuming that she was really married, was exactly the attitude she would have taken. But now the realization that her problem was not to be solved at all, by this man at least, caused her to be seized with what might be best described as morbid panic. Suddenly beginning to open and shut her fingers, and at the same time beating her knees, while her face contorted itself with pain and terror, she exclaimed, But you don't understand, Doctor, you don't understand. I have to get out of this in some way. I have to. It isn't like I told you at all. I'm not married. I haven't any husband at all. But oh, you don't know what this means to me. My family. My father. My mother. I can't tell you. But I must get out of it. I must. I must. Oh, you don't know. You don't know. I must. I must. She began to rock backward and forward, at the same time swaying from side to side as in a trance. And Glenn, surprised and startled by this sudden demonstration as well as emotionally affected, and yet at the same time advised thereby that his original surmise had been correct, and hence that Roberta had been lying, as well as that if he wished to keep himself out of this, he must now assume a firm and even heartless attitude, asked solemnly, You are not married, you say? For answer now, Roberta merely shook her head negatively and continued to cry. And at last, gathering the full import of her situation, Dr. Glenn got up, his face a study of troubled and yet conservative caution and sympathy. But without saying anything at first, he merely looked at her as she wept. Later he added, Well, this is too bad. I'm sorry. But fearing to commit himself in any way, he merely paused, adding after a time, soothingly and dubiously, You mustn't cry. That won't help you any. He then paused again, still determined not to have anything to do with this case. Yet a bit curious as to the true nature of the story, he finally asked, "Well, then, where is the young man who is the cause of your trouble? Is he here?" Still too overcome by shame and despair to speak, Roberta shook her head negatively. "But he knows that you're in trouble, doesn't he?" "Yes," replied Roberta faintly. "And he won't marry you?" "He's gone away." "Oh, I see, the young scamp. And don't you know where he's gone?" "No," lied Roberta weakly. "How long has it been since he left you?" "About a week now." Once more she lied. "And you don't know where he is?" "No." "How long has it been since you were sick?" "Over 2 weeks now," sobbed Roberta. "And before that you have always been regular?" "Yes." "Well, in the first place," his tone was more comfortable and pleasant than before. He seemed to be snatching at a plausible excuse for extricating himself from a case which promised little other than danger and difficulty. "This may not be as serious as you think. I know you're probably very much frightened, but it's not unusual for women to miss a period. At any rate, without an examination it wouldn't be possible to be sure. And even if you were, the most advisable thing would be to wait another 2 weeks. You may find then that there is nothing wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if you did. You seem to be oversensitive and nervous, and that sometimes brings about delays of this kind, mere nervousness. At any rate, if you'll take my advice, whatever you'll not do anything now, but just go home and wait until you're really sure. For even if anything were to be done, it wouldn't be advisable for you to do something before then." "But I've already taken some pills and they haven't helped me," pleaded Roberta. "What were they?" asked Glenn interestedly, and after he learned, merely commented, "Oh, those. Well, they wouldn't be likely of any real service to you if you were pregnant. But I still suggest that you wait, and if you find you pass your second period, then it will be time enough to act, although I earnestly advise you, even then, to do nothing if you can help it, because I consider it wrong to interfere with nature in this way. It would be much better if you would arrange to have the child and take care of it. Then you wouldn't have the additional sin of destroying a life on your conscience." He was very grave and felt very righteous as he said this. But Roberta, faced by terrors which she did not appear to be able to grasp, merely exclaimed, and as dramatically as before, "But I can't do that, doctor, I tell you, I can't. I can't. You don't understand. Oh, I don't know what I shall do unless I find some way out of this. I don't. She shook her head and clenched her fingers and rocked to and fro, while Glenn, impressed by her own terrors, the pity of the folly which, as he saw it, had led her to this dreadful pass, yet professionally alienated by a type of case that spelled nothing but difficulty for him, stood determinedly before her and added, "As I told you before, Miss—" he paused. "Howard, if that is your name, I am seriously opposed to operations of this kind, just as I am to the folly that brings girls and young men to the point where they seem to think they are necessary. A physician may not interfere in a case of this kind unless he is willing to spend 10 years in prison, and I think that law is fair enough. Not that I don't realize how painful your present situation appears to you, but there are always those who are willing to help a girl in your state, providing she doesn't wish to do something which is morally and legally wrong. And so the very best advice I can give you now is that you do nothing at all now, or at any time. Better go home and see your parents and confess. It will be much better, I assure you. Not nearly as hard as you think or as wicked as this other way. Don't forget there is a life there, a human, if it is really as you think, a human life which you are seeking to end, and that I cannot help you to do. I really cannot. There may be doctors, I know there are, men here and there who take their professional ethics a little less seriously than I do, but I cannot let myself become one of them. I am sorry. Very. So now the best I can say is, go home to your parents and tell them. It may look hard now, but you are going to feel better about it in the long run. If it will make you or them feel any better about it, let them come and talk to me. I will try and make them see that this is not the worst thing in the world either. But as for doing what you want, I am very, very sorry, but I cannot. My conscience will not permit me." He paused and gazed at her sympathetically, yet with a determined and concluded look in his eye. And Roberta, dumbfounded by this sudden termination of all her hopes in connection with him, and realizing at last that not only had she been misled by Clyde's information in regard to this doctor, but that her technical as well as emotional plea had failed, now walked unsteadily to the door, the terrors of the future crowding thick upon her. and once outside in the dark, after the doctor had most courteously and ruefully closed the door behind her, she paused to lean against a tree that was there, her nervous and physical strength all but failing her. He had refused to help her. He had refused to help her. And now what? Book 2, Chapter 37. Section 57 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 38. The first effect of the doctor's decision was to shock and terrify them both, Roberta and Clyde, beyond measure. For apparently now here was illegitimacy and disgrace for Roberta, exposure and destruction for Clyde. And this had been their one solution, seemingly. Then, by degrees, for Clyde at least, there was a slight lifting of the heavy pall. Perhaps, after all, as the doctor had suggested, and once she had recovered her senses sufficiently to talk, she had told him, the end had not been reached. There was the bare possibility, as suggested by the druggist, Short, and the doctor, that she might be mistaken. And this, while not producing a happy reaction in her, had the unsatisfactory result of inducing in Clyde a lethargy based more on anything else on the ever-haunting fear of the inability to cope with this situation, as well as the certainty of social exposure in case he did not, which caused him, instead of struggling all the more desperately, to defer further immediate action. For such was his nature that, although he realized clearly the probable tragic consequences if he did not act, still it was so hard to think to whom else to apply to without danger to himself. To think that the doctor had turned her down, as he phrased it, and that Short's advice should have been worth as little as that. But apart from nervous thoughts as to whom to turn to next, no particular individual occurred to him before the 2 weeks were gone, or after. It was so hard to just ask anywhere. One just couldn't do it. Besides, of whom could they ask now? Of whom? These things took time, didn't they? Yet in the meantime, the days going by, both he and Roberta had ample time to consider what, if any, steps they must take, the one in regard to the other, in case no medical or surgical solution was found. For Roberta, while urging and urging, if not so much by words as by expression and mood at her work, was determined that she must not be left to fight this out alone. She could not be. On the other hand, as she could see, Clyde did nothing. For apart from what he had already attempted to do, he was absolutely at a loss how to proceed. He had no intimates, and in consequence, he could only think of presenting the problem as an imaginary one to one individual and another, here or there, in the hope of extracting some helpful information. At the same time, and as impractical and evasive as it may seem, there was the call of that diverting world of which Sondra was a part, evenings and Sundays, when, in spite of Roberta's wretched state and mood, he was called to go here and there, and did, because in doing he was actually relieving his own mind of the dread specter of disaster that was almost constantly before it. If only he could get her out of this. If only he could. But how, without money, intimates, a more familiar understanding of the medical, or if not that exactly, then the sub-rosa world of sexual Freemasonry, which some at times, the bellhops of the Green Davidson, for instance, seemed to understand. He had written to Raderer, of course, but there had been no answer, since Raderer had moved to Florida, and as yet Clyde's letter had not reached him. And locally, all those he knew best were either connected with the factory or society. Individuals on the one hand, too inexperienced or dangerous, or on the other hand, too remote and dangerous, since he was not sufficiently intimate with any of them as yet to command their true confidence and secrecy. At the same time, he must do something. He could not just rest and drift. Assuredly, Roberta could not long permit him to do that, faced as she was by exposure. And so from time to time he actually racked himself, seized upon straws, and what would have been looked upon by most as forlorn chances. Thus, for instance, an associate foreman, chancing to reminisce one day concerning a certain girl in his department who had gotten in trouble and had been compelled to leave, he had been given the opportunity to inquire what he thought such a girl did, in case she could not afford, or did not want to have a child. But this particular foreman, being as uninformed as himself, merely observed that she probably had to see a doctor if she knew one, or go through with it, which left Clyde exactly where he was. On another occasion, in connection with a conversation in a barber shop relating to a local case reported in the Star, where a girl was suing a local ne'er-do-well for breach of promise, the remark was made that she would never have sued that guy, you bet, unless she had to. Whereupon Clyde seized the opportunity to remark hopefully, But wouldn't you think that she could find some way of getting out of trouble without marrying a fellow she didn't like? Well, that's not so easy as you may think, particularly around here, elucidated the wiseacre who was trimming his hair. In the first place, it's again the law, and next it takes a lot of money. And in case you ain't got it, well, money makes the mare go, you know. He snipped with his scissors, while Clyde, confronted by his own problem, meditated on how true it was. If he had a lot of money, even a few $100s, he might take it now and possibly persuade her, who could tell, to go somewhere by herself and have an operation performed. Yet each day, as on the one before, he was saying to himself that he must find someone, and Roberta was saying to herself that she too must act, must not really depend on Clyde any longer if he were going to act so. One could not trifle or compromise with a terror of this kind. It was a cruel imposition on her. It must be that Clyde did not realize how terribly this affected her and even him. For certainly, if he were not going to help her out of it, as he had distinctly said he would do at first, then decidedly she could not be expected to weather the subsequent storm alone. Never, never, never. For, after all, as Roberta saw it, Clyde was a man. He had a good position. It was not he, but she, who was in this treacherous position and unable to extricate herself alone. And beginning with the second day after the second period, when she discovered for once and all that her worst suspicions were true, she not only emphasized the fact in every way that she could, that she was distressed beyond all words, but on the third day announced to him in a note that she was again going to see the doctor near Gloversville that evening, regardless of his previous refusal, so great was her need, and also asking Clyde whether he would accompany her, a request which, since he had not succeeded in doing anything, and although he had an engagement with Sondra, he instantly acceded to, feeling it to be of greater importance than anything else. He must excuse himself to Sondra on the ground of work. And accordingly this second trip was made, a long and nervous conversation between himself and Roberta on a way, resulting in nothing more than some explanations as to why thus far he had not been able to achieve anything, plus certain encomiums addressed to her concerning her courage in acting for herself in this way. Yet the doctor again would not and did not act. After waiting nearly an hour for his return from somewhere, she was merely permitted to tell him of her unchanged state and her destroying fears in regard to herself, but with no hint from him that he could be induced to act as indeed he could act. It was against his prejudices and ethics. And so once more Roberta returned, this time not crying, actually too sad to cry, choked with the weight of her impending danger and the anticipatory fears and miseries that attended to it. And Clyde, hearing of this defeat, was at last reduced to a nervous, gloomy silence, absolutely devoid of a helpful suggestion. He could not think what to say, and was chiefly fearful lest Roberta now make some demand with which socially or economically he could not comply. However, in regard to this she said little on the way home. Instead she sat and stared out of the window, thinking of her defenseless predicament that was becoming more real and terrible to her hourly. By way of excuse she pleaded that she had a headache. She wanted to be alone, only to think more, to try to work out a solution. She must work out some way, that she knew. But what? How? What could she do? How could she possibly escape? She felt like a cornered animal fighting for its life with all odds against it, and she thought of 1,000 remote and entirely impossible avenues of escape, only to return to the one and only safe and sound solution that she really felt should be possible, and that was marriage. And why not? Hadn't she given him all, and that against her better judgment? Hadn't he over-persuaded her? Who was he anyway to so cast her aside? For decidedly at times, and especially since this latest crisis had developed, his manner, because of Sondra and the Griffiths and what he felt to be the fatal effect of all this on his dreams here, was sufficient to make plain that love was decidedly dead, and that he was not thinking nearly so much of the meaning of her state to her, as he was of its import to him, the injury that was most certain to accrue to him. And when this did not completely terrify her, as mostly it did, it served to irritate and slowly develop the conclusion that in such a desperate state as this, she was justified in asking more than ordinarily she would have dreamed of asking, marriage itself, since there was no other door. And why not? Wasn't her life as good as his? And hadn't he joined his to hers voluntarily? Then why shouldn't he strive to help her now? Or failing that, make his final sacrifice, which was the only one by which she could be rescued, apparently. For who were all the society people with whom he was concerned, anyhow? And why should he ask her in such a crisis to sacrifice herself, her future and good name, just because of his interest in them? They had never done anything very much for him, certainly not as much as had she. And just because he was wearying now, after persuading her to do his bidding, Was that any reason why now, in this crisis, he should be permitted to desert her? After all, wouldn't all of these society people in whom he was so much interested feel that whatever his relationship to them, she would be justified in taking the course which she might be compelled to take? She brooded on this much, more especially on the return from this second attempt to induce Dr. Glenn to help her. In fact, at moments, her face took on a defiant, determined look which was seemingly new to her, but which only developed suddenly under such pressure. Her jaw became a trifle set. She had made a decision. He would have to marry her. She must make him if there were no other way out of this. She must. She must. Think of her home, her mother, Grace Marr, the Newtons, all who knew her, in fact. The terror and pain and shame with which this would sear all those in any way identified with her. Her father, brothers, sisters. Impossible. Impossible. It must not and could not be. Impossible. It might seem a little severe to her, even now, to have to insist on this, considering all the emphasis Clyde had hitherto laid upon his prospects here. But how? How else was she to do? Accordingly, the next day, and not a little to his surprise, since for so many hours the night before they had been together, Clyde received another note telling him that he must come again that night. She had something to say to him, and there was something in the tone of the note that seemed to indicate or suggest a kind of defiance of a refusal of any kind, hitherto absent in any of her communications to him. And at once the thought that this situation, unless cleared away, was certain to prove disastrous, so weighed upon him that he could not but put the best face possible on it, and consent to go and hear what it was that she had to offer in the way of a solution, or, on the other hand, of what she had to complain. Going to her room at a late hour, he found her in what seemed to him a more composed frame of mind than at any time since this difficulty had appeared, a state which surprised him a little, since he had expected to find her in tears. But now, if anything, she appeared more complacent, her nervous thoughts as to how to bring about a satisfactory conclusion for herself having called into play a native shrewdness, which was now seeking to exercise itself. And so directly before announcing what was in her mind, she began by asking, "You haven't found out about another doctor, have you, Clyde, or thought of something?" "No, I haven't, Bert," he replied, most dismally and wearisomely, his own mental tether length having been strained to the breaking point. "I've been trying to, as you know, but it's so darn hard to find anyone who isn't afraid to monkey with a case like this. Honest, to tell the truth, Bert, I'm about stumped. I don't know what we're going to do, unless you can think of something. You haven't thought or heard of anyone else you could go to, have you?" For during the conversation that had immediately followed her first visit to the doctor, he had hinted to her that by striking up a fairly intimate relationship with one of the foreign family girls, she might by degrees extract some information there which would be of use to both. But Roberta was not of a temperament that permitted of any such facile friendships, and nothing had come of it. However, his stating that he was stumped now gave her the opportunity she was really desiring, to present the proposition which she felt to be unavoidable and not longer to be delayed. Yet being fearful of how Clyde would react, she hesitated as to the form in which she would present it, and, after shaking her head and manifesting a nervousness which was real enough, she finally said, "Well, I'll tell you, Clyde. I've been thinking about it, and I don't see any way out of it unless you, well, marry me. It's 2 months now, you know, and unless we get married right away, everybody'll know, won't they?" Her manner as she said this was a mixture of outward courage born out of her conviction that she was in the right, and an inward uncertainty about Clyde's attitude, which was all the more fused by a sudden look of surprise, resentment, uncertainty, and fear that now, transformation-wise, played over his countenance, a variation in play which, if it indicated anything definite, indicated that she was seeking to inflict an unwarranted injury on him. For since he had been drawing closer and closer to Sondra, his hopes had heightened so intensely that, hearkening to this demand on the part of Roberta now, his brow wrinkled, and his manner changed from one of comparatively affable, if nervous, consideration to that of mingled fear, opposition, as well as determination to evade drastic consequence. For this would spell complete ruin for him, the loss of Sondra, his job, his social hopes and ambitions in connection with the Griffiths. All. A thought which sickened, and at the same time caused him to hesitate about how to proceed. But he would not. He would not. He would not do this. Never, never, never. Yet after a moment he exclaimed equivocally, "Well, gee, that's all right too, Bert, for you, because that fixes everything without any trouble at all. But what about me? You don't want to forget that that isn't going to be easy for me the way things are now. You know I haven't any money. All I have is my job. And besides, the family don't know anything about you yet. Not a thing. And if it should suddenly come out now that we've been going together all this time, and that this has happened, and that I was going to have to get married right away, well, gee, they'll know I've been fooling them and they're sure to get sore. And then what? They might even fire me. He paused to see what effect this explanation would have, but noting the somewhat dubious expression which of late characterized Roberta's face whenever he began excusing himself, he added hopefully and evasively, seeking by any trick that he could to delay this sudden issue. Besides, I'm not so sure that I can't find a doctor yet, either. I haven't had much luck so far, but that's not saying that I won't. And there's a little time yet, isn't there? Sure there is. It's all right up to 3 months anyway. He had since had a letter from Ratterer who had commented on this fact. And I did hear something the other day of a doctor over in Albany who might do it. Anyway, I thought I'd go over and see before I said anything about him. His manner, when he said this, was so equivocal that Roberta could tell he was merely lying to gain time. There was no doctor in Albany. Besides, it was so plain that he resented her suggestion and was only thinking of some way of escaping it, and she knew well enough that at no time had he said directly that he would marry her. And while she might urge, in the last analysis she could not force him to do anything. He might just go away alone, as he had once said in connection with inadvertently losing his job because of her. And how much greater might not his impulse in that direction now be, if this world here, in which he was so much interested, were taken away from him, and if he were to face the necessity of taking her and a child, too. It made her more cautious, and caused her to modify her first impulse to speak out definitely and forcefully, however great her necessity might be. And so disturbed was he by the panorama of the bright world of which Sondra was the center, and which was now at stake, that he could scarcely think clearly. Should he lose all this for a world as he and Roberta could provide for themselves? A small home, a baby, such a routine workaday life as taking care of her and a baby on such a salary as he could earn, and from which most likely he would never again be freed. God! A sense of nausea seized him. He could not and would not do this. And yet, as he now saw, all his dreams could be so easily tumbled about his ears by her, and because of one false step on his part. It made him cautious, and for the first time in his life caused tact and cunning to visualize itself as a profound necessity. And at the same time, Clyde was sensing inwardly and somewhat shamefacedly all of this profound change in himself. But Roberta was saying, "Oh, I know, Clyde, but you yourself just said now that you were stumped, didn't you? And every day that goes by just makes it so much the worse for me if we're not going to be able to get a doctor. You can't get married and have a child born within a few months. You know that. Everyone in the world would know. Besides, I have myself to consider as well as you know. And the baby, too." At the mere mention of a coming child, Clyde winced and recoiled as though he had been slapped. She noted it. "I just must do one of 2 things right away, Clyde. Get married or get out of this. And you don't seem to be able to get me out of it, do you? If you're so afraid of what your uncle might think or do in case we get married," she added nervously and yet suavely, "why couldn't we get married right away and then keep it a secret for a while? As long as we could, or as long as you thought we ought to," she added shrewdly. "Meanwhile, I could go home and tell my parents about it, that I am married, but that it must be kept secret for a while. Then when the time came, when things got so bad that we couldn't stay here any longer without telling, why, we could either go away somewhere if we wanted to. That is, if you didn't want your uncle to know, or we could just announce that we were married some time ago. Lots of young couples do that nowadays. And as for getting along," she went on, noting a sudden dour shadow that passed over Clyde's face like a cloud, "why, we could always find something to do. I know I could, anyhow, once the baby is born." When first she began to speak, Clyde had seated himself on the edge of the bed, listening nervously and dubiously to all she had to offer. However, when she came to that part which related to marriage and going away, he got up, an irresistible impulse to move overcoming him. And when she concluded with the commonplace suggestion of going to work as soon as the baby was born, he looked at her with little less than panic in his eyes. To think of marrying and being in a position where it would be necessary to do that, when with a little luck, and without interference from her, he might marry Sondra. "Oh, yes, that's all right for you, Bert. That fixes everything up for you, but how about me? Why, gee whiz, I've only got started here now as it is, and if I have to pack up and get out, and I would have to, if ever they found out about this, why, I don't know what I'd do. I haven't any business or trade that I could turn my hand to. It might go hard with both of us. Besides, my uncle gave me this chance because I begged him to, and if I walked off now, he never would do anything for me." In his excitement, he was forgetting that at one time and another in the past, he had indicated to Roberta that the state of his own parents was not wholly unprosperous, and that if things did not go just to his liking here, he could return west, and perhaps find something to do out there. And it was some general recollection of this that now caused her to ask, "Couldn't we go out to Denver or something like that? Wouldn't your father be willing to help you get something for a time, anyhow?" Her tone was very soft and pleading, an attempt to make Clyde feel that things could not be as bad as he was imagining. But the mere mention of his father in connection with all this, the assumption that he, of all people, might prove an escape from drudgery for them both, was a little too much. It showed how dreadfully incomplete was her understanding of his true position in the world. Worse, she was looking for help from that quarter, and not finding it, later might possibly reproach him for that. Who could tell? For his lies in connection with it. It made so very clear now the necessity for frustrating, if possible, and that at once, any tendency toward this idea of marriage. It could not be. Ever. And yet how was he to oppose this idea with safety, since she felt that she had this claim on him? How say to her openly and coldly that he did not and would not marry her? And unless he did so now, she might think it would be fair and legitimate enough for her to compel him to do so. She might even feel privileged to go to his uncle, his cousin. He could see Gilbert's cold eyes, and expose him, and then destruction, ruin, the end of all his dreams in connection with Sondra and everything else here. But all he could think of saying now was, "But I can't do this, Bert, not now, anyway," a remark which at once caused Roberta to assume that the idea of marriage, as she had interjected it here, was not one which, under the circumstances, he had the courage to oppose, his saying, "Not now, anyway." Yet even as she was thinking this, he went swiftly on with, "Besides, I don't want to get married so soon. It means too much to me at this time. In the first place, I'm not old enough, and I haven't got anything to get married on. And I can't leave here. I couldn't do half as well anywhere else. You don't realize what the chance means to me. My father's all right, but he couldn't do what my uncle could, and he wouldn't. You don't know, or you wouldn't ask me to do this." He paused, his face a picture of puzzled fear and opposition. He was not unlike a harried animal, deftly pursued by hunter and hound. But Roberta, imagining that this total defection had been caused by the social side of Lycurgus, as opposed to her own low state, and not because of the superior lure of any particular girl, now retorted resentfully, although she desired not to appear so. "Oh, yes, I know well enough why you can't leave. It isn't your position here, though, half as much as it is those society people you're always running around with. I know. You don't care for me anymore, Clyde. That's it. And you don't want to give up these other people for me. I know that's it and nothing else. But just the same, it wasn't so very long ago that you did, although you don't seem to remember it now." Her cheeks burned and her eyes flamed as she said this. She paused a moment while he gazed at her, wondering about the outcome of all this. "But you can't leave me to make out any way I can, just the same, because I won't be left this way, Clyde. I can't. I can't, I tell you." She grew tense and staccato. "It means too much to me. I don't know how to do alone, and I, besides, have no one to turn to, but you, and you must help me. I've got to get out of this, that's all, Clyde. I've got to. I'm not going to be left to face my people and everybody without any help or marriage or anything." As she said this, her eyes turned appealingly and yet savagely toward him, and she emphasized it all with her hands, which she clenched and unclenched in a dramatic way. "And if you can't help me out in the way you thought," she went on, most agonizedly, as Clyde could see, "then you've got to help me out in this other, that's all, at least until I can do for myself. I just won't be left. I don't ask you to marry me forever," she now added, the thought that if by presenting this demand in some modified form, she could induce Clyde to marry her, it might be possible afterwards that his feeling toward her would change to a much more kindly one. "You can leave me after a while if you want to, after I'm out of this. I can't prevent you from doing that, and I wouldn't want to if I could. But you can't leave me now. You can't. You can't. Besides," she added, "I didn't want to get myself in this position, and I wouldn't have but for you. But you made me, and made me let you come in here. And now you want to leave me to shift for myself, just because you think you won't be able to go in society anymore if they find out about me." She paused, the strain of this contest proving almost too much for her tired nerves. At the same time, she began to sob nervously and yet not violently, a marked effort at self-restraint and recovery marking her every gesture. And after a moment or two in which both stood there, he gazing dumbly and wondering what else he was to say in answer to all this, she struggling and finally managing to recover her poise, she added, "Oh, what is it about me that's so different to what I was a couple of months ago, Clyde? Will you tell me that? I'd like to know. What is it that has caused you to change so? Up to Christmas almost, you were as nice to me as any human being could be. You were with me nearly all the time you had, and since then I've scarcely had an evening that I didn't beg for. Who is it? What is it? Some other girl, or what? I'd like to know. That Sondra Finchley or Bertine Cranston, or who?" Her eyes as she said this were a study, for even to this hour, as Clyde could now see to his satisfaction, since he feared the effect on Roberta of definite and absolute knowledge concerning Sondra, she had no specific suspicion, let alone positive knowledge concerning any girl. And coward-wise, in the face of her present predicament and her assumed and threatened claims on him, he was afraid to say what or who the real cause of his change was. Instead, he merely replied, and almost unmoved by her sorrow, since he no longer really cared for her, "Oh, you're all wrong, Bert. You don't see what the trouble is. It's my future here. If I leave here, I certainly will never find such an opportunity. And if I have to marry in this way or leave here, it will all go flooey. I want to wait and get some place first before I marry, see? Save some money, and if I do this, I won't have a chance, and you won't either," he added feebly, forgetting for the moment that up to this time he had been indicating rather clearly that he did not want to have anything more to do with her in any way. "Besides," he continued, "if you could only find someone, or if you would go away by yourself somewhere for a while, Bert, and go through with this alone, I could send you the money to do it on, you know. I could have it between now and the time you had to go." His face, as he said this, and as Roberta clearly saw, mirrored the complete and resourceless collapse of all his recent plans in regard to her, and she, realizing that his indifference to her had reached the point where he could thus dispose of her and their prospective baby in this casual and really heartless manner, was not only angered in part, but at the same time frightened by the meaning of it all. "Oh, Clyde!" she now exclaimed boldly, and with more courage and defiance than at any time since she had known him. "How you have changed! And how hard you can be! To want me to go off all by myself and just to save you, so you can stay here and get along and marry someone when I am out of the way, and you don't have to bother about me anymore. Well, I won't do it. It's not fair. And I won't, that's all. I won't. And that's all there is to it. You can get someone to get me out of this, or you can marry me and come away with me, at least long enough for me to have the baby and place myself right before my people and everyone else that knows me. I don't care if you leave me afterwards, because I see now that you really don't care for me anymore. And if that's the way you feel, I don't want you any more than you want me. But just the same, you must help me now. You must." "But oh dear," she began whimpering again, and yet only slightly and bitterly. "To think that all our love for each other should have come to this, that I am asked to go away by myself, all alone, with no one, while you stay here, oh dear, and with a baby on my hands afterwards, and no husband." She clenched her hands and shook her head bleakly. Clyde, realizing well enough that his proposition certainly was cold and indifferent, but in the face of his intense desire for Sondra, the best or at least safest that he could devise, now stood there, unable for the moment to think of anything more to say. And although there was some other discussion to the same effect, the conclusion of this very difficult hour was that Clyde had another week or two at best in which to see if he could find a physician or anyone who would assist him. After that, the implied, if not openly expressed, threat which lay at the bottom of this was, unless so extricated and speedily, that he would have to marry her, if not permanently, then at least temporarily, but legally just the same, until once again she was able to look after herself, a threat which was as crushing and humiliating to Roberta as it was torturing to him. End of section 57. End of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser.